The FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series Europe pre-show is presented by PS4. The best FIFA 20 pros in the world have been brought together again as the top-ranked competitors from the 6 major regions around the globe will fight to be crowned king of their territory in the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series. This weekend, the series kicks off as the top FIFA players who remain in Europe are meeting in a double elimination tournament to see who can lay claim to the title of the best FIFA 20 player on the continent. Welcome to the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series Europe. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the first day of the very first event of the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series. I'm Jimmy Conrad alongside the dynamic duo of Spencer Owen and Mike LaBelle, and we're going to start these very special tournaments in Europe, where 24 of the best players in this region are going to battle it out to be crowned the European champion. Now, gentlemen, honestly, I've got 2 reasons why I love these events. The first is because I love seeing people be amazing at their craft, and these are some of the best players in the world. And second, I love hanging out with you guys. It's been too long. How are you doing, Spencer?
I'm doing great, Jimmy. Same to you, mate. Love hanging out with you guys. Obviously, we've been lucky enough to do this a few times over the last few months, but this feels like a return of sorts to competitive FIFA. No disrespect to previous events we've seen. And obviously, the global series, as we knew it, has kind of ceased to exist for this year. However, we've got a prize pot. You know, we've got the best players coming head to head from Europe. And it feels like we're going to find out some stuff about some players over the next few days. We're going to find out what they've got. We're going to find out if they've been keeping focused over the last few months and maybe who to look ahead and be one to watch for FIFA 21 as well. So I'm very excited to be here.
And Mike, how about you? How are you feeling?
Well, I'll tell you what. It's nice to be missed, Jimmy. I appreciate that you wanted my company here and joining alongside our virtual analyst / hosting desk. But I'm looking forward to the action and kind of to echo what Spencer was saying. This is the return to competitive FIFA. Guys have still been grinding the game. We've had summer heat foot items. Why not have the Summer Cup? I want to see some of these guys in action on display at the highest level. Give me some back and forth. I want high scoring affairs.
I think we're going to see it. We have a lot of talented players that know how to hit the back of the net. Let's take a look at the leaderboards first, starting with PS4. And as a reminder, we only have the top 12 Europeans on each console here. And this leaderboard is going to show everybody globally.
That's right. These are the top 20 PlayStation 4 players as we kind of ended the competitive series a few months ago. So Clash Crazy from Italy, number 1. Obviously, Zezinho in number 2, as a Brazilian, will not be taking part in this event. It's a European-only event. And as we mentioned, the top 12 were invited to take part. And some of them have already been eliminated, which we'll go on to explain soon. But obviously, hashtag Tom there, jumping off the page, number 3, as the top UK player there. And you've got Germans, you've got French players, you've got European talent across the board in the top 10. As we go into the second 10, if you like, 11th place to 20th, we've got more European faces. Ethan obviously recently signed with Gareth Bale's 11s team. We've got Oli Bolli, a Swedish player who's had a good breakout year, has to be said. Principe, far from a breakout year for him. He's been around for a little bit. The Italians, Stallion, still going strong. Of course, we recognise names such as Gravison and Stokes as well. There's plenty of quality in the top 20.
Yeah, lots of quality on PS4. Mike, talk us through Xbox, because again, we have the top 20 players that we're going to show globally, but it's the top 12 in Europe that are participating in this tournament today.
Well, I'm so happy that you asked. And when you're looking at Xbox, a lot of the household names, I feel like Xbox has had so many winners over the years. We did see a PS4 champion at a Foot Champions Cup finally, but Fnatic Tech's, Inrasic, Olilito, we even have Max the American. Of course, he had teamed up with Joxon, which helped a lot with their point allocation. Footwiz, Lyrics, who we're going to see in action, facing off soon to be facing off against Diogo, which is a matchup that I'm very much so looking forward to, between high scoring and maybe a little more defensive and a structured player. But these are all guys that we are very familiar with in the competitive scene. And then when you're looking at the second half here, or rounding out the top 20, Dolan Mike, the deepest voice in FIFA esports, is what I'd like to rebrand him to. Huge Gorilla, who's kind of been quiet in some ways. People haven't talked about him as much this year, but he's still in the tournament. He's ready to make a run. And I feel that he's got that hunger back after winning in 2017 to go with Sakul, Megabit, who it might be a little bit of a surprise that he's actually just rounding out the top 20. We're kind of used to Megabit being not only a household name, but running the show in Germany, always being in the top 10 and having a chance to be in the semis or the finals of different events.
All right, so we've seen a list of the top players, and I appreciate all the insight on both the PS4 and Xbox. Let's take a look at how this tournament is going to be set up, because I think we've been used to the Swiss format in previous competitions, but Spencer, this is a little bit different.
This is different, Jim. You're right. As we've mentioned, the top 12 players from Europe, from each console, are invited to compete in this tournament. And players enter into one 24-player double elimination bracket, which basically means if you lose a game, you're not out. It's not a straightforward knockout situation. You've got a chance to work your way back in. As long as you only lose that one game, you can still find your way through to the final and win the whole tournament. So it gives you a second chance. All matches will be played as 2 legs in friendly competition game mode.
All right, there's the tournament structure. Now, Mike, there's a lot of cheddar at stake here. Walk us through the prize money.
Yeah, perhaps my favorite part. We're talking about winning $15,000 this weekend. Second place at $12K, third with 9, and fourth with 6, and so forth and so on. But it's so important because, as Spencer was just saying, this is double elimination, and you have a winner and a loser bracket. Every game that you win, you could almost double your prize pool or even increase by a little bit more. And that's really a nice bonus. And it goes into the game where you're playing against your opponent where you don't want to lose. And it's always that battle of who's going to be stronger mentally, who's going to handle those situations better. But I see a lot of money on the line. There's a lot that's at stake.
Yeah, lots of money here, and it all starts, actually, and I don't know if you guys know this or not, but PlayStation puts on a weekly PS4 tournament all year long, and this is for players of all skill levels, and this is probably my favorite part. You can participate from the comfort of your own home on your couch and potentially in your pajamas, whatever gives you good luck. So make sure you go and make that happen. Go to compete.playstation.com to learn more. But also, this is where you start. You do the weekly qualifiers, and you make the monthly final. Then you move on to the monthly champion. And then maybe one day, you'll deserve to be in one of these Summer Cup Series events in the future.
That's right. The series started March 30th, goes all the way to December 31st, last day of the year. And there's weekly competitions for all skill levels. So I would say if you want to take your competitive FIFA playing up a notch and put yourself in an environment where you know you're playing against other people that are doing the same thing, then this is a great place to start. And like I say, you can compete against your friends and rivals for unique rewards. There's some really good rewards out there. There's things like dynamic themes and avatars, in-game currency, but also cash prizes. So lots to look forward to.
And if that wasn't enough, you get to join Brandon, you get to join Rich, and you're able to come together with them and kind of show off the good, the bad, the in-between, and everything gets broadcasted from PlayStation.
Yeah, that's, again, compete.playstation.com to sign up and learn more, and we wish you the best of luck in advance. We hope you get to play in one of these FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series events in the future. All right, now let's talk about this double elimination format, because this competition actually started on July 1st, and we had it here. Here's the winner's bracket. Tell us a little bit, Spencer. I'll start with you because you're a winner to me.
As long as I'm a winner to you, I'm good. Okay, so you can see the winner's bracket. So this basically means the people that are winning and continuing to win are going to make their way to the right side of the bracket, if you like. You can see the 2 names on the far right, Tom and Olilito, okay? So what these 2 guys have done is they've played their way into a latter stage of the tournament already. We're not going to see them play today. We're not going to see them play until Sunday. They've already secured a decent chunk of cheddar when it comes to the prize money. If you were to lose at any point, if you look, for example, in round 1, and round 2, you can see players have lost games, and as a result, on the next page we're going to see, they would have dropped down to the losers bracket where they would have to play their way back in. But as long as you're winning, you're going through rounds to rounds to rounds, trying to get to the bit that Tom and Olilito did. So this happened a few weeks ago, as we mentioned, and if you've lost a couple games already, you're out. If you've lost one, you need to keep winning now if you want to get to play Tom or Olilito towards the end.
Now, Mike, I don't want you to read into this at all, but you need to talk about the losers bracket.
Well, based on your logic, I should read into it. If Sven is a winner because he's doing the winner's bracket, then I'm a loser doing the loser's bracket. Thank you very much. We've seen some eliminations, but I want to really get started with these matchups. We have Diogo versus Lyrics, which I can't stress enough that I'm looking forward to the matchup. That might be my one to watch. Umit versus Gorilla. And as these guys progress, they're going to meet potentially Maestro in a future round. Remember, he just lost later stages of the winners round, so he basically gets a bye in the losers round. The same with Ali Bali when we go back down and look at the remainder at the bracket. In Rasic versus Ethan. As Spencer was saying, Ethan just made a massive signing. And then Principe versus Dolan Mike, the only Italian in the competition and a long-term FIFA pro to go up against Mike's self-proclaimed deepest voice in FIFA esports, Dolan Mike. If you do an interview with him, it's just going to change the way that you think of this guy. Just wait for it. Because especially when he first came onto the scene, he was a 17-year-old kid. So a lot of us didn't know anything about him. And I just remember the first time, I think it was Kyle, passed the mic to him. And right when he passed the microphone, I was like, whoa, who's talking right now? What am I hearing? Whose voice is this? Where's the screen at? I got to see going down. I'm telling you, it is something special.
Well, he might be one of your players to watch. I'm not sure. We're going to get into that in a second. But some big names that got knocked out. Tex, Megabit, Gravison. Those guys are definitely not going to be the ones to watch going forward. But Spencer, let's start with you. Of all the names that we've seen so far, who is your player to watch?
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's a lot of different players we can look at, right? Everyone that's qualified and had a chance to play in this has had a fantastic year. But I want to look at someone who I think has got a very good chance to win this tournament. And obviously, you could say I'm taking an easy route out here, but Oli Lito is one of two players that have already secured themselves a spot through to Sunday. So it makes my prediction look a little bit safe, I guess. But you've got to look at this guy and what he's done already on FIFA 20 to see why I'm picking him out. Okay, he's only 18 years old. He's had a great breakout year. He's already had a move from Team Hullet to a massive esports organization in Ninjas in Pajamas. And of course, he's won an event. He won the FIFA 20 Champions Cup Stage 3 and has consistently performed well throughout the year. Not to mention winning 3 Futhead Cups. Anyone that's tried to play in one of those knows how hard they are to progress in. So, fantastic play. You can see some of his fantastic play in various tournaments here. This was that FUT Champions Cup Stage 3, which he did win. You can see how happy he was to lift that massive trophy. And this is his team. You know, the difference between this tournament and some of the tournaments we've done over the last few years, obviously being remote and our own locations, players using their own teams. Okay, so we're going to see probably a little bit more variation in squads than we're used to. But of course, he's got the big names in here. He's got Team of the Year, Van Dijk and Ronaldo. He's got 97 rated R9 Ronaldo, Eusebio in there. Interestingly, he has got a FUT Champions Rewards, Trent Alexander-Arnold, a right back. So looking forward to seeing what he can do with this squad.
Well, thank you so much, front runner Spencer. Can we rebrand Spencer for a second here? It's easy to take somebody that's already in the finals, has been winning this year, but I'm going to focus on the old school. It just brings me back to a lot of nostalgic vibes. We've got Gorilla. He's active. He's in the losers bracket. You don't want to see him. He's building momentum. He's only 23 years old, and this is one of the most decorated competitors that we've ever seen in the FIFA scene. He would be on my Mount Rushmore. 2017 FIFA Interactive World Cup champion, which is, of course, the FIFA E World Cup now. We've had a name change. And Gorilla really shifted the competitive scene. He changed the stylistic approach to how people play the game. Very aggressive, very attacking, likes to take a lot of risk with how he goes forward and some of his defensive measures. And has so much success doing it that he's inspired not only the scene coming out of the UK, but also all around Europe and players just around the world in general. And when you look at his team, much different than Olito to a certain degree. Here we've got Neymar, who's got the quick feet, and they definitely eat. You see Vieira in the midfield. Vieira is actually going to play as a center back, so Kevin De Bruyne is going to move into the midfield. He just has it set up in this manner for chemistry. I like to see Johan Cruyff. It makes me happy. And then a lot of the usual suspects with Brood, Hullet, that new Summer Heat Mendy, who's the best left back in the game, at least in my opinion. And then Juan Bissaka is going to put off with the culture as another fullback that we could see that is multifaceted.
Okay, wait. He's got quick feet, and they definitely eat. I am stealing that.
Isn't that the saying?
Sure.
Spence,
no, it is.
I swear that's the saying. You quick
I love
feet,
it.
they eat, right? You know?
They do. I love it. Also, I'm a fan of both of your choices. I respect
Would you rather
both
have
of
a
those
quick
guys.
delivery or a slow delivery? Jim, quick or fast? You know, I want.
You know what? As long as
fast.
it's coming out of your mouth, Mike, that's all that really matters. Now, despite your two choices, I got mine, and it is #Tom. I just feel like he has really stepped it up in FIFA 20. And as you can see here, hails from the UK. Spencer knows him quite intimately since he's a player for #United. And as you can see with his accomplishments, even though he's been competing since FIFA 17, he's really turned it on here in the last year and a half. And I really feel like ever since he partnered with Tex in the E-Nations Cup in FIFA 19, he has been a different player. And for me, a legitimate threat throughout this season. And currently, I really feel like he's unbeatable online. In fact, he's so good on both sides of the ball, I think he might have mastered FIFA 20, which is why I'm not surprised he's in a good position to win it all, even though we're not going to see him till Sunday. But that's enough about me. It's time now for our #Tom player profile presented by Gillette, because Gillette is where the grooming for the next generation of men begins.
Oh, baby, here we go. I'm about to score on the #1 ranked FIFA player in the UK. Usman, send some time in. No. That's it. No. What's it say? No. No. That's it. Shush him right now.
He's offside.
He's offside. No. Now listen up. Football is the best. Gillette is the best. You're the best. And speaking of the best, I am here to introduce the one, the only #Tom. #1 in the UK ranked FIFA player. #3 ranked in the world. Tom, how are you, buddy? You been keeping up with that grooming or what?
I mean, I'd be lying to you if I said I need to shave this every day, but every couple of weeks when it's growing.
Okay, man. Well, guess what? You look good, Tom. All right, but listen, I am ready, and I need to know who will be the best a man can be in mystery ball right now, Tom. Stop. No, Tom, not already. It's too early. No, Tom. No. Okay, listen. How are you gonna rainbow flick me in the first 2 minutes of the game, Tom?
Just getting moved.
Man. I'm gonna put this in my Twitter bio. Playing the #1 FIFA player in the UK. Now, Tom, with FIFA being a difficult game to learn like anything in life, what would you say to the youngins to kind of inspire them in trying to become the best in gaming or anything in life, really?
Hard work and discipline. One thing with FIFA, I mean, we've all been there. Like, there's a lot of rage, right? It's easy to rage at a video game. So conduct yourself as a role model is a big part of it. FIFA is a worldwide game. So everyone plays it and watches it. And one thing I've taught myself over the years is about staying calm. And in terms of discipline, about training, always being ready to play whatever tournament it is, treat every tournament the same. The main thing I learned is staying calm in all situations.
Staying calm, that's a big one for me that I need to learn. No!
Yeah, well, hold on.
#Harry is one of Tom's teammates, and you actually taught him penalties or something, right?
He taught me how to take penalties the day before.
Oh yeah, that's how it works. He taught you.
Yeah.
Okay, so listen to this right here. He taught you how to take penalties, and then you guys went to penalties in a tournament, and you ended up beating him in penalties. But he was so happy that he lost because he was the one that put you kind of in that position to learn how to take penalties.
Yeah. Sums up Harry that I beat him in a quarterfinal, like a massive tournament for both of us, and he was just happy for me because it was my sort of moment. He was very happy for me then. So yeah, that sums up everything you need to know about Harry. He lost in a major tournament, and the first thing he says is, "I'm so happy for you. I hope you can go and win it."
Yeah, Harry is the best a man can get. Oh no.
Counts 3 as well. Go on, Neymar, volleys.
No.
Oh yes,
ladies and gentlemen, and that is why he's the #1 in the UK, #3 in the world. Oh man. I mean, we asked before the game, who will be the best a man can be? It looks like Tom is the best a man can be.
I'm about to smack some kids on foot jumps.
All right, guys, if you're looking for some expert opinions on how to style your next look, check out Gillette's Style Advisor on Gillette.com.
I love that whole piece. There's a lot to unpack there, especially Castro getting slapped around 9-0. I know he was probably feeling pretty bad about himself inside, but what a performance by #Tom. And I want to throw this to you, Spencer, because as I walked over and talked about his accomplishments, he's done very well, but yet he hasn't climbed to the top of the mountain to be named a champion. Do you think this is the tournament where he can make it happen?
I think it definitely could be. I think if it's not this tournament, it's just a matter of time. because I think this guy's definitely got what it takes to be a champion. He's won an event on the PS4 side before last year, of course, but not seen it through in the grand final. But what I took from that video is, it's great to see Castro involved in one of these productions, by the way, obviously a good friend of mine, is what Tom said about not raging or keeping calm. And something that I've said a lot over the years I've watched and been part of the FIFA esports scenes. There's so many different things that can happen to you in game and in conditions. Keeping calm is so important. And you mentioned there yourself that it feels like Tom's grown into this season. But in reality, one of the reasons why it looked like he had a slower start than maybe would be expected based on his later season form is actually completely linked to his ability to keep calm, right? So I'll try and tell this story as quick as I can, but in this HQ here, the hashtag HQ, right at the start of the year, there was an issue where he couldn't connect with an opponent trying to play online in a qualifier. And it was an issue where no one knew why it was happening, but if neither of them connected, they're both going to get a loss, which should have kept him out of the tournament. So basically, long story short, we had to run down to my house and I had to set up Tom with a setup which is fine for a hobby player for sure, but for anyone playing this level, would hate it. It's gone from a small monitor to a 50-inch screen on my granddad's old chair, on my console, my controller. Had no time to set it up. Ended up losing the game very narrowly. Didn't qualify for that first event as a result. But what's more important about this is the way he reacted. I know so many players in this scene, and no disrespect to them, but they would have crumbled in that situation because it was like panic. Like, we've got to get down. Literally, we were on a stopwatch to get him this game started in time. And he took the whole thing in his stride. Didn't work out. Goes on Twitter, says, look, it wasn't to be for the first event, but I'll be back. And he was back. So he's a class act. And, obviously I didn't highlight him as my player to watch, but I'm glad you have, because I think there's a reason him and Ololito have got themselves in this position. They're hitting this tournament in prime form, and I would not be surprised if one of them won it.
Now, that's some great insight, and I think it lends itself to him having some success. And hopefully he will, since he's my player to watch. Now let's take a look at what's at tap today, day one of this 3-day tournament here, the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series. This is what we're going to see. Diogo versus Lyrics, Umut versus Gorilla, and Ethan Principe versus Dolan Mike. Now, talking about another Mike. Mike, which one jumps out at you? Which matchup are you looking forward to the most?
Can I take two? Am I allowed, Jim?
If you want.
All right, perfect. With Diogo and Footwiz Lyrics, I want to see that. I want that action. You got high press, Diogo, lots of offense, Lyrics rates defense, and then Principe and Dolan Mike. I think this is a matchup that's been overlooked, and I think both these guys can make a really deep run in the tournament.
Okay, Spencer, how about you?
Well, it's left me 2 out of 4 left, so cheers for that, Mike. Well, I would say that Enrastic versus Ethan is a very interesting game because we saw some really good form from Ethan at the Club World Cup there, representing 11s. Can he do it on his own without his partner? Enrastic, though, is another player who has been there or thereabouts for multiple years now. And, this year's not gone the way that a lot of people would have hoped it would with what's going on in the world. But can he set himself up for a big FIFA 21? I've got to agree with Mike, though. For me, as a UK-based person, Diogo versus Lyrics is a really strong match. And it's amazing that it's, a loser's bracket matchup. Whoever wins that has got a chance to go in very far if they play their best, because their best is as good as anyone.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you brought up Enrastic, Spencer, because I feel like #Tom, very similarly, he's been dominant at FIFA 20, which is why we had to make a little something special about Enrastic. Check this out.
I personally like pressure because when I feel that there's something on the line, I just feel like that I play better when I have the pressure that I really have to perform.
Massive chance for Rossi!
My name is Niklas Rosek, I'm 21 years old, from Germany, and I go by nrosek7.
Johan Cruyff may have a chance to strike Eusebio. Big chance!
I'm always pretty patient around the box, what shows my play style, which is different from all the others. Like, when I'm around someone's box, I just pass it around as long as I have the opportunity to score. I would prefer to have a balanced team in all areas. I don't just want a good attacker and, for example, have bad defenders. So for me it's really important to have a balanced team.
And he will finally have a...
The best ways to attack in FIFA 20 is to build up your play through the wings and then make the way forward on the wings, and then when you're at the box you just try to get in the middle and then try to score. The most memorable goal for me probably was at stage 2 when I won the FUT Champions Cup. Game 2 I was playing against Crazy Fat Gamer and was leading with 1 goal, so it was kind of close. I won the first game 1-0 and then I scored the 2-0, and from this moment on I was like, I have to win this tournament.
Into the finish!
The best coin for foot item is Modric Flashback, I would say, because he's just 200k. He's almost as good as Hullet. He's not as tall, but he's really, really good for his price.
He goes inside!
The best competitive FIFA player in FIFA 20 has to be Tags, because he's the #1 in the world. It's always close games against Tags, and it's always hard to beat him.
Here's Emradic back to goal. Little scoop turn from Eusebio! Scoop turn into the finish!
Why Germany is one of the best FIFA nations is because we have a lot of people that are interested in FIFA esports in Germany, so we have a lot of players and all of them are really motivated and want to get in the scene. I think we kind of learn from each other because we always practice with each other, try to improve.
I can't get there! Eusebio!
I think I can do very well next year again. I would say I kind of do very good every year, so I'm always at the top level every year. So hopefully I can do the same. The Summer Cup event is the only event left in the FIFA 20 season. It's just nice to compete against the best players in the world again, and I just want to try my best to get as far as possible.
I hope everybody was taking notes because he was dropping some insight there, a lot of secrets about how he's had success, and congratulations to him for winning stage 2. Now, we want everybody at home to join the conversation. Make sure you tweet at us, please. We want to hear from you. And right now, we want to hear who you think is going to win. Tell us your predictions. Hit us up at EA FIFA Esports and use the hashtag Summer Cup Series. And we'll read some of these tweets online. And actually, we already have a few. One is from Futwiz. They say, come on, not the ideal start for Lyrics, but 2 wins on the bounce. Ensure he's through to the $78,000 final stage, which will be broadcast right now, right us, starting here, July 17th. And then GG's all opponents. First game on the broadcast will be against Diogo. So excited for that. I guess Diogo responded. Let's see what Diogo said. He said $2,000 already guaranteed in his back pocket. I added that in, but we continue on July 17th against my bro Lyrics. Yes, some good insight from both of those guys. Seems pretty friendly, all things considered, fellas. You guys are both excited for this matchup. Do you think either one of them has an advantage? Mike, I'll start with you.
Perfect. I'm glad that you started with me. So first off with Lyrics, he's part of, I would say, actually a little more the traditional esports mentality. Lyrics talks a lot of trash. He's all over Twitter. I've seen him put down a lot of players, which I like. It means you're confident in yourself. And in some ways, I don't want to say that he's become a villain, but he's definitely someone that has a backbone. He doesn't answer always politically correct. And with the conglomerate as Futwiz backing you as well, I just feel like your word sometimes carries a little bit more weight, and he's done a really good job. A lot of people don't expect him to go far, and time again, he has been able to progress. He's done well in tournaments. He's often looked at as the underdog, and I think even in this matchup, it's no different. I think a lot of people are talking about Diogo, and you get caught up in his attack and how well he's able to score goals, and then you forget of what Lyrics has been able to accomplish and the way that he's been able to do it, the route that he's had to go through, the players that he's beat, the path, you name it, the complete narrative.
Yeah, I like that. Good insight. Spencer, he kind of went hard on Lyrics and gave us some insight there. What are you saying about Diogo? Because he's a special player too.
He's a very special player, and they're both kind of similar in the sense that I don't feel like we've seen the best of them in any one tournament yet. We've seen glimmers, right? We've seen lots of moments and individual games where they've beaten people. Right? Diogo in particular, really good EPL last year in the E-Premier League, representing Fulham in that. And I know anyone in the UK scene knows what these two guys are capable of. I think Lyrics has had his incidents in the past that have cost him progression, where his FIFA ability was clear for everyone to see. He's also had a really good stint as coaching, in coaching as well, and helping other players go fast. He obviously understands the game on both levels. So for me, if they both play their best, and I'm talking about over the last few years, I think Lyrics edges it, but I wouldn't be surprised to see it go either way, because I think both these players are capable. The question is, will they kick on? Are they going to get to the point in their career where they actually make themselves the #1 player in the UK, which neither of them have officially done yet?
All right, well, we've got the analysis from Spencer and Mike. We've seen the tweets. Now let's learn a little bit more about each player, starting with Sporting Clube de Portugal's Diogo.
This could be an opportunity for a 5th goal here, though. There's not many defenders, but there is Cristiano.
I think the key to consistency is hard work and dedication. You just have to wake up on the day and maybe get a ritual and stick to it.
Here's Rashford though in for Diogo. It might be the first goal of the game for Fulham.
My name is Diogo Mendes. I'm 18 years old. I play for Sporting Clube Portugal, and I go by Diogo.
Kyle Walker has to do some defensive work. Just shot away, and it's 2 for Diogo.
My gameplay is definitely attacking based. I like to score more goals than my opponents instead of trying to concede less. I certainly like the pressure, but it can sometimes hinder you. I think I did quite well here, but I think it was Atlanta to the final. I got to the Xbox final, and I felt the pressure a little bit. Obviously, it showed. I played my worst game probably of the knockout stages. My favorite way to attack in FIFA 20 is down the middle. I've always used 4-4-2, which is a formation that not a lot of people use because it's only good for attacking. But I don't like defending anyway, so it doesn't matter to me. My favorite skill move is actually a skill combo. It is the RT stop and then the La Croqueta from straight after the RT stop. It's actually very effective because when you do the RT stop, normally your opponent just runs at you, and the La Croqueta is very effective at just getting past the defender. Signing with Sporting was a dream come true. I didn't really expect it. You know, the current national team coach, a great friend of mine, just hit me up. DMs. They need a Club World Cup player, Xbox player. The most memorable goal I scored in my career, I'd say, is the goal that sealed the deal against MS Dasari in the semi-final back at Foot Champs Cup 3 in Atlanta. That was to make it 6-2 and GG. I think that was the moment I realised that obviously I'd beaten Dasari and I was moving on to the final, and I really thought I was going to win the tournament. I believe I can win a title. Next year I definitely aim to win a Foot Champions Cup, if not playoffs or the World Cup. I look forward to competing in the summer series because it's nice to be competing again. I think I speak for every pro player when I say that it's good to be back.
Okay, so we've heard from Diogo. Now let's hear from his opponent, Futwa's Lyrics. Take a look.
I'm normally someone that does better under pressure and against better opponents. I like to prove people wrong, and that's definitely a motivating factor for me. I'm Calum Edwards, I'm 23 years old, I play for Team Futwiz, and I'll go by Lyrics. I describe my gameplay as pretty defensive. I'm probably one of the best defenders in the game, and in attack I'm kind of a bit unpredictable. My go-to formation in FIFA 20 has been 4-4-2. I like the way that the 4-4-2 transitions in attack. It's a lot more, I think, fluent and unpredictable than the 4-2-3-1, but unfortunately the 4-2-3-1 is the better formation. I generally consider myself a more relaxed player, but there is definitely moments where I can get a bit hyped.
R9 had to be perfect, and it is!
At the top level of FIFA, I think it's really important to have skill, but at the same time, if you don't have confidence, it's going to be really hard to beat them top players. The most memorable goal I ever scored was probably my second goal against Dolomite with Lionel Messi. I did about a 6-pass build up with my midfield, got the ball into Messi, did a ball roll, sprinted forward and cut back onto Messi's left foot and finessed it into the far corner.
Probably no ball roll, there's that left foot, and there's the goal.
My reaction to that goal was a big let's go. It was a really nice goal and it pretty much secured my victory and got me into my first ever console final. I'd say the best foot item in the game, coin for coin, is this new Frank Ribery SBC. I used him this weekend up front. He scored 30 goals in 30 games. Really good player.
For Lyrics, first chance here, Neymar on the right foot, goes near post.
The best FIFA competitor in FIFA 20 is definitely Tex. I feel like Tex is the guy that everyone's aiming to throw off.
For Tex, he's turned away!
If you want to win a tournament, you're probably going to have to go through him. So I'm probably not a rival to him, but to me, he's definitely one of my rivals. So the situation with Rafsu, it's a bit understandable now, but at the time I didn't feel like I was in the wrong, but I was using overload ball side and he wasn't happy about it, but forward down the line a few months I can definitely see why he was frustrated, but yeah, due to that he didn't shake my hand and I put out a pretty good tweet, to be fair. Next year in the FIFA scene I think that I can win a title. It's going to be tough of course, but something that I think I definitely can do.
All right, so we hear from both of these competitors heading into match one. Overall, though, Diogo is losing to Lyrics 3-2. Pretty close things, all things considered. So Spencer, I want to throw it to you really quick on this. Form versus history here, because sometimes, you have these records, you have these statistics, but they don't always tell the story if one player is on better form. Now, you were leaning toward Lyrics before. After hearing from both of them, are you giving Diogo a chance at all, and a half chance maybe?
No, massively. I would happily sit on the fence in this one. I do think it's really tight. I'm saying that I think on their best day, they both play their best. Maybe Lyrics edges it. But what I like about Lyrics, and Mike was alluding to before, he's unapologetically himself. He's not going to do what someone else tells him to do, and he's going to just find his own path in this industry. And I think he's got the respect of other players, undoubtedly. All I always hear is how good Lyrics is. But it's time for him to convince everyone else now. And to some extent, the same for Diogo as well, who's probably ruffles less feathers than Lyrics does. But in terms of FIFA, is just as competitive and talked to himself about how he's got this attack over defense mentality, whereas Lyrics explains himself in his own words, one of the best defenders in the world. It's a perfect matchup, right? Attack versus defense to see who wins.
Yeah, Mike, I was going to say, this sounds like an immovable object versus an unstoppable force. I couldn't say that very well because there's a lot of vowels and just a lot of letters for me. Who do you think is going to win out then? The better attack or the better defending?
Well, unlike Spencer, I don't like sitting on fences. So we're going to make a choice today. But I will say it's going to be high scoring versus low scoring. And I think Lyrics has a bit of a better mental edge in these matchups, but I also think Diogo's more talented with his FIFA ability in terms of just natural talent, showing up, giving you the ins, the outs, the intricacies, the 1-2s, the skill move sessions. And I'm going to run with Diogo here. I'm going against the grain, even though we don't really know where Spencer sits in this situation because he likes everybody equally.
All right, we'll get back to that. No. All right, we're going to head to break right now. It's the first matchup of the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series, Diogo versus Lyrics, coming up right after this. Don't go anywhere.
If someone asks you what you're made of, don't just tell them, show them. Show them that you're made of proving the doubters wrong. Show them you don't have to raise your fists to beat your enemies. Show them you're stronger when you stand together. And show them, whoever you are, you stand shoulder to shoulder against all forms of prejudice. Because when we show our best side, we don't just play the game, we change it.
The FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series Europe is presented by PS4 and brought to you in part by Gillette. All right, everyone, it is time to link your EA and Twitch accounts if you haven't done so already, because I have the distinct honor of revealing the live viewership reward for today, which are a Rare Players Pack and a Kylian Mbappe 98 rated Team of the Season so far. These items will be dropped to certain Twitch viewers with a linked EA and Twitch account during today's live stream. So make sure you go and do that at ea.com/Twitch linking. All right, everybody. Welcome back to the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series, the European edition. I'm Jimmy Conrad alongside Spencer Owen and Mike LaBelle. And guys, we are moments away from our first match. We've done a lot of talking. Now it's time to get into it. You've given me your predictions, if I'm not mistaken. Mike, you went with Diogo. Spencer's sitting on the fence. Spencer, do you want to clarify? Because you've kind of gone both sides.
No, I didn't go both sides. I said on their best day, Lyrics wins. So surely that is.
Is this the best day, Spencer? Is this the best day or not, Spencer?
Oh, that's up to him. That's up to him, Mike. That's up to him. I'm just saying, on their best day, Lyrics wins. So I think he's the superior player marginally. But what can happen? Anything can happen. What's interesting about this tournament is they played a couple of weeks ago. It's very rare that we see this going into a tournament that they already know who they're going to play and they've had a chance to address what went wrong. So this could change everything. I'm not going to sit here and pretend I know what's going to happen, which I've often done in the past. I am going to say that if you're asking for a prediction, I will say Lyrics to edge it. There you go. I've done it.
Okay. All right, let's take a look at the updated bracket then and see where things stand just to get everybody caught up if you're just joining us right now. And if you are, welcome. And if you've been around the whole time, thanks for sticking around and seeing what's up. So here's the first one, round 3, Diogo versus Lyrics. Now, the loser of this is out. This is the losers bracket. They've lost already, so it's win and stay or lose and go home. So yeah, it's a very big one. And then they'll obviously, as you see, play Umut versus Gorilla. That'll be a big matchup. That'll be our second one of the day. So guys, I think that's enough from us. Let's throw it over now to our casters, Mark Onset Hatcher and Manchester City's Ryan Pessoa. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Jimmy. And yeah, it is almost time to get some competitive FIFA action back on your screens at home. And there's a new face in the virtual commentary booth joining me as well. You can see him here, is of course Manchester City's Ryan. How are you feeling, buddy? Great to have you here on the show.
Thanks for the introduction, Onset. I'm feeling good. I'm excited to get into some top quality action. We've got Footwiz Lyrics versus Diogo, who's representing Sporting. Both players, I'd say, are renowned for using the 4-4-2, and I guess it's beneficial in generating attacks. So I predict we'll see a lot of goals, but I think it'll be quite close.
I think it's a really good point that you make there, is kind of a little bit against the grain, so to speak, with the meta that we've seen so far this season. The 4-2-3-1 obviously been quite dominating so far. Why do you think the 4-4-2 is one of those formations that works for these two guys?
I think we saw from Diogo's interview specifically anyway, he speaks about how defensively he knows that maybe he's not the best at it. So in terms of attacking, it's probably the best form of defense, just going forward, trying to generate as many attacks as possible, because he knows how good he is in front of goal, how unpredictable he is. And I think that echoes the same statement from Lyrics as well. They both know how good they are. Despite it being arguably the second best formation, it's not as good as the 4-2-3-1, but it's a formation that both of them are, I'd say, the best at using this year.
Amazing stuff. Well, it's great to hear from you, Ryan. Obviously, looking forward to calling the game with you. But we've got something a little bit special beforehand as well. We've actually got both of the players on the line, I believe, to have a quick interview with. And there they are. You've got Diogo and Lyrics here. Great to have you on the show, guys. Best of luck, of course, in the game coming up. But I'll start with you, Diogo. What has your preparation been like for this Summer Cup series? Because obviously we had a little bit of a stop with the Global Series, but now we're back. Now we've got some competitive FIFA ahead of us. What's your preparation schedule been like?
To be honest, we've been moving house, so I haven't really been playing FIFA. So, since the first qualifying round of the summer series, I think all I played was the Play Unite Cup for Portugal, and I played 5 games. Other than that, I haven't really been playing PS. I haven't played it, but FIFA's FIFA at the end of the day. So when it's time to play, I'll just show up.
You've still got that natural talent, and obviously we're looking forward to you playing today. Lyrics, I'm going to come to you next. Great to have you on the show, and best of luck in the game coming up. But what's your motivations level been like a little bit? Because of the fact that, we had that stop, like I mentioned, and have you been able to keep those levels of motivation up ahead of the Summer Cup series?
To be honest, I actually started grinding a bit more as the weeks went on after the COVID thing. So I think I'm back to similar level as before, like the lockdown and everything. But
yeah, I'm really motivated coming into this.
Awesome to hear. Ryan, have you got anything to add for these two guys ahead of our first game?
I wouldn't say I have any direct questions, but it's a weird one. I'll say to both of them anyway. Would you say you're at a level that you'd say you are, when the Global Series started this year? Do you think you're at that level, or would you say the break has probably lowered your level maybe a step or two?
I'd say 2 or 3, maybe 4, but yeah, no, definitely not the same level. I think right now I was listening to you talk a minute ago, and you were saying obviously we play football too, but I don't know about this, but I think he has as well. But I think we both ditched the football too, and we're playing 4-2-3-1.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
this is because
That is right.
I feel like the football two is a real like skill formation. So like if you actually know how to play FIFA, most of the time you use it. But like I think when you stop playing FIFA, like for example, I stopped grinding. So I think if I just go in with a 4-4-2 now against Lyrics, my defense gets exposed. So I think the thing to do is to play with the best defensive formation, which is the 4-2-3-1.
Yeah, that makes sense.
No, I agree. Yeah, to answer your question, I don't feel like I'm as good as I was at one point in the year because just repetition. I think like as we was playing more tournaments, of course you're going to be at like a higher level, and that's been a bit like scarce in the last few months. But I'm saying I'm at a decent level right now. Like a few steps below.
Well, we're looking forward to you two guys obviously getting the action underway. Thank you for joining us to have a quick chat before we get into this game, which is just moments away. So we'll let you go away now and obviously set your teams up and get ready for that game. But Ryan, obviously we've got things to take away here, right? We've spoken to the two guys and both of them, a little bit humble, maybe underselling themselves a little bit. That's just to be expected because they're both very good friends. They know each other very well in the scene. But I think I'm excited to see, like Spencer mentioned, attack versus defense a little bit here. We say that Diogo is one of those players who loves to go forward. Really rates himself as a defensive player. What are your views on how this match is going to pan out with those two playstyles?
Well, it's a bit different now, knowing that they're going to be using the 4-2-3-1. I said it would be quite high scoring. Now I'm probably a bit reserved in that sense. I think it'll be quite close. I'd say between them, there'll probably be about 4 or 5 goals. That's my prediction. I'm not sure who's going to win exactly. I'll probably edge maybe towards Lyrics just because Diogo said he hasn't been playing a lot. And I say the person who's probably most comfortable on PlayStation would be Lyrics because I know he's been grinding out those 60 games on Foot Champions on each console. So I'll probably edge towards Lyrics being the most prepared for this competition.
Okay, and another thing, obviously, we haven't had any competitive FIFA on our screens for quite a while now. So we've had some new player items introduced to the game as well. The likes of, the Mbappe with the 5-star weak foot, the little changes like that. We've had the team in the season so far, and all of these little icons coming along with the Summer Heat players. So what are your players that maybe you're looking to see here? We've seen a couple of the players' teams already that have been the standouts from when we last have some competitive FIFA on our screens.
Well, we've seen the new cards that have been entered into the game. It's the Summer Heat Ousmane Dembele and also the Summer Heat Ribéry, Lyrics mentioned as well. Both 5-star weak foot, 5-star skill move players. So that's very important, especially going forward. You need your attackers to be, I guess, the most unpredictable you can be is having a player that can turn on either foot, can do all the skill moves that are into the game. And yeah, those type of players with both 5-star skill moves and 5-star weak foot, I'm expecting to see them implemented in pretty much all of the squads throughout the tournament.
Now let's talk a little bit about the two players while they're not in our ears and they can't hear what we're saying, because now we can say what we really want to say, right? These two players here, they've been very successful in FIFA. We have to say both, I've got a road ahead of them in their careers so far, but haven't quite managed to get over that final mental hurdle, which is, of course, winning the big one, right? Which is a great opportunity for them to do so here. What do you think is holding them up in that respect? Do you think there's an element missing to their game, or do you think it is just that mental element maybe that they haven't quite managed to grasp yet?
I think they're both obviously top players. There's a reason that they're featuring in this competition. They're both achieved a lot this year. Specifically, I think they both reached the console final throughout the global series for FIFA 20. In terms of what they're lacking to reach that next level to become a champion, it's a tough one because the margins are so small at that top level. So even reaching a semi-final, reaching a quarter-final, reaching a console final takes a lot. It takes a lot of ability. It takes a lot of mental strength, and it also you have to take in the element of luck as well. And honestly, on the day, on any specific day, any given player can win a game of FIFA. So it's about who's got the luck, who's been performing at the highest level, who's more consistent, and we'll see who can take the win here and perhaps go further in the competition.
I think it's a great point you make. You know, with the amount of players that we have in the FIFA Global Series and the amount of players from all around the world that come together at these events, we kind of sometimes undersell the achievement of not actually winning a tournament, but even getting into the top 8 is incredible to as an achievement for these players. And sometimes we do undersell that. You're right, but that big championship win is always what's going to make you stand out from the rest of the pack. Well, we're just moments away from the game. You can see it there. We're going to hopefully get into that one as soon as possible. But I need your predictions here. I know you said that you kind of fancying Lyrics a little bit, and it's going to be a bit of a lower scoring game than you were expecting. But why are you going that way? Why do you think the Lyrics maybe has the edge on Diogo here?
I mentioned it before, and Diogo said that he's been moving house, so he hasn't been playing as much FIFA as he was doing beforehand. And obviously, having such a long break, coming back to FIFA, everyone has that natural ability for at the top level. You can switch off for maybe a couple of months and come back and still be great at FIFA, but there's that extra level you miss when you don't practice consistently, where you're not scrimming against your friends. And that's where I'd say Lyrics kind of edges it. I know he took a break for quite a period of time just to regroup, just to reset. And he's come back now, as he said, he's been playing a lot of FIFA, getting back to the grips of where he was performing at the start of the year. So I'm going to have to say Lyrics edges it. Yeah, I'll say Lyrics edges it, but it could even go to penalties. I think it'll be a low-scoring game.
Yeah, well, there's. I'm gonna obviously play devil's advocate here because it makes it more fun, doesn't it? I'm gonna go with Diogo for this one. I think sometimes when you have that little break and you haven't been playing a little bit of FIFA and you come back, you have that little honeymoon period, right, where everything seems to click for you quite nicely. And of course, we've got the 2 legs to play across as well, just to remind everyone at home. So it'll be aggregate score after those 2 legs. But both players in the losers bracket as well, which is a little bit of a surprise. It's always surprising to see some of these big names, but someone has to, of course, fill that lower bracket. But this is an elimination game, so there's that added step of pressure for these 2 players. How do you deal with that in tournaments? For example, if you're in the Swiss stage and you know that you've got to win your last game to progress into the next day, how do you deal with that pressure as a player?
I think those moments are the most grueling, and it's the point where you see who's most prepared for that situation and who isn't. It's difficult dealing with the aspects of pressure, especially when you know it's a do or die situation. You have to win, otherwise you go home. And obviously, some players cope with pressure a bit differently. Some people use it to fuel their game. They can use it to progress further into competitions. But some people, it could cause them to perhaps curl into a ball and go under their shells a little bit, play a bit, I guess, slower than they usually do, take less risks. And I think both of these players perform quite well under pressure. As I said, they've both reached console finals this year, which, as we said, is a fantastic achievement. So dealing with pressure at this stage in a loser bracket, knowing you must win, it's going to be difficult for both the players, but I believe they'll both be able to handle it.
Well, here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. The time for talk is done, and competitive FIFA is back on your screens. As I mentioned previously, Ryan, great to have you in the commentary box, applying that extra level of analysis for us. But you can see here it's going to be Diogo who is kicking off here, shooting from left to right, and almost immediately trying to get in behind there and find the run of Johan Cruyff. But already we're seeing Lyrics pick up possession pretty quickly, and both players trying to turn defense into attack as quickly as possible. As Cruyff now goes back inside. Mendy now on the ball. One of the standout players, like on these new items that have recently been added to the game, the Summer Heat. Ferland Mendy really is a special foot item.
Yeah, definitely. It's good to see the new players into the game that are being implemented into the squads. You've got amazing fullbacks this year. You've got the likes of Wan-Bissaka on the right-hand side. You've got Trent, both of their Team of the Season cards as well. But I think Ferland Mendy can play either side. He's got the 5-star weak foot, he's got the 4-star skill moves, and he's especially great for these type of players who like to build up with their fullbacks and their left attacking mid or right attacking midfielder. So it's good because they're able to play on the ball and also defend great off the ball as well.
Well, here's Diogo then looking to play that ball back inside, but Lyrics will get the interception. You can see Vieira, that prime icon moments, being moved to centre-back, and combination of that 99 rated Team of the Season so far, Virgil van Dijk alongside Patrick Vieira, is certainly a formidable partnership in that central defence.
Absolutely. I'd say Van Dijk
out wide here again.
Sorry, I'd say Van Dijk has probably been the most, undisputedly anyway, the best centre-back of the year, but I'd say pairing him with someone like Vieira, for me personally anyway, I don't know, maybe the message changed, but I wouldn't go for 2 big stocky centre-backs. I'd rather go for one centre-back, which is the dominant one who's in the air, like Van Dijk, like Vieira in essence anyway. And I'd also partner him with someone like Militao or Ramos, just because you've got the guy that can turn quicker, that can read the scoop turns, all the elasticals a bit easier.
Well, here's Ronaldo, and you can see Zidane making that little run inside, but Lyrics just not being able to connect the final pieces of that puzzle to create that chance. But good stuff from Lyrics, good sign from both players moving forward so far in this game, and both players here, Ryan, showing some real attacking intent as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think, well, I'm pretty sure anyway, but both these players, they play against each other a lot for practice, in and out of qualifiers for tournaments. They also have played each other at events before and in qualifiers at home, so they're probably used to seeing each other on the opposite side of the game and playing against each other. So it's just about trying to be as unpredictable as possible and doing stuff that you know that your opponent might not be able to read because you've not done it before, maybe trying out even a new attacking setup, maybe switching plays around. Little things like that can just add that little element to being more unpredictable.
I'm just looking at the player cams as well. I can see a little smile on the face of Lyrics at the moment as well. So he's obviously enjoying the game so far. A little scoop turn there from Johan Cruyff buys him half a yard. And now Ronaldo maybe has the chance to get that shot away. But the strength there of Patrick Vieira shows why these players are so used to moving him into that centre-back position. You talked about how he might not have the agility that some of the centre-backs do, but he does have that strength and that presence to make those kind of challenges.
Yeah, exactly. With Vieira, it's a weird one because you haven't really been seeing him used that often in centre defensive midfield this year. He's obviously got the height, the stature. He's massive in game, and I feel like trying to get past him, he has like a force field when you're defending against him. He's amazing, and it's great to use him. But as I said, for me personally, anyway, I'd like to use someone a bit smaller if I'm combining him with Van Dijk.
Now let's see the ball just being contested in midfield a little bit. You can already see a pause being lined up here by Lyrics. But he's maybe thinking about a few changes. Building up on this left-hand side here for Diogo, trying to feed that ball in behind, but we are going to see a pause here already. And I wonder if it's the settings thing or Lyrics isn't quite happy with something that's going on in game, but we are going to get that restart. And being comfortable, as you know, Ryan, especially in these online tournaments, is so vital for these players.
Yeah. No, definitely. I feel like, especially at home anyway, it's good. In a two-legged format, it's good just to get a gist of how the game's going, whether your opponent is looking up defensively, whether you need to change something around, perhaps even just a small tweak of the setup of your attackers, where they're playing, maybe move someone from right attacking midfield to striker, etc., etc. Just changing things around, maybe even a change of formation just to see, we're just trying to add that element of being unpredictable.
Well, here's Cristiano Ronaldo then, and Zimbabwe who gets the ball in to the channel here for R9 Ronaldo to try and beat the man, but unfortunately for him, the strength battle, which is one that R9 usually wins in those situations, has been won twice in a row now by Patrick Vieira. As Diogo now tries to turn defence into attack once more, gets the ball out wide here to Cristiano Ronaldo, but Mbabu's going to win the ball, and not only that, possession now turns over to Wiz Lyrics.
I think there's also something that is, I guess, good to point out is the addition of so many top-tier defenders this year. I feel like it adds something to the game where it's a bit harder to break them down. Even though you might have the team of the year Ronaldo, you might have prime icon Ronaldo, but I feel like, I don't know, I feel like just having more defenders in the game which are great at defending, good physical stats, good passing and dribbling and agility, good pace. They've pretty much got the full package. So even breaking them down is becoming more and more difficult, which is why I think we'll see a lot of close games.
Yeah, certainly have to work hard to score goals on FIFA 20, especially, like you mentioned, with these top-tier central midfielders. But a little skill combo there from Diogo almost gave him the space to break through and maybe get a shot away himself. That little half drag back to Elastico is something that we saw Tex kind of introduced to the game and was highly effective. And it seems like players, though we don't have those skill combos being able to link up quite as much, with obviously the margin of error that does get added as you link those skill moves together. The little two skill moves being linked together is something that players sort of formulated a little bit later in the season. It's been a good way to express themselves for these players, right?
No, definitely. It's a fantastic way to open up space, and that's the thing this year. It's a bit difficult because you can't skill change, so you can only use maybe one or two combinations. Maybe you can use a drag to drag into a La Croqueta, or a drag back into an Elastico, which opens up a lot more space. But again, that's why I said having 5-star skill moves in your attackers and 5-star weak foot ideally is essential for me. That's why maybe you see the likes of Cristiano Ronaldo still being used, but played in a wider position when in previous years, you'll maybe see Ronaldo used primarily at striker. Now you're usually seeing him more used, maybe left attacking midfielder, right attacking midfielder, or even centre. Sometimes Tex has used that before.
Well, we're going to see Cristiano Ronaldo trying to use his pace down this right-hand side now, and he's being chased by his namesake as well, but it will be the half-time whistle, I believe, here in our first leg. No goals to report so far, no shots on target. You have to say, Ryan, not for a lack of attacking intent from both of these players. Both of them got into good positions, but just not able to put those final pieces together.
Exactly, and as I said, I feel like it will be a close game as they both played against each other frequently. So even prior to competitions or qualifiers, I know that they play other games together as well. They have that good chemistry with each other. So playing that many times against each other, it's quite easy to suss out what your opponent's going to do. If you pretty much have seen them do it 10s, 20, 30 amounts of times before. So it adds to the element of having the game low scoring.
And what do you feel like maybe one of these players will change? I know it's 0-0 at the moment, so you're probably not going to see too many changes. Have you seen anything that you'd like to see either player try and implement to their game so far?
Well, they both said that they've turned away from the 4-4-2. I think it would be great just to see both of them, if not one of them, use it and just see how great they are going forward, because I feel like it complements both of their attacking play. When you have two strikers, you're able to pretty much create triangles between the midfielders and the strikers and generate a lot of goal scoring opportunities. You can do that in the 4-2-3-1, but it's just less options going forward, so it's a difficult one.
Well, here's Lyrics then trying to get the better of Ruud Gullit, but he's going to win that tackle fairly convincingly. It's one thing that team of the season so far, Neymar, maybe doesn't have on his side in comparison to a lot of foot items who are in that attacking position now, is the strength. As Lyrics now is going to step forward again, still waiting for that first chance on goal. The linesman's flag will stay down here, little hill to hill here, and you can see the man arriving on the edge of the box, Virgil van Dijk. Ever present in that centre-back position. Manages to get the block, and Lyrics trying to desperately break down this defence, but unfortunately R9 will go straight into the book there for a little bit of a rash tackle on the edge of the box.
I think with what you're seeing here, especially in that situation specifically, is Lyrics is kind of doing a bit too much to be more unpredictable. I think he's doing that just because maybe, as I said, they played frequently before. They know each other very, very well on and off the pitch. So it's a situation where it's a difficult one. I've been in that situation myself in previous qualifiers where you try and do too much so that your opponent doesn't read it, whereas the most basic thing would work there. Just a simple drag back or scoop into the shot could have provided a goal scoring opportunity.
Well, here's Neymar inside that box. Maybe we are going to see that first goal scoring opportunity again, but maybe an example of what you were talking about yourself there. Maybe just overthinking that situation instead of maybe just trying to get a shot away. But still no shots to report. Neither goalkeeper having to earn their keep so far in this game. Now, how difficult is it sometimes to adjust that game and think, maybe I am overplaying things. Maybe I need to keep things a little bit more simple.
I think it's so easy to say that when you're just looking at it, but in the moment when the pressure's on, you're not really thinking about that. You're thinking about many different things. Like, there's a lot that goes into your mind when you're in a competition. So it's easier said than done, and hindsight's a wonderful thing.
Chance. Oh, and it is the first goal. And it's Zinedine Zidane who finally breaks the deadlock here, and it will go to Lyrics. Managed to work his way inside the box there, Ryan. Got the little ball across, and that pass from Ronaldo is what made that chance.
Exactly, it was a fantastic work goal in the box. And another thing with Lyrics is that he's been favouring Zidane since the very start of the game. I know a lot of pros seem to not use him. He has fantastic stats going forward, maybe lacks in the defensive stat department, but going forward, his playmaking abilities and contributing to those late runs into the box provides fantastic goal scoring opportunities that you've just seen.
So it is going to be Lyrics here who takes the lead. You can see the pause already been lined up by Diogo, so maybe he's thinking about some changes. And now we're going to see Diogo maybe trying to get his way back into this game. 64 minutes on the clock, so around half an hour to potentially make those changes. And one thing that we don't talk about sometimes is even though you queue up that pause, it can take a while for the ball to actually go out. So do you like queuing up that pause a little bit earlier than maybe you intended sometimes?
I'll be honest, I never ever queue a pause. Just because it's a thing where if in my situation anyway, if I see my opponent queuing a pause, I know that he wants to change something. Maybe he's just not happy with how he's performing. He wants to make a sub, maybe change formation. So I'm going to keep the ball in play just to aggravate him. I could just do that just to keep the ball purposely, just to die down the clock a bit, just to make sure he has less time to implement those changes. So if I see that cue pop up on the screen, I'm keeping the ball and I'm rotating even more just to drag his players out of position.
Playing the mental game is, we always talk about the mental game of FIFA esports and how it is such a huge part of success for players, and perfectly showing one of those little tips and tricks that the pros use to try and get that advantage. Now you are seeing the opportunity for that pause to come in, and we are going to see the change to the 4-4-2 here, giving him that more attacking formation, those 2 men up top, which are so deadly in combination. Or are we going to see it stay with the 4-2-3-1? It's going to be interesting to see. Maybe it's just going to be some personnel changes here, Ryan.
Yeah, definitely. And we've seen, as we've mentioned anyway, so many top-tier cards in the game. You're spoiled for choice in terms of players you can sub on in attack. You've got the likes of all the prime moments icons in Ronaldo. You've got Cruyff, you've got Eusebio, Pele. And then you've got the Team of the Season cards in abundance for every single league. You've got the new Summer Heat cards, which have got fantastic stats and skill moves and weak foot. So you're spoiled for choice when you're trying to make substitutes in the game to make a change. So anyone that is brought on is pretty much gonna make that change in the game.
Well, still the 1 goal separating these 2 players. And it is in the hands of Lyrics, who's maybe looking to add a second hit ahead of the second leg. Here's Mendy on this far side. Carlos Alberto trying to get across to close down that space, but this is being beautifully worked here by Lyrics, just waiting to find that penetrating ball in. But Ruud Gullit is going to be the man who steps in and wins a tackle like he's done so many times before, so for so many of these pro players. Now this is the chance with 15 minutes left on the clock for Diogo to go forwards.
The thing is with Ruud Gullit, as you said, he's just a staple in every single squad. Pretty much 99% of the players you see will be using Ruud Gullit. If they're not using him, I really don't understand why, because he contributes so much offensively and defensively. He's just incredible going forward and creating chances.
And there was a little bit of a chance there for Diogo, but just couldn't find that ball inside to an unmarked player in the 18-yard box. But well-worked opportunity again. It really has been a tight game between these 2 players. Like we mentioned, only really the 1 shot on target so far in the game, and it was converted by Lyrics after a beautiful move. But you can see again, Diogo desperately switching players here to try and pull it across to cover this run of Cristiano Ronaldo. Well read, but no, a little bit of a mistake here. Gives the ball back to Lyrics. And now Neymar with the scoop turn, gets it on the left foot, but can't quite get the finish away. Good pressure from the defender, but another chance there for Lyrics.
Comes from a mistake from Diogo. He's pressing quite high up the pitch, just trying to get the ball back, because I feel like in this situation, he's only 1-0 down. He's still got the rest of this game and the next game to go, but he's trying to press high up, trying to get the ball back and create chances.
Eusebio has managed to somehow beat the man to the ball, and it is going to be the most simple of goals. A long ball down the line. Eusebio beat Mendy to the ball somehow or other, and then had the simple task of laying that ball back across the 6-yard box. Neymar was there to finish. And the first chance for Diogo has been converted, and sometimes that's a little bit of a frustrating one for you if you're defending in those situations.
Absolutely, especially on the 85th minute, you can see that late. It's kind of just like a stain in your mental ability. Just going into the game, for example, 1-0 up, you have that advantage. Now you're going into the next leg, even. So it's just, you look at that game, you tackle it on a bit different than you would have if you were 1-0 up. But it's a routine goal anyway. It's one that you'll see pretty frequently throughout this tournament. Just an attack down the wing, a cutback, played across goal, and Neymar with the easiest of finishes.
So just a few moments left in this game, and it will be Diogo here with possession. He's going to look to launch it down the line again, and what a ball that is. Out to the man who created the goal for him. And if he can find another goal here and turn this game around inside the last 10 minutes, the second leg will certainly be in the hands of Diogo. That mental edge will certainly be with him. Here's Patrick Vieira. Eusebio again. Added time almost over here. Eusebio's managed to get into the box, but this time Ferland Mendy manages to get back. But a corner here in the last few moments for Diogo. Whipped into the box towards that front post. Ronaldo was there to try and contest the header, but Alisson will come out and claim the ball, and you have to feel that it's going to be the end of our first leg. Ball just needs to go out of play, or the referee just needs to blow his whistle, which he will. 1-1 after the first leg, Ryan. An impressive performance from both players.
Yeah, definitely. 1-1, probably say is the fairer result of the two. I'd say perhaps maybe Lyrics had a few more opportunities to score, but I'd say 1-1 is good representation of the game and the chances that were there.
Okay, well, of course, we've got some amazing action here, but something that you don't want to miss is The Sims Sparked. It's the first ever reality competition show that brings together creativity, entertainment, and competition and celebrates the amazing players of the Sims community. It premieres tonight at 11 p.m. Eastern Pacific on TBS and then runs every Friday on TBS through August 7th. It re-airs on Saturday, July 18th at 8 a.m. Eastern and Pacific on TBS, and you can also catch it on the BuzzFeed multiplayer starting on Monday. So some awesome programming coming your way. You can see all the information that you need to there, and I'm sure if there's a few people in the chat and watching at home right now that enjoy The Sims, you'll be tuning in for that. But back to the action that we're talking about. One chance each, you have to say, pretty much in that game, both converted. And I think that's one thing that we've seen as FIFA 20 has gone on through this season, right? It's when you do create that chance, because chances are at a premium in FIFA 20, the ability to convert is one of the most important aspects that a top player who's going to win tournaments has to have.
Definitely. As you said, there's chances are few and far between. So when you get that opportunity to score a goal, you have to take it. And both of these players, they did take their chances respectively, which is why the score is 1-1. But it's up to who can create the chance first next game. So whoever scores first, in my opinion, will probably edge it, because especially in the second leg, you score first and your opponent pretty much has to go for it. You can keep the ball, you can make sure that he drags out players out of position to give you more chances to throw ball down the wing or create more goal scoring opportunities. So I believe whoever scores next will win, and we'll see who takes it.
And what's it like to be that player if you do fall behind in the second leg? Because obviously you're the player that kind of has, the pressure on your shoulders to change, right? You're the one that has to change your game plan, who has to go more attacking, who has to take those chances. How do you kind of stay focused in the game, but also kind of keep that pressure at bay that you are behind?
The thing is about this, it's easier said than done, because let's say if I'm in a situation where it's 1-1, let's take this situation, and my opponent scores to go 1-0 up maybe on the 20th minute, I wouldn't go gung-ho then. I'd still sit back. I'd do the same thing I've been doing anyway. I'd perhaps try and maybe do a lot more, I'd say not a lot more, a few more triggered runs just to try and generate more runs down the wing to maybe as a decoy run so I can run into space and commit more fullbacks going forward. But I'd say when it reaches half time or maybe the 60th minute, that's when I'd be like, okay, I'm still 1-0 down. I need to flood the pitch and put more players forward. Maybe a change of formation. Maybe I'd up my depth or change the press on, maybe press after possession, also press on heavy touch, just to try and add that element of being more pressure intense on my opponent.
We can see the second leg of our game here is about to get underway. All the tips and tricks that you could possibly want coming in from Ryan, which is great, I'm sure, for any players who are looking to get into the competitive scene or adding that little edge to their game, not only in FIFA 20, but ahead of FIFA 21 as well. But 1-1 on aggregate, so essentially 0-0 in this game. And just a reminder to everyone that's watching as well, this is an elimination game here in the Summer Cup Series. So whoever wins this one will continue. But if you're on the wrong end of the result, unfortunately, that will be the end of the road for you.
Elimination games, it's nerve-wracking, because especially when you get into the second leg, it's still even. Anything's up for grabs. You want to be the guy that scores the winning goal. You don't want to be the one that maybe makes a mistake to end up giving away the game, which is probably the worst feeling. There's no problem, in my opinion anyway, if my opponent scores a great goal to win the game. But if you make a mistake and it costs you, it's the worst feeling ever.
And I think that Diogo's probably feeling that right now, right? The goal for Lyrics did come from a little mistake that was taken advantage of. But that's in the past now. Now we're into this second leg. And as I say, how vital this first goal is going to be for either of these players. And it's Lyrics now who's stepping forward. Zidane going to be continuing that run triggered by the man inside. And that is a big chance here for R9 Ronaldo. But we talked about how difficult it is to keep your composure and be deadly in front of goal. Well, there's a prime example of it there. A great chance for R9 Ronaldo and Lyrics, but not taken in that particular circumstance.
I think those chances are difficult. I don't think Lyrics done anything wrong there, but it's great goalkeeping from Sparkle to keep out the chances. It just goes to show that there are narrow margins, especially at this level. So he could take that chance a couple more times and it could go in. Like, it's one of those things, but he's done well to create a chance early on. He just has to keep it up if he wants to break Diogo down.
There's the ball out wide again to Johan Cruyff, and Diogo seems to be favouring these wings quite a lot at the moment, looking to use that lofted through ball over the top to maybe cause some trouble for the fullbacks with those players running on. Vieira now, once again in that centre-back position. Into the 99 rated team of the season so far, Kevin De Bruyne. What an addition he's been to the midfield for these teams. You can see Lyrics again, just defending deep, trying to win the ball, but not being able to do so far.
I'd say that De Bruyne card, in my opinion, is probably the best midfielder in the game. He's got everything. He's got 5-star weak foot, as I mentioned, how important that is. He's got 4-star skill moves, 90 plus in all of the stats, and he has everything. He's decent height as well. He's got the strength to defend. He's got the passing, obviously, the dribbling to contribute to creating chances going forward. And he's a perfect combination with Ruud Gullit in the middle of the park. And as I say, for me, he just edges it. You could argue Gullit is better because of the height, but De Bruyne is a phenomenal card.
I have to agree with you. I think the high work rates as well are pretty nice to have on a central midfielder. So you know he's going to be all over the pitch, especially when you're combining him with a player like you mentioned, like Gullit. But there was a little bit of a mistake there initially from Lyrics in the build-up to that last move. Unfortunately for Diogo, wasn't able to take advantage of it, as we do see that run in behind once again. Instead, this time, Lyrics choosing to go back inside before now going back out to Mbabu. Well, having a little bit of a stutter in our gameplay, so we'll get you up to speed, and luckily nothing happened. So the score is still at 1-1, but Lyrics once again on the attack here, this time with Zinedine Zidane, gets the ball into R9. Zidane working in slow motion at the moment, but he looks good doing it. Here's Ferland Mendy. Apologies for the little technical hiccup there. And we are back, as you can see, and it might be a chance there, but unfortunately the pass from Johan Cruyff did not reach the man in the middle. You can see the reaction as well from Lyrics. I don't think he's very happy with that pass going the way it did. But no, speaking of mistakes, it doesn't get any bigger than that. And you were talking about mistakes, Ryan, and there is a prime example of it.
That one there is heartbreaking. It's an error on his part. He knows it. He knows he doesn't mean to do it there, but it's one of those things where, oh God, I'd hate to be him right now, but Diogo's great going forward. He has the ability to lessen the deficit and equalize. So it's just about doing that and not letting that mistake get to your head. That's the key. We've seen, as Spencer mentioned earlier with #Tom, how calm he is and how even little blips in the game, he doesn't rage. It's key to stay level-headed and just try and generate as many attacks as possible to keep yourself in the game.
It's one of those things, like you mentioned, though, sometimes it's easier said than done, but a mistake here from Lyrics might let Diogo back in. Ronaldo drives it home near post, and it's one mistake apiece. Yeah. And at the moment, it's a little bit like Christmas here from both these players, both of them just giving out gifts.
2 gifted chances this game, 2 goals. I don't know what to say. As I say, it's so easy to say you shouldn't pass it there when you're just looking at it, but when you're in the game, you're so focused in on the other aspects as well. So it's kind of easy to make a mistake. But I feel like that's what separates the top 10 players this year. Because, as you said, chances are few and far between. A lot of players are really defensive and solid at defending and lessen the chance of, lowering the chances that your opponent can have. So it's just about taking the chances when they arrive. And if it's a gift, it's even better.
So 2 gifts, like you mentioned. Maybe both players, we said they were good friends, right? Maybe they just kind of realised that nobody means to make mistakes in this game. So they thought they'd tie it back up at 1-1 here in this game. 2-2 on aggregate, of course. We're only a few moments away from half-time here, but it is Lyrics who might have this chance down the line. Trying our best to commentate the situation that's in front of us here. You can see a little bit of a stuttering going on our screen, but luckily, once again, it isn't going to turn into a goal that we won't be able to catch. But again, it looks like at half-time here, it will be tied up.
Yeah, I feel like this situation, when there is lag or latency issues, it's difficult because at LAN events, you don't really get that. So at home, it's kind of determined on the player's connection as well. So it's a really difficult one.
Well, the good news is the gameplay maybe gets a little bit of time to buffer out for us because it is half-time here, Ryan. 1-1 in this game. And, no clear-cut chances, you would say, created by either player. Maybe there was that one for Lyrics where it drove it to the near post and it was saved. But two big mistakes. You said it yourself, how you don't want to be the player to make that mistake, right? But you can see the pressure that's on these players, right? It's easier said than done. Like you mentioned, those mistakes sometimes happen in these high-pressure games.
Yep, exactly. And Diogo makes the first mistake to Lyrics, and Lyrics gives him one straight back. Maybe he forgot his birthday or something, but that's an easy goal he's given him. And 2-2 going into it, I'd say, again, it's probably the correct scoreline. 2-2 is fair, and it's just about who can provide that element of, I guess, being the better player in the second leg. We haven't really seen anyone create a massive chance that hasn't been a mistake, so this is about who can create that chance in the next 45 minutes or perhaps even in extra time going towards penalties.
You can see Diogo there. He has changed that 4-4-2 as well, I believe. So maybe he's looking to be the player to take the initiative in this game, take it by the scruff of the neck and try and get himself into the lead and put the pressure back onto Lyrics. And it will be Diogo with possession here from the restart in the second half and the first chance to really go forward and maybe create an attack himself. And you can see here how the combination of those two strikers can create a little bit more space, but that ball back from Cruyff almost found its way through the centre of the defence of Lyrics, but just cut out at the last moment there. And Lyrics can now move forward himself.
Yeah, I think we've mentioned it several times anyway. It goes without saying that the 4-2-3-1 is the most solid formation defensively, and it does offer a lot going forward as well. But for someone like Diogo, I always, when I hear about Diogo, I always envision him using the 4-4-2. I can't really imagine him using the 4-2-3-1 and being as successful. So I don't know. It's a difficult one.
There was a little chance there for Lyrics to go forward, but a little mistake here from Diogo again, maybe trying to turn defence into attack a little bit too quickly in that circumstance, but defends well, and now he can set up for that counter-attack. Another thing that the 4-4-2 does offer, as Ronaldo now tries to get away from Ruud Gullit, forced to turn back inside by the Dutchman. Here's Kevin De Bruyne now. Unfortunately for him, just can't find the feet of one of those strikers once more.
You can see what Diogo's trying to do. What most players do at the top level, they create chances perhaps with the left back towards the left mid or left attacking midfielder and try and create a triangle with the left-sided centre midfielder as well. So once you create that triangle, you drag players out of position. You're able to transition it across to the other side of the pitch. Perhaps maybe you could even switch the play or just playing it into the centre, which is where the space opens up because the defensive player would have pulled players to cover the passing lanes already. So you kind of, especially when you have two strikers, you have it where instead of playing against a back four, because the player's compensated already by dragging players to try and close down the ball, you have your two strikers up against the two centre-backs. And it's really easy just to ping passes between each other and to create a chance.
Well, let's see if Diogo can put one of those passing plays together. Unfortunately for him, the passing from Ferland Mendy isn't good enough to reach the player out wide, and now Lyrics can come forward again inside the last half hour now, and that's the ball over the top. But unfortunately, Ronaldo just went a little bit too early there, and the linesman's flag will go up for offside. And again, you can see the run there. You can see what Diogo was trying to do. Another pause being lined up here, and it's that 60-minute mark, like you mentioned, where both of these players may be thinking about making some changes.
Yeah, and at home, because you have the clock, it does go down quite quickly. At events, it's a bit different because it's kind of unlimited. So some players anyway, when they're in this situation, even Stevens, they just want to take a minute out just to analyze their situation, just to see what they're doing wrong, what they're doing well, what they can change to make that imprint in the game and become the dominant player. So it's easier at events just to take that time out. But as you said, at home, you only got 3 pauses and a limited amount of time. So you just got to make those pauses count.
You can see that Kevin De Bruyne is going to be one of those players that's brought on alongside Pele. And I believe both of those changes of personnel are for Lyrics. On the other side, you can see Eusebio on for Cruyff. So not losing a 5-star weak foot in those attacking positions. But Mendy's done very well here, using his body to get between the two players. And now Kevin De Bruyne is in behind. Surely this is a chance, but no, the pullback from Kevin De Bruyne, not good enough to beat the outstretched leg of Virgil van Dijk. And you can just feel this game starting to get a little bit stretched now, Ryan.
Yeah, definitely. And something that was implemented into this FIFA is the lofted passes or the lofted through balls are key in those situations when you manage to get your opponent to drag out a defender, to give you that space in behind. and you're in a position where you can square it. Just a lofted pass or the lofted through ball is a great option to create an attack.
So, around 20 minutes or so left in this second leg. Still all tied up between these two players. Well, are we going to see a dreaded penalty shootout in our first game of the day here in the Summer Cup Series? I'm sure both players won't want it to go that distance, but they will take it if it has to. But now Diogo moving forward again. A little bit of space here for Ruud Gullit, but a good challenge there from Kevin De Bruyne. He's going to win the ball back for Lyrics here. Neymar now turning away with a ball roll. Pressure. Van Dijk trying to get involved high up the pitch here for Diogo. You can see he's desperate to wrestle possession back here.
Yep, and that's how Diogo plays anyway. That's where he's been his most successful, pressing high up the pitch. It's just how Lyrics can play out of that press. And once he does, I think there'll be a lot of space in behind to have a goal-scoring opportunity. And that's something Diogo has to be wary about, because we're getting to the latter stages of the game now. You don't want to pull too many players out of position to give your opponent basically a free goal. And it's something that he has to be concerned about.
Well, Mendy has the ball here, and there is that attempted big ball over the top again, and keeper's going to have to be careful here and gets a punch on it, and it's a decent punch to be fair, as it lands right to the feet of the fullback and Mbabu. And now Lyrics, with Kevin De Bruyne once more, can move through midfield. Spreads it back out wide to Mbabu. No interchange of passes here with Cristiano Ronaldo, who continues his run, but there's space in the middle here for Gullit. Just trying to pick apart the defence here of Diogo, and you can see the press again is stifling this attack a little bit from Lyrics. Unfortunately, that interception is just going to turn possession back over to Lyrics here.
Lyrics is taking his time in attack. He's just waiting just to see maybe the team press happens, just to see if a defender pulls himself out of position. And he's doing well with just the left stick dribbling here. It's just basic moves, just to create space, just to drag a player towards you to open up a passing lane, and he's doing well with it. It didn't work that time, but we're reaching a stage now where it's advised for the players anyway, just to keep the ball a bit, maybe play for the last attack. So if you do end up scoring, your opponent doesn't have time to bounce back, to respond. So you pretty much have the last say of the game.
Well, Diogo's managed to find a nice ball inside here. You can see the run in behind Virgil van Dijk, but the only problem with Virgil van Dijk is that he's almost as wide as he is tall on FIFA 20, and he managed to get that interception as that ball was played through. And now Lyrics might be the player who has one of the last chances to score in this game. And at this point, you have to feel it would be the winner. And now you can see exactly what you were saying, Ryan, just playing for that last attack.
It's a smart move, and you see it implemented by pretty much every player, whether it's a qualifier, whether it's an event. And it's useful. It's not the best thing to watch, but it has to be done just to make sure that if you do end up scoring, you don't want to be on the receiving end of a chance straight away. So it just limits the amount of time your opponent has to respond.
Well, into stoppage time here, and it's Lyrics who's going to be the last player to potentially score a winning goal. Here's Ruud Gullit, tries to fire the ball through, but there is a few seconds left, and Lyrics actually wins the ball back here, but has to keep going forward. You can see him trying to fire that ball in. And we are going to be going to extra time here in our first game of the day of the Summer Cup Series. And you have to say, both players have been incredibly well matched so far. And like you said, Ryan, nothing to separate the two.
No, nothing to separate them at all. They've been pretty astute defensively. They've both done well to limit the amount of chances the opposition does have against each other, or that they have against each other. And as I said at half-time, I'd say 1-1 or 2-2 on aggregate is probably a fair result. They both had probably the same amount of chances, whether it being one that they've generated themselves or through a mistake. But I'd say it's a fair result as it stands.
So into extra time we go. It's exactly what we expected from these two players. So equally matched. You've had top 2 performance in FUT Champs Cup 1 from Lyrics, top 8 FUT Champs Cup number 2. Great start to the season for him. For Diogo, similar kind of performances throughout this season, getting top a couple of times and always finding his way into the Championship Sunday conversation. But for Lyrics now, he's found the ball inside here, but almost tried to turn back. But again, it's Virgil van Dijk with a big tackle and a big moment of this game.
That's why Van Dijk is so essential to have. He's just there. Everywhere you turn, Van Dijk's there. There's no way to get around him. You have to play the pass. There's no point trying to dribble around Van Dijk. It's not going to happen. You just have to play the pass off and just hope that he doesn't follow it. He's amazing.
I think it couldn't have explained it better there. Van Dijk is just there. It's one of those things, right? You try and play a pass, you think you've broken a defence down, and somehow he manages to get a tackle in, but R9 has managed to get behind him, but surprise, surprise, Van Dijk is there. Like Ryan said, to make that interception, but a mistake here from Diogo. Might give the chance to Lyrics to go forward again. The offside trap comes in, but who else but Virgil van Dijk when the pressure was on to win a tackle once again?
I think Diogo does well to have all the elements in his game where he can press high. He uses the offside trap very, very well. He utilizes when he should drag players out of position to squeeze the opponent when he's in possession of the ball. And he does well defensively. That's why, as I said, I think he does this better in the 4-4-2, which is why I was surprised to see him trying to transition into the 4-2-3-1. There's some players, when I look at them, I can just say what formation that I'd expect them to be using. And
oh, what a strike from R9. It was going to take something special to put one of these players into the lead. And it is that man, the big Brazilian, who gets the ball onto that right foot, hits a beautiful finesse shot into that top right-hand corner. And if there is a goal worthy of winning a game, you have to say maybe that goal from R9 was it.
Yeah, that's a beautiful goal. There's not much you can do there. He's done well to create the chance at the edge of the box. Again, 5-star weak foot. You don't know where he's going to turn. He has the skill moves as well. He's just turning on the ball slowly with the left stick dribbling. Does well to open up space, and it's a fantastic shot to put Diogo up.
Well, maybe Lyrics will be able to find another equaliser here. R9 turning away. Here's Cristiano Ronaldo. Tries to get it onto that right foot. Here's R9 again. Tries the fake shot, but Virgil van Dijk has been arguably man of the match so far for Diogo as the half-time whistle in extra time does go. And that man at the back has just been a monster so far.
Definitely. And it goes to show the way that this game is set up, how tight it's been. These players have been fantastic. Not just this year, but last year they had great years as well. They've shown themselves to be the best, the top players of in the global series, and fantastic players in Europe and in the UK. So having this game this tight isn't surprising for me. So I'm just happy that they're both performing at a good level.
Yeah, it's two of the best in the world, you know, so far in FIFA 20. Like I mentioned, some of the achievements of Lyrics and Diogo found their way into that top 8, into that top 2 a few times so far this year. You have to say as well, at the start of FIFA 20, arguably these were the two players that a lot of people were talking about to have that big season. They seem to adapt really well to this game. What did you put that down to? Is it just the grind that these two players put in?
Absolutely. As you said, they started off flying straight away. I know Lyrics specifically, they both pretty much established themselves as the top players, as the players that will be fighting for the grand final spots. And you could say it's down to the grind. I know Lyrics, anyway, I don't know how often Diogo played at the start. I know Lyrics put in so many hours, countlessly, just trying to improve his game. And it goes to show, you can see he started off fantastically well. He performed well, consistently doing well in tournaments, reaching a console final, deservedly so. So perhaps it's down to the hours that you put in, but also how the meta is suitable for the way you play. I think Lyrics specifically learned a lot of the things that were meta this game from the get-go, and it contributed to him performing well.
Well, here's a free kick for Diogo. Another goal here, and surely this would be game over. For Lyrics, first thing he has to do is, of course, get that ball back before he can create an attack. But Diogo now, with Cristiano Ronaldo, is going to find R9. R9 gets put off there by the defender, just did enough to put the pressure on to stop that shot, causing too many problems. And now it is going to be Lyrics with his chance to go forward. 112 minutes now on the clock. It's starting to become now or never for the man from England.
Yeah, now's the time where you pretty much have to go gung-ho for it. You have to start bringing players more forward, contributing your fullbacks more to the attack. It's something that has to be done because 8 minutes isn't a lot of time in FIFA terms. It goes in a split second at this level where the intensity is high. You just want to make sure that you have as many players forward to give you a chance to create an attack. If you do concede, it's obviously unfortunate, but you don't want to go out of a competition thinking that, damn, I should have maybe thrown a few more players forward to give me a better chance.
We can see that little attempted lofted pass like you were talking about a little bit earlier to try and beat that last man in defence. And now Lyrics is pushing up the pitch, trying to win that ball back. The only problem is there is going to be spaces in behind, and Van Dijk's going to have to do well to get across and deal with that. Deals with it initially. Unfortunately for him, it means that possession will still be in the hands of Diogo here. And for Lyrics, he needs to win this ball back, and he needs to win it back now as there's only just moments left in this game.
Yeah, Diogo has to just die down the clock here. It's something that's done at the top level, and as I said, it's not the best to see, but it has to be done here. You don't want to be giving away silly possession when you don't need to. It's just great to keep the ball. And if there is a chance, maybe you could go down the wing. You don't necessarily have to go for an attack, but just die down the ball in his half or in your opposition's half, just to make sure that he has less of a chance to counter-attack.
Well, here is that chance, maybe. It's the last moments of this game. Lyrics needs to score here to keep this game alive, to keep his tournament alive, but the scoop turn cannot beat Virgil van Dijk. And unfortunately for Lyrics, that means that he will be out of the tournament. Congratulations here to Diogo. And it is that man, R9 Ronaldo, who scored that massive, massive winning goal for him. And you have to say, it was that one chance that separated the two players after the two mistakes that we saw in the first half. And Diogo, arguably deserved winner in that one.
No, you'd say Diogo did deserve it, but I'd say there wasn't a lot between the two of them to say that one person undisputedly deserved to win the game. It was a game where it consisted of a few errors that led to goals, and Diogo had a fantastic chance, which did lead to a fantastic goal to put him up. And he done well to defend to limit the chances.
Amazing stuff. Well, Ryan, absolute pleasure to commentate alongside you in that first game of the day. But for now, we're going to send it back to Jimmy and the guys on the desk to break it all down.
Yeah, we take a look here at Diogo. He advances to the next round. I'm going to be honest, I'm a big fan of that hair. I wish I could make mine look very much the same. But yeah, I thought he overcame a bad goal there, a mistake that he made on the top of his box that led to Lyrics getting the 2-1 lead, but he immediately responds and then does the business in extra time. Spencer, what was your immediate reaction after seeing that result?
Well, what a start, first of all, to the proceedings here. That a game goes the distance like that into extra time, of course. And we said there wasn't a lot to take between these two. We said, they're both kind of just outside the top names of the English scene. And I think the game delivered on that. Diogo did really well to stay in there after behind. And well done to him for going through.
Okay, excuse me, Mike, do you want to call out Spencer for this? He picked the wrong side of the fence.
I was just going to let that marinate for a second, but I think I can pick out a good fence. That's all I'm saying.
I got you. I got you. Well,
I said it was going to be tight, didn't I? I was like, look, we don't know where it's going to go.
You put enough descriptive words in there, Spence. Of course, you're going to be right about something.
All right, let's bring the winner on right now. Diogo joins us. Diogo, first off, congratulations. Second, you hadn't played for very long. Do you feel like that maybe gave you an advantage, that maybe you relaxed and played a little bit more free because you didn't have that pressure or that expectation that I'm practicing all the time, I deserve to win?
First of all, thank you. And no, I think it kind of hinders you more than it helps you because, a lot of people say, once you get to the top level, then you don't really need to practice and, you can just relax and, play now and then. But honestly, just grind because, I can't attack. This isn't me. The game is, and I'm sure Kalim's the same. He even said in the pre-match interview that he's a few steps below what he was, and of course he is because we don't play as much as we did. But as you saw in that game, normally when I both attacking players, I attack a lot, I attack quickly. In that game, I started 4-3-1, I can't attack, I can't create, I can't defend, I can't do anything. Second leg, I kind of was like, okay, grow up and just try to win this game. And I make that mistake with Schmeichel. Okay, I really want to blame Schmeichel, but no, that's my fault. I mean, I don't know what I'm even trying there. Again, that goes back to not playing FIFA, but yeah, happy to get the result.
Diogo, it's fascinating to hear you break it down, also pre-game as well as now post-game. Really insightful to listen to. My question for you is, how have you found going back, what we usually see with players when they get in the scene is they have to adapt from being in their home setup, playing in their bedroom or wherever it is, to then getting used to the big lights and the stage. You're more than accustomed to that. You've done plenty of big events. You've had some great performances. Because of what's going on in the world, you're having to go back to playing at home. How's that transition been for you?
I don't like it, to be honest. I want to go back to the events because it's not just obviously the setup there is better and everything, but it's also there's more motivation to perform to grind at home before events. For example, I didn't grind before today because it's really good that we have this. However, it doesn't feel right, if you get me, because it's not the same as let's say for Champions Cup or the E-Club World Cup, for example, that we went to. And it's not just setup. It's the fact that you also meet everyone there. You're happy. You're in a happy state of mind. At home, it's different. Obviously, this is the best we can do because the virus. and it's just unfortunate. And let's just hope that things get better so we can get back to LAN events.
And I think from a neutral perspective, it's pretty easy to see the rust on both of you guys, both defensively, in the midfield, offensively. It's a lot of these really, really small details, but I kind of want to review the game. So we're going to pull up the highlights. Walk us through what's going through your mind, the good, the bad, the in-between. And we just saw the game that looked a little bit slower from some of you guys, where you were a little more hesitant.
Yeah. So, like I said, we were both. I was speaking for myself. I'm sure Lyrics is the same. It's just rust. Like we don't play near enough as much as we used to. And obviously, let's remember as well. This is a different console to what we're used to. So that's another factor that plays into it. But yeah, definitely. My gameplay was a lot slower. His gameplay was a lot slower than usual as well. We were trying to build up really slow. I think we were scared of losing the ball because defending is quite tricky, especially when you don't play for a while. So every time you lose the ball, you just every time I lost the ball and I had to defend again, I was like, oh come on, this is tough. But yeah, happy. As you can see there, I made a mistake with Michael. Then he makes a mistake as well with his fullback, and then somehow I shot that out now because I had no other option. I didn't know if it was going to go in. It just did, and I think this is the winner.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I could feel the momentum start to shift in your favor after you made basically the second comeback, a second rebuttal, because when you have a massive mistake like that with the goalkeeper, that obviously plays a factor mentally where you're saying, oh no, I just threw this game away. I gave this guy a present, a gift. It's Christmas time. Here you go. And then that starts to weigh with you, and you play differently later on in matches. At least I'm guilty of this. When I make a really big error and I know it's my fault, then I start to shift my gameplay a little bit. And sometimes you don't always make that overcoming the mental hurdle. So it was really impressive that you were able to get the goals back. And then that's when I felt like I was like, okay, Diogo's going to start to free flow a little bit more.
Well, I feel like it's very important when you make a mistake like that to score straight away. Because I scored I don't know if it was from kickoff. I don't think it was, but I think it was 5-10 minutes max. So let's say I don't score in the first half, going into the second half, especially those 40 seconds at half time, big, because if you're losing at half time because of a mistake like that, then you're like, oh, it's my fault that I'm losing. You're probably a bit annoyed. Maybe your head's a bit gone. So I think getting the goal back straight away was very important.
All right, Diogo. Well, congratulations again. Thank you for your insights and good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
All right, that's Diogo, everybody. Now let's take a look at the updated bracket to see where everything stands. That is the first match of the losers bracket, or the Mike bracket, as we like to call it. And Diogo gets the big win, and he'll be facing the winner of our next matchup, Umut versus Gorilla. And actually, speaking of Gorilla, because our next match features him, the 2017 E-World Cup champion, that is, let's take a deeper look at what makes him tick. Take a look at this.
I actually like the pressure. I like it when I'm nervous. I like it when there's a lot on the line. I feel like my game goes up another level.
This is beautiful from Gorilla!
I'm Spencer Ealing. I'm 23. I play for Neo and I go by the name Gorilla in-game.
Well, Suarez, he's not going to miss that one. Tucks it away, Gorilla.
I would say I'm a very intense player. I take a lot of things seriously. I never want to lose, whether it's division rivals or whether it's a FUT Champs Cup or if it's an online tournament. I like to have a big stake on in terms of the game. So, if it's a final of a tournament or if it's a qualifying game where it's like the last game of the qualifications and you need to win. I thrive in those situations. FIWC when I won in 2017, a lot of money on the line, the world titles on the line.
Gorilla is the 2017 world champion.
Favourite FIFA item of all time? Oh, if anyone remembers back in FIFA, I'll probably say FIFA 16, 83 Griezmann, or also known as Greasy Griezmann back in the day. He just done everything. He was so agile, his skill moves were sharp, and his finesse shots near post were just the best. Most memorable goal I've ever scored. First one that comes to mind was when I scored with Ruud Gullit at FIWC, the grand final against Dito. Ruud Gullit was actually in the front row watching the game. I remember when I scored, I done the little finger wag because I saw him in the front row.
I was very pleased that he let me score a goal.
Best pro player in FIFA 20. I'd have to pretty say Lyrics. I played Lyrics online in warm-up games and played Lyrics in qualifiers. And he goes under the radar a little bit. Very good player, very hard to play against, and he grinds the game out a lot. Coaching Dossery last year at FEWC was it was a weird feeling because I wanted to be there, and obviously watching other people compete, it was like I wish I was there. So I actually really enjoyed coaching Dossery. Again, you know, he's a crazy player. I would like to think though I did give him some kind of help and a bit of an advantage going forward, just analysing his gameplay, kind of just telling him what I think he needs to do and what he needs to remember to do in game.
Rondo, that's a great ball over the top for Ronaldo. Get the parry, it's got to be.
What I'm looking forward to in the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series, the competition really. I'm looking forward to competing. It's just always, you know, the first thing of mine. I want to play with the pros, and I just want to prove that I am the best. It's not going to be easy, but one game at a time, and I'm confident we can win the actual whole tournament.
Some great insight there from a former E-World Cup champion, Gorilla. My question is, and I kind of posed this to Diogo, my first question of his interview, because of what Gorilla has achieved, I feel like there's some expectation that he puts on himself. Well, I've won it before. I've been the E-World Cup champion before. Why can't I do it again? And that pressure just piles on, that expectation, as opposed to him just being free. Do you feel like he puts additional pressure on himself? Spencer, let's start with you.
Well, obviously, a fair bit of time's passed since the global the FEWC win, or FIWC, I think it was when Gorilla won it 3 or 4 years ago now. So first year after that is, I think, the hardest year to mirror what you've done the year before, because it's very hard to have the same hunger. But then, ever since then, I feel like he's probably been right. It's time to get back to it now. And it's not quite worked for him. So I think he's kind of adapted to, if you like, the second phase of his competitive FIFA career now. And it's just a question of whether he can get back to the top. You know, it seems ridiculous at 23 years old, but he is one of the elder statesmen of the group, and not necessarily in age, although he's certainly up there compared to some of the other youngsters. But in terms of experience, he's got more experience than most, particularly in the kind of Ultimate Team era. So it's just a question of whether he can get back to what he did before in terms of dominance, because he was the Tex. He was the first Tex, in my opinion. When I first got involved in FIFA esports, it was all about Gorilla. I knew about the guys that had been prior. I had a lot of respect for that, but Gorilla was dominant, and everyone kind of acknowledged it. And without doing any disservice, you know, he's my namesake after all. He's not at that level anymore. He hasn't, and it's very hard to get back to that level. There's no shame in it if he stays where he is now. He's still a fantastic FIFA player. But can he ever get it back? I don't know.
Now, Mike, I went through this in my own playing career. I'm going to flex here a little bit, because after the World Cup, I was 29, and I thought, is that it? Did I peak? You know, can I get to play in another World Cup at 33? I didn't get there, so clearly being on the wrong side of 30 doesn't work for you. But with regard to Gorilla, do you feel like maybe he has those thoughts in his brain that maybe I already peaked? Maybe that was as good as it was ever going to get?
Well, we talked about, or we've mentioned here, how Gorilla maybe putting additional pressure on himself. I actually believe, because of all the accolades and the social following and the support and fandom he has, especially if you've been in the competitive scene from the beginning. If you've been around for quite a few years, it was all about Gorilla. People were like, who is this guy? I remember FIFA 15 and FIFA 16 where Gorilla was not beating people. He was thrashing. He was vicious. He showed no mercy. We're talking 5-6 goal spreads at pro events often. It was a regularity. Once you got matched up against Gorilla, you were just out of the tournament. You're like, it was a bad draw for me. And then, of course, going into winning in 2017. But I believe in him. I don't think he's peaked. I think we're still going to see Gorilla win tournaments. Is he ever going to replicate the form from the past identically? I think we're just in a different time period. The game shifted. More competitors are competing than ever before. There's more money on their line. There's more motivation. And there's always new young players that are also coming into the mix. But I still believe in him definitely holding some trophies. I don't think that he's past that level of being able to achieve winning a big tournament. And then last year, I feel like because he did make the FIFA E-World Cup, which is very unusual for Gorilla, I think he's more motivated than ever going forward.
People, just to jump in,
there you have it.
People had the same debate about Tiger Woods, right? I know it's a different sport and a different length of time, but my brother's a big golf fan. I was adamant Tiger Woods was done. I said, there's no way he's getting back. And what does he go and do? He wins the major. So, and you know, he's never going to necessarily win the amount of majors he did before, but he did make the comeback. So I'm always there for a comeback story. He can do it.
Is Gorilla the next Tiger Woods? You're going to find out right after this break as the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series rolls on. We got a big one. Umut versus Gorilla coming up right after this.
Guys do whatever it takes to deal with shave irritation. So we reimagined the razor with the new Gillette Skin Guard. It has a unique guard between the blades that's designed to reduce irritation during a shave. Because we believe all men deserve a razor just for them. The best a man can get. Gillette.
FIFA 20 tournaments every single week. Up in the air and into the back of the net. With an absolute laser beam to that top left corner. The next PlayStation FIFA superstar. Neymar is in. What a finish from Neymar. Bosniano is writing himself into the history books. It's the story of dreams.
PlayStation.
The FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series Europe is presented by PS4 and brought to you in part by Turtle Beach. Be sure to follow @TurtleBeach on Twitter and stay tuned for a unique hashtag that you can tweet for your chance to win an Elite Pro 2 headset. Welcome back, everyone, to the Summer Cup Series Europe. I'm Jimmy Conrad alongside my BFF Spencer Owen and Mike LaBelle. And guys, let's just dive in to this next matchup. Umut, who really has just come out of nowhere this season, is taking on Gorilla, who's been around for many, many years. So let's take a look at the bracket and get everybody caught up on where we stand on that side of things. We'll take a look here. Now, Diogo just took care of business against Lyrics in the first one. Now it's the matchup to see who Diogo faces. Umut versus Gorilla. Now, Umut had a bye when this tournament started. He ended up beating Stokes and then losing to Oli Bolly. And we'll take a good look at him here. Came out of nowhere. This is his first year of competition, but clearly he'd been practicing prior to this year. He was a console champion in Atlanta for Champions Cup 3, and then top 8 for FUT Champions Cup 4. He had had enough points that I think would have qualified him for the E-World Cup, and now he's joining us. Umut, thank you so much. How are you doing, my friend?
Hello.
Good to see your face.
I'm
Good.
fine. How are you?
So, doing great. So, I've studied your game. I've watched what you like to do, and I would like to think because you're so good at defending and you're so good at blocking the passing lanes and being very compact, that one might argue that you're the Jose Mourinho of FIFA 20. How do you feel about that statement?
I think my playstyle is like Jose Mourinho's playstyle because I play very defense, and I think in FIFA 20 it's important to play very defense, so it's good.
You're going up against another member of the Neo team, obviously having already played Stokes. Now you're going up against Gorilla. How have you prepared for this game? Obviously, we've already talked about how big a name Gorilla has been in the FIFA scene for the last few years. So what's your approach going to be?
Yeah, I think I practice a lot for this game. I watched some games from Gorilla, and I can say he's a very good player, but I'm confident and I hope I can do it.
And there's so many players that are looking to get into the competitive scene. This being your rookie year and you're having so much success, you've made a huge name for yourself this year. What did it really take? What have you learned from this year for aspiring players?
I think I learned that it's very important to be confident, and I think that's an important thing. So I am confident, and I want to win this game because I hate to lose, and yeah.
Well, Umut, good luck. We hope that the Jose Mourinho of FIFA 20, the confident Jose Mourinho, finds a way to get a win in this match. And we wish you the very best. All right, now we're going to talk a little bit about his opponent, Gorilla. And what's interesting about him, outside of everything we've talked about, look at those accomplishments. The guy can do it and has done it over multiple years, which speaks to his consistency, is how he got here. He lost to Gravison in the first round of this match. Then he took down Damie, which was not an easy match. And then he beat Megabit to find himself in this one against Umut. Very talented player. He's joining us now. Gorilla, what is up, my friend?
Hello.
How are you? Good to see you.
I'm good. You?
Yeah, look at this hair, face. It's all working for me. I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. How do you prepare? That's
subjective, Jimmy.
That's true. It is. How are you preparing for this one? Obviously, the circumstances are different than we might find ourselves in a big event in earlier years.
Yeah, I thought Diogo basically nailed it on earlier. It's not the same as an actual LAN tournament because you go in there, the environment, the traveling, obviously seeing everybody else, and the people that you're playing, you're actually there in person. So it's a little bit difficult trying to get into that mindset of this is a big game. But I think my loss to Gravestone, obviously, I didn't want it, but it took me a while to adapt to this scenario. And then obviously in my game against Damie and Megabit, I played really good, but need to work on my defensive side of things. But yeah, been practicing the past couple of days, feeling good. And let's just see what happens.
My question for you, Gorilla, is, no one could have been prepared for what's happened this year in the world, right? No one could have seen it coming. Doesn't matter if you've been a FIFA player for 1 year or 10 years. It's unprecedented times. However, we heard Tom talking about it earlier and how keeping calm, using experience can be so important. In this crazy circumstance we find ourselves in, do you feel like you're well equipped, maybe better equipped to deal with these changing circumstances than, say, someone who's newer to FIFA and might feel like, I'm missing out on a great year for myself? It's not about any 1 year, it's about a career, and you're already well into that career. So has that helped you prepare for a tournament like this?
I don't think so. Again, I think everyone's different. Everyone has their own personal situations. And I think some people might prefer to play at home. Some people might prefer to play at a tournament in terms of their performance will be better in different scenarios. But obviously, I've been playing competitive FIFA now since FIFA 15. Obviously, this is kind of the first online tournament properly, like a first proper online tournament that I've competed in. So I feel like I'm in the same boat as many other people. But it's just I need to get into the game. And hopefully, if I start clicking, I'm confident, It's just I need to get going. Once I'm in the game, things will start clicking, hopefully, touch wood.
And I would always describe you as a LAN warrior, so to speak. You go to events. You've had so much success over going to those in-person events. What is the hardest thing to replicate? Obviously, you don't have an audience. You don't have us. Maybe you hear us in the backdrop. You're not seeing your opponent. But just to get that, I call it almost the players that really shine, including yourself, of course, in this conversation consistently. I feel like they're able to take that adrenaline and then apply it. Is there a way that you can replicate that from home?
It's difficult. I was playing friendlies, and I was speaking to my coach Zach, and I was playing friendlies against other pro players, and I just can't get into that mindset. I don't feel nervous. I feel a little bit nervous now going into the game, which is good for me. I like to feel the butterflies and stuff like that, because I know it's a serious game, and sometimes, the majority of times when I'm feeling nervous, I play better, like I always say. But it's going to be very difficult to recreate that semi-final at LAN event, quarter-final against Tex, stuff like that. It's going to be very difficult to replicate that. Some people probably more can adjust to it a bit better, but for me, it's just getting into that game. Once the ball's kicked off and I'm zoned in, I know I'm playing Umbut now. If I lose, I'm out. Once I get into that mindset, I'll be fine. But leading up to it, prior to the last 20 minutes, it doesn't really feel that serious. But now I'm about to head into it. It's starting to click for me.
Well, Gorilla, we wish you the very best of luck against the very confident Jose Mourinho, apparently, and it should be a good one to see if you can break him down.
Yeah, we'll see.
All right. Gorilla, everyone. So quick predictions for Spencer and Mike. Well, I guess Spencer's still on here. Maybe he can put his ear things. He can put a mute on Mr. Gorilla. But quick predictions from you, Spencer.
I'm never going to go against the Gorilla. I've been there from the beginning of his career. I've watched it with a lot of enjoyment over the years, and I know what he's capable of. Nothing against Umbut, but I'm going to back Gorilla for this one, the UK scene.
I wish you would have came to me first, Jimmy. I wish you would have came to me first, because now I have to mirror Spencer. I don't think I have a Gorilla bias. I've been there for so many years. I'm a FIFA enthusiast. I've always been into esports. And I think that he figures out ways to get the job done. And he's really good at adapting to different situations and scenarios, and he's proven that.
All right. Well, you heard from these guys. You heard from me. Let's throw it over to our casters. Dan Gaskin and Aga Rosenmeyer. Guys, great to see your faces.
Thank you so much, Jimmy. Yeah, we get to watch a world champion, but I also get to commentate alongside a previous world champion as well. Aga, what are your initial thoughts on this matchup?
I think it's a super, super interesting matchup between two very different game styles. I'll say Umbut is a more defensive control player, while Gorilla is more like super fluent attacking gameplay. So I feel like it's going to be a super interesting matchup.
And it's very easy for you to put yourself in kind of Umbut's shoes here, because you have played Gorilla previously. 2015 Paris Games Week, I think you beat him 3-2. We're going quite back a few years now. What's it like going up against a player like Gorilla? Because he has such an attacking mentality. You surely must be quite scared about what he has to offer.
Well, back then, when he was really in his prime, as Mike LeBell said, you knew what was coming when you had to play against him. And it's so hard to stop. You know what's coming, and it's just impossible. He plays so fast. He's so fluent in his attacking gameplay. It's super hard. But Umbut, I played him recently. Actually, I played him in this season in a qualifier. And his defense is one of the greatest I've been playing against ever. So that is why I feel like it's a super interesting matchup.
It's so difficult when you've got a player who is more defensive and kind of focuses their game style on being that of a defensive style. The Jose Mourinho style that Jimmy was talking about. How do you approach a game then if you know a player is going to be defending and putting 10, 11 men behind the ball? Do you go all out attack, or do you almost have to counter it with a defensive style yourself?
I feel like you should never adjust too much and trust your own abilities. And I think Gorilla is going to do that. He is a player that doesn't go on any compromise with his own style. He had to adapt a little bit in this FIFA 20 because the meta is perhaps to keep the ball a little bit more and wait for the right opportunity. But I think he'll still follow his own game style and not try to adjust too much to what Umbut is doing.
We've certainly seen in the tournament so far, Gorilla has taken out Dami, he's taken out Megabit, and he is looking more like the Gorilla of old. And I think that's quite exciting for me personally as a fan, because we used to see this kind of attacking style Gorilla with all the skill moves. And I wonder whether FIFA 20 slightly held him back a little bit with the reduced ability to be able to chain skill moves together. And now we just kind of see the 2, maybe even 3. Do you think that Gorilla has done all he can with FIFA 20 here, and we're going to maybe see him progress and get better in potentially FIFA 21? Or do you still think there's something here for him in this tournament?
I think there's definitely opportunities for him. I mean, I've been having Gorilla as a rival for many years, not as much the latest year. We didn't have the opportunity to play, and perhaps other players has been more dominant. But I would describe him with a very hard grinding player. He always grinds so hard and practice so hard. So I feel like he's one of the most well-prepared competitors in this tournament.
Well, we are amidst the game now. It is another losers bracket game, so losers goes home. It's going to be Gorilla attacking from left to right in the red strip, whereas we're going to have Umut in the white strip from right to left. And a real opportunity for one of these two to potentially have a big run in this tournament. Of course, we have Diogo waiting for them in the lower bracket. That will be the next opponent and the prize for winning this game. But certainly a tough matchup for both of these players, especially when you consider they are two entirely different players as well. One definitely more known for his attacking, the other for his defending. But in the early stages, I mean, Umut is the one who has been pressing. Neymar on the ball now is just trying to find on the edge of the box. Kevin De Bruyne will just get a little bit of a half drag back, but not going to work out on this occasion.
Yeah, and a great start for Umut, showing that he's capable of doing something offensively as well, trying to ask questions to Gorilla's defense. I like it, and I believe that Umut is a player that we haven't spoke enough about this season. He had his breakthrough, but he's so unimpressed the way he plays, and he's very calm when you speak with him. And I really think that he has a great opportunity in this matchup.
Of course, it was Atlanta in the FUT Champions Cup where we saw Umut just rise through the ranks and shock us all, where he got to a cross-console final, only just losing out to Oli Lito, but certainly put his stamp on the FIFA Global Series. And I wonder whether he can do the same here with the Summer Cup. And I'm excited to see what he has to offer. But certainly in these early stages, I mean, plenty of possession. Really trying to break down the line of Gorilla right now as the ball just being played across to Hullet and played through, but cut out yet again. But Gorilla just hasn't been able to get his way into the game so far.
No, for now, Umut has taken the possession of the game. And perhaps he knows that Gorilla is a bit more direct player. And you want to, stress Gorilla. Because if I had to say one thing about Gorilla, which was his key strength in every other game than FIFA 20, it was this pressing. It's just harder to press now, and sometimes you could get a little bit too eager to get that ball fast back so you can launch a new attack. And perhaps it's something that Umut has analyzed a bit on and will try to take advantage of.
Well, certainly the patience paying off for Gorilla there, and he gets the opener just out of nowhere. Neymar striking it home. And it was a very slow and steady build-up, just as you were saying, how he needs that little bit of patience, Agat. And Gorilla now, after being on the back foot for the opening 15 minutes, he's found himself a goal ahead here.
Yeah, great play, Dan, here. As we know Gorilla, when he's in his best form, quick attacking gameplay, a lot of combinations with the passing, and, of course, the skill moves, finding his striker, and, yeah, it's 1-0.
1-0, and maybe this is going to be the confidence that Gorilla needed to just really get shooting into this matchup, as he's starting to have more of the possession and certainly is starting to look more free-flowing going forward. Confident on the ball as well, as he plays it across to Hullet now in the centre of the pitch. Finds Mbappe on the edge of the box. Is R9, but just can't quite get past Hullet. And I think that's the defence we'd expect of Umut. And I guess my question to you, Aga, is how important is it to take a goal lead against a player with a defensive style?
I think it's definitely in this specific matchup. I think this was very important for Gorilla to get the lead. Because that we at least presume that Gorilla is perhaps a little bit better attacker than Umut, also in terms of where you put your focus on, in terms of your gameplay. So the perfect start for Gorilla, and for Umut, obviously some work has to be done now.
Yeah, I mean, for all we say about the attacking ability of Gorilla, he has a defensive one as well, but he is just ruthless when going forward. And it's going to be yet another one just absolutely smashed into the back of the net. And Umut just can't seem to control these driven passes from across the pitch as Neymar gets his second of the game.
We've got to applaud Gorilla for that counter attack. here we see how well he is using this shooting feint, where you get this little speed boost and you cut in beside the defender. And yeah, he breaks through on the wings. Then he finds a great run from the central. And then it's 2-0 now. Amazing. And as we know, Gorilla, that is his strength, these counterattacks.
Well, Umut certainly has had the better tournament so far in terms of he was able to get a little bit further in the winner's bracket than Gorilla did. He did beat Stokes, but then lost out to Ollie Bolly, and that's why he finds himself in this lower bracket now. So he hasn't played as many games as Gorilla in this particular tournament. He's scored 9 and conceded 7, and we're going to have to see some sort of attacking ability from Umut now. And it's on the flip side from when we're talking about Gorilla and how he attacks and how he's also good at defending. We need to see the attacking ability from Umut. We need to see what he can do going forward, as that one just unfortunately sent wide of the post.
That was a great chance. I'm not sure if it's Foot Birthday Mbappe or if it's the team of the year or the team of the season. But if it was the Foot Birthday card, you would perhaps think a little bit about if it wasn't the right angle to shoot from due to the 5-star weak foot.
Yeah, of course, that 5-star weak foot so important on so many of these items now, and with Foot Birthday, with Summer Heat coming into the equation, team of the season so far, we've seen just so many huge items being added to the game that have made such an influence. As Ronaldo now just trying to beat the man, but he's going to have to go back to the fullback as the centre of the pitch finds Neymar, the player who's managed to get 2 goals so far. And still, Gorilla looking so confident on the ball, more than happy to hold it a little bit and wait as he plays it up to R9 on the edge of the box. But he just says, no, I don't need to force anything here. Instead, he flicks one up. De Jong will take the volley. But certainly as we get to the conclusion of this first half, it has all been Gorilla in the latter stages here, and I think he'll be very happy with this opening performance, don't you think?
Definitely. I mean, Umut got a great start the first 10 virtual minutes, but after that, Gorilla just started this counter machine. And the way he moves the ball and the pace, it's super impressive. And as well as when he gets the chance, he's clinical.
And from what we've seen so far, I mean, in terms of like formations and structure and how both of these players have been building up, is there anything you think Umut needs to do here, Aga, to get back into this second half?
I wouldn't change too much for now, if I were Umut. I think he will give his tactics a bit more time. Maybe he's in a process adapting to the way Gorilla plays, because he do really have his own unique style, Gorilla. And it's easy to get like overwhelmed when you play against him because he's so direct.
Oh, and that's going to be a third as well. I mean, you say he's direct. He is just managing to pummel Umut now at this point. Absolutely relentless. He has not taken his foot off the pedal whatsoever. That's going to be a third. And they're just starting to look so simple now, these goals.
Exactly, Dan. And I actually have like a rule when I'm playing a best of 2 at global events. When we play the first matchup, the main rule for me is if I'm losing with 1, the maximum I can lose with in the first game is 2, because otherwise it's so hard to come back and support this.
Almost a chance there for Eusebio, but it is just cut out. And you're completely right. I mean, just having your kind of rule of thumb of how you're going to approach a game as a player is very important, Aga. But at the moment for Umut, it doesn't seem like whatever he can do, it just seems to be cancelled out by Gorilla. As potentially another chance here. Neymar stops up, but can't quite beat Sergio Ramos, and it is going to go out for a corner. And if this one ends up being 4, 5, 6 in this first leg, we could potentially already be looking at Gorilla progressing, because honestly, as it stands right now, I can't see a way for Umut to get back into things unless he really changes up a gear.
Definitely. I mean, right now it's one-way traffic, and really, in some sessions of the game, it looks like the old Gorilla, if you can say it that way. I mean, it's combinations and sequences of what we have seen him show to the world for so many years.
Mbappe on the edge of the box just can't quite beat the man as well, but you are completely right. I mean, we all want to see this aggressive Gorilla, the best of Gorilla return. He's got such a huge fan base, but that ball just not quite reaching the man on the right-hand side. And for Umut, I mean, he's known for his defensive style, and he's also known for kind of a slow paceless build-up, but maybe just needs to inject a little bit of pace here as Neymar on the left-hand side finds Mbappe. He's twisting and turning, but can't quite get past the man again. And it seems like any direction that Umut goes, Gorilla seems to have an answer for it.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that it's very, very few players who can actually play in the same tempo as Gorilla can. So if you start trying to play very fast gameplay against him, you'll often lose or get run over because he's just like it's going to be on his premises. So yeah,
a great ball in. Neymar, and it's going to be a fourth. Sorry to cut you off, Aga, but honestly, Gorilla is just destroying Umut at this point, and no wonder we've gone to the pause screen. I mean, what is the answer? Like, if you're in Umut's shoes right now, you just have to take a breather.
Yeah, this is starting to look very, very hard to come back from Umut. He needs to change something. For me, oftenly, I'm trying to say to myself, because I've been in the exact same situation as Umut is right now against Gorilla, back at the Play Like a Legend final in FIFA 16, I believe it was, in Ultimate Team, where Gorilla absolutely trashed me. Where I just had this ideology that said to me, I rather want to try to make the comeback and lose 8-1, or perhaps actually make the comeback. If you don't try anything, you're definitely not coming back.
I mean, absolutely, I certainly agree with that mentality. I would much rather see Umut go for this one than just try and save face and make it a somewhat respectable scoreline, as Cruyff will be challenged on the edge of the box here. And this is going to be a free kick in a pretty dangerous situation. A lot of different techniques for different players, but usually we just see the ball rolled across. Sometimes it's flicked up and an attempted volley. And we see free kicks hit direct less and less at the moment as Hullet steps over the ball, and it's just going to be a pass across to Hullet, but unfortunately can't get past his counterpart. Otherwise, that was a potential chance for Umut as we tick over into the 71st minute now. Umut with a little bit more pressure and a couple more chances, but still, yet again, he can't get past the blockade that Gorilla seems to be setting up as the counter-attack has potential here. Mbappe is stretching his legs on the right-hand side, but can he find the ball? He says, nope, I don't want to. I'm going to stick with Carlos Alberto here. And now he can look to just play the ball through the middle of the park again. He doesn't need to rush anything. He has complete dominance of this game at this point, as now Hullet on the edge of the box. A little half drag back doesn't quite beat the man.
Yeah, again, we see the confidence from Gorilla right now, trying to be more and more creative on the last half of the pitch. And that just shows how much he believes in himself, how much he's feeling it right now. And when he has this move, he's pretty unstoppable.
And that is a very scary factor when Gorilla is playing in this way, but maybe there's a saving grace in this first leg just yet for Umut. Of course, as a reminder, there is still a second leg that is on the cards, but yet again cut out just as he gets into that danger zone. Now Gorilla can look to go on a counter-attack as he pings one across to Carlos Alberto. And actually, Gorilla has queued up a pause here, so maybe just opting to get a couple of fresh legs on the pitch here, Aga.
Yeah, definitely. And one of the things that Gorilla really succeeded with in this game is that he's been very good at breaking through the wings and like timing.
Time and time again. I mean, yeah, just as you say that, he's done exactly the same thing, Aga. Breaking down the wing, playing it into the middle of the park, and then it's just a simple finish.
Yeah, and somehow he managed to like break down the wing with a lot of pace and tempo. I don't know how high Umut's backline is, but there's been so much space to play in between his backline and putting his cam or his... actually, also we saw Frankie de Jong, his centre mid, down to take these runs, and then it's just easier for Gorilla to score. And now it's starting to... Yeah, it's basically impossible, I think, to come back from this game.
I mean, this doesn't look like a normal game of FIFA 20 with a scoreline like this, but I guess that is what someone with the skills and experience of Gorilla and what he has to offer is maybe there is still something for Umut. He certainly needs just any sort of hope going into this second leg. A little bit of a confidence builder, maybe if he can secure a goal here, but Cruyff finds a pass into Virgil van Dijk, and yet again now Gorilla can look to try and take advantage of this high press from Umut. Cruyff striding forward, also has a man to the left and right of him. Plenty of options for Gorilla right now, and realistically, if you're you are in Umut's shoes here, you're just trying to survive this first leg and hoping that maybe the second leg momentum will shift in his favour.
Definitely. I mean, it's looking nearly impossible, but you just have to try to let go and just gamble everything to get back into the game.
Well, he certainly isn't going to get back into this first leg, and we go into leg number 2 because Gorilla has just been dominating here. He has a 5-0 lead, and as the first leg of this match concludes, I just want to remind you all that this is just the first leg of the FIFA 20 Summer Cup series as well. We have the top-ranked competitors from 5 other major regions around the globe, and they're also going to be fighting to be crowned king of their continent. Who's going to reign supreme and dominate their corner of the planet? Just stay tuned on twitch.tv/EA Sports FIFA or on footchampions.com through August 9th to catch all of the action. I personally can't wait, Aga, to see how all these different regions are going to play up against each other. I love that we've got FIFA esports back. But talk me through that first leg. I mean, there's not much else to say apart from Gorilla is back.
Wow, I mean, it's been a long time since I've seen a competitive game on this level. Let me just remind you, it's the best players in Europe and in the world we have here. So to be able to win the first match 5-0 against one of the best players on the PS4, Gorilla is even usually playing on Xbox. So to do it in this manner on his away console, wow, lost for words. That was amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, Gorilla doesn't really have the experience of going up against Umut because they're on different consoles, but for Umut, who has been known as such a defensive player, and he wasn't able to get that first goal, he wasn't able to get that lead, realistically now, at 5-0 down, are we hopeful for any potential comebacks, or do we think that this second leg is just going to be chalk now and Gorilla is just going to steamroll this one?
I'm always trying to be positive, Dan, but I just don't think it's possible. Right, at the way that Gorilla is playing, I think it could be like a big score in Gorilla's advantage for the second match. But maybe he can just stop it, Umut, and try to just control the game a bit more. But again, Gorilla is gonna win overall.
So let's say that you're playing in this game and you're having a 5-0 lead. Do you continue to go for goals and you want to make it 6, you want to make it 7? Or as we start this second leg now, do you just say, I'm going to control this game, I'm going to slow things down just to ensure that nothing goes wrong and I don't make any mistakes?
I think if I were in Gorilla's shoes, I would play the game smart. Don't take any risks. Don't give Umut any hope of making a comeback of dreams. But if I know Gorilla, he just wants to score more and more goals. He just wants to prove a point and just gain more and more confidence for the upcoming rounds for him, because it certainly looked like he's going to progress to the next round.
Well, Gorilla is an entertainer and he is still flowing forward here, but Sergio Ramos wins that little bit of a scuffle on the edge of the box, but Neymar has been able to regain possession for Gorilla, who yet again is going to be in the red and again is looking like he just wants to score goal after goal and maybe make a statement to his next competitor if he is to go through, which, I mean, at the moment it looks like it's going to be that way. He would be facing off against Diogo, who, if you didn't witness earlier, he took down Lyrics in a very closely contested game that went to extra time, as Umut, unfortunately, is going to be offside there. And realistically, for Gorilla now, I mean, he knows that he has this game in his hands and he doesn't want to make any mistakes, but I think the fact that he is a showman, he does like to display his talents, means we are going to see more goals in this game. But I just don't know which way it's going to go in terms of, are we going to see Umut make a little bit of a comeback, or are we going to see Gorilla continue to smash them home?
Yeah, definitely. Like, for now, it just looks like the Gorilla is going to score more goals, to be honest. Like, it's not only the fact that he's combining the skill moves with passes and angles so well. I mean, we see the health dragbacks and a pass in the health drag. Gorilla's using it a lot, which is super efficient in order to play in small areas. Umut doesn't play him as a direct player, so he has to try. I mean, I can keep saying it because it's so hard to sit here as an expert and actually tell someone who's behind with 5 against one of the best attacking players in the world what to do.
It's certainly very difficult, and I mean, I guess we can only look at what we've seen before us so far, and it's been a couple of defensive mistakes from Uma, which has allowed Gorilla to dominate, and that's not something we're used to seeing from Uma. After his impressive ability where he really shone in Atlanta, he showed us how to defend, but I guess that shows just the power of Gorilla. He forces these mistakes out of his opponents. He can't quite find a sixth there. Tried to go for a little finesse shot around the goalkeeper, but on this occasion, it's still just going to be 5-0.
Yeah, and Umut has to take these risks now and push up with his defenders, which will give Gorilla a lot of space on the counter attacks. But you have to try, and I respect that in terms of just giving up, so to speak. Like, try not to lose with too much. Instead, he's actually trying. We see a lot of players trying to get the ball back for Umut, and we see him try to push up with his defenders in order to get the ball a super good place.
Well, skill moves starting to be pulled out now from Gorilla as he's really feeling this second leg and maybe just wanting to put on a bit more of a show for us as Neymar on the edge of the box is going to find the pass over to De Jong. Hullet waiting there, but unfortunately just plays it into the opposition Hullet. And now this is where Umut really needs to stretch his legs. Got several players on both wings that were there running, but he just can't beat the defense of Gorilla. Gorilla stepping up at the right times and really utilising the defensive force he has at the moment. I mean, Van Dijk has been so strong for him, but here comes Gorilla again, just looking relentless. Neymar on the edge, but can't get past Ramos. I mean, in terms of, like, player selection and formations, it all looks relatively normal than what we would expect to see, right, Agger?
Definitely, but I mean, in terms of what we usually see when two professional players match up against each other, like, the game has been super fast and super back and forward, if you ask me, which I didn't really expect that much would happen. I would still expect it to be a close match, but for now, Gorilla's just getting the game to the way he wants it to play, and that's why he's in lead.
Of course, plenty of money on the line for these players as well, as unfortunately that's going to be an offside for Gorilla. 15,000 available for first place in this tournament, which is not bad for sitting at home and playing a little bit of FIFA, as Gorilla certainly looks like he's going to be marching on the way it stands, unless we really see something completely miraculous and different from Umut. As in the centre of the park at the moment, Hullet versus Hullet is just going in favour of Gorilla, and he is just controlling this game. He knows that if he makes a mistake, it potentially allows Umut back into this, but instead he's playing it so smart. Again, showing his intelligence as R9 going to find the ball towards the edge of the box here. Neymar now on the ball, trips it over. It's going to be Mbappe, could strike it on the right, but a great save from Courtois.
Yeah, and Gorilla is playing it perfect right now because he's not, like, time wasting. He's keeping the ball, but he's still always threatening Umut, like making Umut feel that I can go down and score right now if I want to. And it's a very hard balance when you have a lead, that you don't start to just keep the ball without a purpose. Gorilla is doing both things right now, which is, like, super controlled, and something that...
Well, something that could happen, I guess, is with all that control, one just manages to get snuck in from behind, just as we were talking, Agger. I mean, that is at least a lifeline for Umut, even though it is still a very, very big mountain to climb. That's going to give him some confidence to get back into this game.
Definitely, and I mean, perhaps Gorilla also slowed down a bit, which can happen when you get, like, such a big lead in the first of two matches. You start to focus more on staying compact, and I think it's something that Gorilla also have been working on, because back in the days, it was always like the best defense is more goals was the DNA for him. And it seems that he's becoming better and better to actually control a match as well and just defend the lead. We see the possession as well.
Well, I like what you touched upon, just saying that Gorilla, he's not time wasting. He's just kind of controlling possession and still showing a presence in the game to say to him, hey, look, I've got the ability to still score against you, so don't get too comfortable with just chasing me down. But Umut has been able to get one back here, and I mean, 4 goals still in 45 minutes is a very difficult ask. But did we see a little bit of promise there from Umut with that goal?
I mean, it's a start. It's a start for if you can say it that way. It's still a very, very big mountain to climb, but it can give you some small hope. And as long as there are virtual minutes to play, you will still go forward.
There was almost possibility for Eusebio to get through there, but yet again, Gorilla knowing where to be positioning these defenders as he has possession on the right-hand side, but gives it away. Does need to be a little bit more careful with a couple of these passes, because even though it is a 4-goal deficit that Umut finds himself in, there is still time. It's not a lot of time, but I've seen it happen, and I've seen crazier things go down, but maybe Gorilla wants to try and put this game to bed. As Cristiano Ronaldo on the left-hand side just has a little fake shot and gets a little bit of a boost, but Sergio Ramos, almost working as a second goalkeeper there, will keep Gorilla at just the 5 goals.
And yeah, as we can see, Umut is really trying everything, risking everything in defense, just pulling out his fullback here, leaving so much space for Gorilla. And you have to try to tempt Gorilla to go forward as well, and try to get him down to your pitch, and make him attack so you can get the ball back. And it's a tempting game sometimes, and Umut is trying.
Certainly right. I mean, it sounds weird, it sounds counterproductive, but that is sometimes the way you have to play. You almost have to kind of get the red out and just offer it to the ball and say, hey, come and get me, paint yourself red. And let them make the mistakes, let them push up, let them look for that 6th goal. But at the moment, Umut's having quite a spell of possession here as on the ball will play out R9 to Eusebio, a little back heel, doesn't get past Virgil van Dijk, but starting to see certainly more chances pop up for Umut here, but nothing solid and nothing that really threatens Gorilla's chances of getting through. And if I'm completely honest, I think at some point, now we've ticked into the 60th minute, I think Gorilla will look to make a couple of changes and see if he can take advantage of maybe tired defenders at the back.
Definitely, and I think also Umut probably made the...
There's a chance. For Cruyff, plays it out to the right to Mbappe, and that's going to be the 6th, and that's probably going to be the game, Agate.
Yeah, I think it was over before this, but overall my point was that we've seen Umut probably using this team pressure, which also makes your players more tired the more you come into a match. And when Gorilla subs in new players, you just have fresh energy to run away from him. And we kind of saw it there, combined with Umut obviously risking everything in the defense. We have seen the fullbacks and the centre back been put very much out of position throughout the entire second game.
Well, Cristiano Ronaldo tries a croqueta around Mendy, and it's only going to go as far as Van der Sar's palms as he pushes it away for a corner. As Umut, it's now or never if he is realistically going to get back into this one, but I think we all know it's a foregone conclusion at this point. And with that being said, Aga, I mean, the winner playing against Diogo, it's a chance for Gorilla and Diogo to go up against each other, two very attacking players who are not scared to go at each other's throats. Where do you see that one going? I mean, I'm going to ask you for an early prediction, but that surely is going to be a nail-biter of a game.
Yeah, I think it's going to get closer than this match. These guys certainly also know each other a bit more, I reckon, since they're both on Xbox usually. That is going to be an interesting matchup. I mean, it's hard to count Gorilla out after we've seen his attacking play.
Well, just as we say that, there is a second consolation for Umut that goes in there. R9 getting himself on the end of it, and I mean, R9, that item is absolutely phenomenal, and for me, when I've used it, it certainly feels like if I press shoot from anywhere, it seems to go in, but I know that's not the case, and I know it takes far more skill than that. I'm just a scrubby Gold 1 player, and that's about as far as I get, maybe a couple of elites, but 2-1, at least Umut has shown face, and he's shown that he can actually combat what Gorilla has to offer in this second leg. I just think this game was won in leg number 1. As now Gorilla yet again is just playing the ball around the pitch and dominating the possession, trying to starve Umut of any chances as Mbappe twists and turns towards the edge, and he has a couple of players to go to, but R9 tracks back, and he will at least make something of this. But yet again, we're seeing from Gorilla just relentless pressure to win the ball back.
Yeah, and one of his greatest attributes as well, Gorilla.
As the slide doesn't quite come through, and you're right. I mean, that's what Gorilla has to offer, right? He is just relentless, and he is attacking minded, and he just wants to get into the face of his opponent, doesn't he?
Definitely. I mean, if I had to put 3 keywords on the way I think is Gorilla's strengths, is the pace in his gameplay, and his pressing play is out of this world. It is so good, and you're so stressed all the time you have the ball. And the third thing is the combination and repertoire of skill moves he has. It's world class.
And maybe a somewhat difficult question for you as this game just kind of rides its way out now. I mean, is there anything you saw from Umut that maybe he did wrong to allow Gorilla to take such a commanding lead in that first leg? Or is this a case of Gorilla was just better?
I think Gorilla has been by far the best player in these 2 matchups. But I think what Umut could have done better is his manual player switching and positioning of his back line, especially in the first match. I think that his fullbacks were way too much out of position, or in too many sequences where Gorilla could just send the through ball down the wing and cut it in and score.
Yeah, maybe a couple of defensive errors that Gorilla was really able to take advantage of, as the ball will go out for a corner, and it's probably going to be one of the last kicks of the game here, as it's a 7-2 aggregate lead for Gorilla. The referee will allow 1 more corner, but it is going to be Neo's Gorilla marching on to the next round in a very dominant performance where he really just didn't allow Umut to get into this game whatsoever. Last kick will go to Van der Sar as he puts it out, but what a performance that was from Gorilla. Umut just wasn't in the game whatsoever, especially the first leg. I mean, credit to him for making a better game of it in leg number 2. But ultimately, Gorilla, the better player, and he will move on to the next round. And I mean, Aga, what can you say about that game? Ultimately, the second leg was at least a lot closer, and Umut made a better game of it, didn't he?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think from a Gorilla's point of view, and from like if you have such a big lead, it's not intentionally, but you start to perhaps slow a bit down and just chill out a little bit. And then suddenly, like Umut got a few goals, but to be honest, like Gorilla's win was never in danger.
It was never in danger in that second leg, but he also played it very calmly, and we can be joined by Gorilla now for a little post-match interview. Spence, that was a dominating performance. Can you hear us first and foremost? We'll see if we can get the audio sorted. Gorilla, once you can hear me, just give me a little bit of a thumbs up so we can get the interview underway. But nothing from him just yet. And I guess, Aga, well, I'll ask you a couple of questions about Gorilla's performance whilst we get him on the line. What was it that made him stand out there? Like, why did he shine so much and look like the Gorilla of old?
I think that, like, he got the game to be the way he wanted to. Like, it was played in a high pace and tempo. And he had the space to work his way into the box and make these deadly counterattacks he's so good at.
He looked deadly. I mean, the counterattacks were there, the aggression was there. Gorilla, who has shown us so many times in history, like how good of a player he can be. He's demonstrated that again for me, because there's been a lot of questions about Gorilla and what he has to offer and whether he's kind of ever going to be back to that Gorilla of old and whether he's going to win those tournaments. That was a tournament-winning performance, in my opinion. We very rarely see a destruction like that at this stage in a tournament, especially against a player with the caliber of Umut as well. Do you think this is going to be a little bit detrimental to Umut going forward? Because he has taken a battering there.
I mean, for Umut's perspective, like if you would have asked him before this season how he would have been feeling by winning a PS4 side of the FUT Champs Cup and performing like he have been doing, I mean, it shows great potential for the next upcoming season of the global series. So I mean, he should definitely be super proud of what he have achieved this season and learn from this, because it's one of the greatest players to ever play the game he just played. So there's a lot to work on and analyze going forward.
Yeah, I was going to say definitely a lot to learn, but we'll see if Spencer Gorilla can join us now for an interview. Gorilla, can you hear us this time?
Yes.
Yes,
Sorry,
you can.
I had my headset plugged into my PlayStation, and I was trying to listen. I was like, I can't hear anything. My bad.
That's fine. You've got to focus on the game sounds as well. Get the in-game crowd going. I mean, that was an astonishing performance. You looked incredible going forward, very ruthless, especially in that first leg. You knew that Uma is a defensive player. Did you try and take advantage of that, especially in leg number 1?
I just wanted to play my game, really. Obviously, me and my coach, Zach, we went through his gameplay and the tendencies he has, especially in attack. I thought my defense was unbelievable, obviously conceding a few goals, but I always say if my defense is on point, my attack will be fine. My attack's always going to be good. So as long as I can work on my defense and carry on that performance, then I'm okay. But I think I just played really, really good. There's quite a lot of gaps down his wingers, down the wing, and my wingers are just getting behind quite a lot. And I think after the second goal, it just kind of spiraled out of control for him, just because, you're 2-0 down. You need to go a little bit more attacking, and it's going to leave gaps.
Anything from your end, Aga, that you wanted to ask Gorilla?
Yeah, sure. It's interesting to hear that you, Spencer, and your coach Zach has analyzed a bit on Umut. So how much have you actually prepared for this Summer Cup series, and have you made analysis of all the players that you're potentially playing, or is it just one game per time and focus on your own style?
The main thing for me is focusing on my main style. There's no point me obviously researching different opponents if I'm not comfortable in what I'm doing. So it's just a game at a time. So obviously we knew that we had Umut for quite a while, so we just went through his tendencies. Not too in depth, I didn't want to overcomplicate things. Just the things that he likes to do, and obviously in game it will change if he knows that I know that. Maybe he'll change up a little bit, but just knowing the tendencies that he does on the ball, the way he defends, kind of like the scenarios he likes to do in the final third. Just so it's in the back of my mind when I'm playing. Obviously, I'm still going to defend how I want to defend, but in the back of my mind, I know kind of how he wants to attack. So obviously now we got Diogo tomorrow. So back to the drawing board, one game at a time. It's going to be a long haul to get to the final. Obviously, I know that. We've done it before though. So yeah, we're going to go and analyze Diogo. So Diogo, if you're watching, better be ready. But I'm looking forward to it against Diogo. We always have entertaining games, so I don't think it'll be as one-sided as this one was. I think it'll be a bit of back and forth tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, you certainly looked like the Gorilla of old, and I think your fans and everyone watching were more than happy to see a performance like that, to be completely honest. Thank you so much for joining us with an interview. We will let you go now as we jump across back to Jimmy and the rest of the guys.
Thank you, Dan and Aga and Gorilla. That was a comprehensive performance. I want to remind Gorilla that Umut has a family. That first leg was, that was a butt kicking, as we like to say. 5-0 in complete control of this match. Spencer, your reactions to that, because it looked like the Gorilla of old.
It did, and we heard Aga say before the game that Umut had one of the best defenses they've ever come up against, and it just shows you how good Gorilla's offense can be. And he said it there himself, when his defense is doing well, he's never worried about his attack because he knows he can score goals, and we've seen exactly that. Reminds me of Gorilla of old. Not that he's ever gone too far away from that, but maybe he can do a Tiger Woods-like comeback. And one thing I want to throw in there as well is, I know that a lot of the players are talking about how they obviously prefer the normal setup for tournaments, and this is a little bit different doing a tournament like this from home. But one thing I've got to admit that I'm absolutely loving is these interviews with the players, because I feel like because they're at home and they're in their normal setup, they're being a little bit more opening up a little bit more in their interviews and their answers. And we get some great insight from these guys. Finding more about Gorilla's coaching and scouting on his opponents. And obviously we heard some great stuff from Diogo last game. So long may that continue.
Yeah, I agree with you. I feel like players are super tight-lipped in some ways when they're at events. They don't want to give away too much. Maybe somebody's listening. Yeah, there's a lot of that going on. So I agree with you there, Spen. Well, now it's time for our analysis presented by PS4, which means it's Mike LaBelle time, baby. Take it away.
Well, thank you so much, Jimmy. So when we're analyzing the gorilla, he's no longer huge gorilla, but the gorilla, according to everyone, this is where he was able to take advantage of Umit. He got through on the wings, and you can see right here that Virgil van Dijk's getting pulled out of position. And when you see that and you're on the offensive end, you say, it is go time. You see the build-up. He attacks that opening of space. Neymar, 5-star weak foot. You see it once again, both the right back and the center back, which is more important that Virgil is out of position. You have more space to work with. You have unlocked that space, and he speeds up his attack. Quick passing, 101, little fake shot there from Neymar, and he's never going to miss that type of 1v1. You can see what it means to Gorilla as well. He knows that he's taking advantage, and he's showing up for the big moments.
All right, that's our analysis presented by PS4. And another cool thing that PlayStation is doing, if you're not aware, they're putting on a weekly PS4 tournament all year long. And for players of all skill levels, so whether you win the whole thing or not, you can earn exclusive prizes and cash, as you guys can see here. So head over to compete.playstation.com to learn more and to sign up so that maybe you could deserve to be in one of these Summer Cup Series events in the future. All right, guys. We haven't really heard from the audience yet, so I want to encourage everyone to hit us up on Twitter at EA FIFA esports and use the hashtag Summer Cup Series just because we want you to be a part of the conversation, so make that happen. I can't say enough about Gorilla's performance. We talked about Tiger Woods. That was an unbelievable. I don't know if anybody's playing as well. Of the matches we've seen, I know there's only been 2. We got 2 more to go. But that was a comprehensive performance. All right, let's take a look, actually, at the 2 matches that we're about to see. This is what we got left for the rest of the day. We've seen the first 2. Diogo got by Lyrics 3-2. Gorilla slapped around Umit. I wonder how long it's going to take Umit to recover from that beating 7-2. And then we got coming up next Inrasic versus Ethan. That's a good one. And then lastly, Principe versus Dolan Mike. So everybody, don't go anywhere. Inrasic, the FCC champion, taking on Ethan. It's going to be a great one. We'll see you right after this.
Turtle Beach, proud partners of the FIFA 20 Global Series. Hear everything, defeat everyone.
If someone asks you what you're made of, don't just tell them, show them. Show them that you're made of proving the doubters wrong. Show them you don't have to raise your fists to beat your enemies. Show them you're stronger when you stand together. And show them, whoever you are, you stand shoulder to shoulder against all forms of prejudice. Because when we show our best side, we don't just play the game, we change it.
Jalfonso, the man that everybody's been hyping about, will win tonight's tournament.
Mel is just so good with Mbappe.
Bosniano, take a bow. King CJ, an absolute laser beam to that top left corner. Dembele to win it. And De Gui snatches it at the dead. It's more drama from the Italian.
Chance
to put the game to bed, to put the game to bed. We could be looking at some more history.
PlayStation.
The FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series Europe is presented by PS4 and brought to you in part by Gillette. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Jimmy Conrad alongside Spencer Owen and Mike LaBelle. We're happy that you're here with us for the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series, the European edition. We have our next match coming up. It's in Rasic, the FUT Champions Cup Stage 2 winner, taking on Ethan, who, very similar to Umut, has come out of nowhere. But we're going to start with Enrasic first. Let's take a look at his fun facts, as I like to say. Spencer, talk to me about this player. He's super special.
He really is. He's one of the top players, I would say, that hasn't won a world championship, along with Tex. They've pretty much done everything but now. And Enrasic's, I hate to use this phrase to describe him because he's such a good player, but you look at those stats, top 3, top 2, top 2, top 2, top 4. He's not a nearly man because he's a great player. It's a compliment to him that he's consistently getting to the end of the tournament. He just needs a big win, I think.
And Mike, what do you like about his game?
Well, Enrasic's arguably the most consistent player that we've actually seen over the past 3 or 4 years. He's always there. He kind of goes under the radar because he's not super talkative. I like his mental composure. He has a lot of self-belief, and it's so important to have that in competitive FIFA. A lot of times where you get through those close results is a matter of who wants it more, who's more focused, and who's able to also adjust and adapt to different types of oppositions. And Enrasic's always been able to do that.
Well, look at that. Right off of some compliments, we have the man himself, Enrasic, with us. So, Nicholas, talk to me a little bit because the season started to go so well for you. You started won your first championship, the FCC Stage 2. Big deal for you. Kind of got that, I don't know, that off your back, that pressure to have to finally not be a nearly man anymore. Now, with the world changing a little bit and things shifting, how is that? How have you shifted with it, I guess? How have you adapted to the situation?
I'm honestly a player that prefers to play LAN tournaments because, I feel like I'm always better at LAN. But, I also think I'm really good online, but there was now kind of a big break between those tournaments. The last tournament been in like February, and now we have July, so we had a big break, and probably a lot of things changed.
Enrasic, how are you feeling looking ahead to obviously not just this event today, but also the rest of FIFA 21 when it comes out, and the competitive scene obviously going to be adapted a little bit in the current climate. But are you feeling hungry? Are you ready to silence? I mean, I don't think you've got many critics. I think most people appreciate you as a great player, and you deserve that respect. But I'm sure you've got that hunger, right, to go and win one of the majors like a World Cup.
Yeah, of course. I thought if I can, but my big goal is to win the World Cup. Unfortunately, this year we don't have a World Cup. Hopefully, we have one next year again, and then I will try my best to win it again.
And kind of to build off that a little bit, do you feel underrated? Do you feel underappreciated? Because I'm telling you, if we pulled up all the statistics, tournaments, results, and even a lot of the finals that you've been in, where I don't want to say you were unlucky, but you ran into literally the best form of that other player. You didn't go to a final and not play your best FIFA. It was just one of those games that was going to be back and forth. I just feel that the community in general doesn't necessarily talk about you being in these top tier conversations, and you should be. And every single year, you should be in that conversation. So I just want to know from your side, do you feel a little underrated?
I think when it comes to other pro players, I think they rate me pretty high because, it's just not that my fan base is as big as from other players, and that's probably why I'm kind of underrated, I would say. But between pro players, I wouldn't say I'm underrated.
Well, that could all change today. The more you win, the more people are going to get behind you and be a big fan of you, like we all are. So good luck today, and we wish you the very best. There he is, Enrasic, everybody. I love it. He just keeps to himself and puts it all into his gameplay. All right, now let's focus on his opponent, 11's Ethan, who, very similar to Umut, I likened him before to that player, really came on as somebody special in FIFA 20. I think he's got a lot of good things going for him. I think he's mastered the game in a lot of different ways. And guess what? We have him with us right now. Ethan, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate your time, especially before a big match against a very, very good opponent. How are you handling, after seeing Umut, I assume you watched a little bit of that, because you play very similarly, you put a lot of guys back behind the ball and you're very patient on attack, which doesn't allow you to create a lot of chances, but you got to finish those. How important is the first goal for you to score so you can really put some pressure on in Rasic?
The first goal is huge in almost every game. So scoring the first goal puts you a massive advantage in any game, because it means that you've got to hold out the lead. They've got to chase the game consistently. So having the lead is huge in any game, but this one especially.
Ethan, I'm going to give you a little bit of credit here, because I think that it's an old adage, isn't there? I think it was about Lionel Messi, but it was, I'm not saying you're like Messi just yet, but I was going to say, they say it takes years and years of work to become an overnight success. And, you know, people have started to respect you now as a player. They've seen what you can do in the E-World Cup, obviously, as part of a team. But you and I both know you actually at hashtag last year when you were drafted as part of the Elite Series. I know personally how hard you've been working behind the scenes to make this breakthrough. So it's almost a little bit of an optical illusion when you see one guy suddenly start performing at LAN events and you think, oh, he's new. But he might have been grinding for a long time. So how good has it felt for you this year to have that breakout year and start to get the credit for your abilities?
Yeah, having the breakout was pretty good, especially from the Club World Cup, because we played pretty well there. But yeah, a lot of hard work went into it. Started from a hashtag, and I was building up. Like, I didn't perform too well, to be honest. But FIFA 20 has been a good breakout year for me, and I'm happy to get the credit now.
And Ethan, what's changed the most in your life this year? Because like Spencer was saying, it's been such a breakthrough. You've got Gareth Bale, 11 Esports, all these different signings and brands. And I'm sure there's a lot of learning. And now there's new expectations, new pressure, new eyes on you. I always wonder for that first year, what's really shifted. I know a lot of people always ask, well, what happened this year? What happens in the future? Do you have different pressure scenarios? Do you now have those expectations, et cetera? I just want to hear from your voice.
There's definitely more expectations. I feel like I've got the backing of an esports team again now with Gareth Bale. It's huge. But me specifically, I think I spend a lot more time on FIFA now. I spend like a couple hours more each day, just grinding out a little bit more. But honestly, I don't feel like I've changed too much, which is good because it hasn't disrupted any rhythm for me. Like, I just feel like I'm doing the same every day. I feel like it's helping me get better.
Well, Ethan, we wish you the best of luck. We know you have, as I said before, a very formidable opponent, so it should be a very good match. And so, yeah, good luck again.
Thank you.
There he is. All right. Ethan, everybody. Now it's time to throw it over to the casters who are calling this match. You know him as Onset and Man City's Ryan. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Jimmy. And it is time for our next match indeed. Ryan, great to have you back alongside us once again. And I find these pre-match interviews fascinating myself because it's not something we get to see at normal LAN tournaments. Players are kind of in that bubble, they're in that zone, but we're learning a lot, right, about the players and how they play, how they prepare, for these big games. What are your takeaways from some of the things you've heard from the players so far?
Thanks, Onset. It's good to see that both players are prepared for the task ahead. They've got a big game ahead. Rasic, on one hand, very coveted. He's been accomplished in the scene for many years. He's got many accolades, especially this year. He's started to gain momentum as he's won his Champions Cup. And then you've got Ethan, on the other hand, as I was with him at hashtag at the time when he came through the Elite Series. Again, he's quite reserved. He's quite a quiet boy, but he does well in terms of putting in the hours to practice. He knows what it takes to reach the highest level. And it's good to see him at this level this year specifically. But it's going to be a tough one. We know that Ethan is amazing defensively. He's very structured. He's good at building up attacks quite slowly, bringing players out of position for the opposition anyway. Rasic, on the other hand, incredible going forward, but also astute defensively. So I don't know. It's a tough one. I feel like it could go either way.
It is going to be a tough one. And I think Nicholas Rasic, we've talked about him all the time, and he's always in the competitions, right, on Championship Sundays. He's always in that top 8, always in that top 4. And I always look at the results that he's had, right, and you see so many top 2s, top 4s, top 6, top 8. He's one of those players with a couple more big wins under his belt, just one more game. We would be talking about him as being arguably the best player in the world. He would have multiple championships under his belt, but he's only got that one at the moment. Do you think that that's something that frustrates him a little bit? Or do you think that the fact that he now got that big win under his belt and he can call himself a major champion has kind of, like Jimmy said, got the monkey off his back a little bit?
For me, anyway, the question was asked to him anyway if he sees himself as underrated. I think he's dramatically underrated, I'll be honest. This guy, every time you see the top 4 at an event, Rasic is there. Every event you see where it reaches the Championship Sunday, Rasic is there all the time, trying to fight for the biggest awards on the biggest stages. And he's been fantastic throughout the years, FIFA 18, FIFA 19, FIFA 20. He's a player that when you see that you're matched up against him, you have to think, whoa, okay, this is a top player who's at the top of his game consistently. So especially if you match him before reaching the top 4, you know that as frequent as he's been there already, the odds of him overtaking you and winning that game is quite high. So it's been amazing for him this year to win that championship, and I think that there'll be many more ahead.
Yeah, there's obviously, I think there's a few players that you come up against in a tournament, right, and that you think this is going to be a super tough game, and this is obviously going to be one of those tough games. This is the 11 that's going to be used by Nicolas Razek. You can see some of the standout players there, and you'll be happy to see Sergio Ramos in alongside Virgil van Dijk, a little bit more of an agile, smaller defender in there to complement the big man.
Yeah, definitely. He's got a few choices which are debatable, I'd say. Yashin and goal is something maybe that's just personal preference. When a goalkeeper performs for you, it's good just to stick with him. But other than that, I'd say you see the usual faces. Eusebio perhaps could be switched out for someone else that has 5-star skills or 5-star weak, or maybe the combination of both. But overall, as every squad is, it's a fantastic squad.
Well, here we go then. Our next game is underway. Game 3 of 4 that we'll be bringing you today in the FIFA Summer Cup Series. And it will be Nicolas Razek with kickoff here. He'll be shooting from left to right in the red kit. It'll be Ethan in the white. And we've talked a lot about Nicolas Razek, and there's been talk about Ethan as well, and how this has been somewhat of a breakout season for him. That big performance in the FIFA E Club World Cup where he got top 2. Really announced himself as a player to keep our eyes on as the season rolls on. And we'll be him with possession here at the start of the game, trying to build his attack after Razek wasn't able to make too much of his early spell of possession. But what do you make of Ethan as a player? What can we expect to see here from him?
I think Ethan's a fantastic player. If I was to say, I think both players are underrated. Obviously, one person has achieved a lot more. Oh, he's actually taken the lead.
Almost immediately. Yeah, you were saying underrated, and that's the way to announce yourself in this particular game. Straight away, first attack he gets inside. Very, very simple looking goal there from Ethan. A simple cutback, and as you say, that little lofted pass inside the box to avoid one of those outstretched legs of the defenders. And Neymar said, thank you very much. 9 minutes into this game, and Ethan has already taken the lead.
Yep, exactly. As I said, he's quite underrated, and both players are, but I feel like Ethan might favour himself in this matchup just because it's on the PlayStation. Razek is an Xbox player. He's a top player, probably on both consoles, but when you're playing someone knowing that they're on their the lesser favoured console, it kind of gives you that mental advantage going into it. So it's not a huge difference. Like, the gameplay is pretty identical. It's just the small changes, maybe the changing controller because the thumbsticks are in different positions. So the little intricacies with skills and passes and dribbling is a tiny bit different, and it could give Ethan the edge in this matchup.
We said that he knew how important the first goal would be in this match against a player of the caliber of Nicolas Razek. And now for Ethan, he's going to be quite happy to play his game. He likes to hold on to the ball. He likes to take his time building up these attacks. And Nicolas Razek as well, we've seen that he can be quite a nervous individual in these big games as well. So for him, going down in that first goal in the game is certainly going to put a little bit more pressure on him.
Yeah, definitely. As Razek said himself, he's more of a LAN player. He likes to be at the event in person, getting the adrenaline pumping, knowing that this game matters. The cameras are on you. He has to perform. Yes, it's all well and good saying that you're at home, you're in a loser bracket game where you have to win. But at an event, just the mindset going into it is very different. And the thing is, the type of players that are able to replicate that mindset at home is what cuts the performers.
A massive mistake. Sorry to cut you off here, Ryan, but there is a huge mistake at the back, and R9 has to test the goalkeeper, and Yashin does actually manage to be equal to that shot, but that's what you can't be doing against someone when you're 1-0 down. He's giving them those gilt edge opportunities.
I feel like Ethan messed up there. He could have shot the first chance instead of passing it to the edge of the box. I think he could have shot there, which would have given him... Oh, my God. Yeah, he should. In all honesty, Ethan, I'd say he should be tuning up. He had a few chances there as well to score. Those are the chances you have to take against someone like Razek, who is incredible going forward, because sooner or later he's going to get a chance to score. So it's just about trying to get just that step ahead, just giving yourself momentum, scoring goals to make sure that if he does score, if he does get chances, he has to take them, and he has to get at least 1 or 2 goals in order to even be in the game.
Well, it has been a phenomenal start here from Ethan. And once again, he's carved open the defence here of Nicolas Razek. And Ethan is looking absolutely phenomenal going forward as Ruud Gullit smashes it home. And inside the first half an hour here, there's only one name to talk about, and that is Ethan. 2 to the good. And Ruud Gullit with a rocket into the top corner.
That's a fantastic goal there. I personally, if I was in that situation, I might have even messed that up there. I would have tried to go for the extra pass, but he takes a shot into the opposite corner, into the top of the net, which gives him the 2-goal lead. And as you said, it's been one-way traffic right now. It looks like I don't know what it is. Razek isn't at the races currently, but again, it's really wrong just to write off someone like Razek, someone who's scored so many goals at the top level. He's going to create a chance sooner or later.
We almost managed to work his way through there, but I think you make a great point. We've seen Nicholas Razek sometimes have these kind of games in the first leg, and he's one of those players who's very adaptable, sort of takes in what his opponents have done well and what he hasn't done so well in that first leg, and can make those comebacks in the second leg. But for Ethan, he's just flowing forward here. Little touch out of his feet here from Neymar. Ronaldo almost gets it onto that right foot in the last second. Kevin De Bruyne makes the tackle, but the ease at which Ethan is able to get in behind Nicholas Razek's defence at the moment surely has to be a little bit of concern. But saying that, here comes Nicholas Razek straight up the other end as he finds Neymar here in plenty of space. Can he make the most of this chance? And he can indeed. Now it's just 2-1. And for the chance that Ethan had at the other end, Nicholas Razek has counter-attacked himself and half the deficit.
As I said, it's a fantastic goal from Razek. He managed to transition from defense to attack literally instantly. And it goes to show, at this level, you have to take your chances. Like, Ethan had a chance there, fantastic through ball down the wing from Mendy to, I believe it was Neymar, and he was, or Ronaldo, I can't remember, I think it might have been Ronaldo, where he had a chance to play inwards and create a goal-scoring opportunity. It was snuffed out by Razek, and literally 3 or 4 passes later, Razek's in on goal. So you have to take those chances when they come at this level, and it goes to show 40 minutes in, it's 2-1. There's been 3 goals already, so it's going to be a high-scoring game, hopefully anyway.
This is what we love to see, right? 2 players just leaving it all out there in the FIFA Summer Cup Series. As you say, 3 goals already in the first half of this first leg. And it could be a very different story. Like we mentioned, it could quite comfortably potentially be 3-0 to Ethan in this game, but with Nicholas Razek turning the screw after that chance did fall to Ethan to potentially create another strike on goal. He's half that deficit. Now as we approach half-time, it's a very different scoreline when it's 2-1 as opposed to 3-0. But now Ethan's in behind again, and once again the fullback being caught out of position here. Kylian Mbappe pulls this one back. Ronaldo tries to play the extra pass into Neymar. Razek holds on.
That's just an unfortunate situation. He's gone to pass it to a player, but he's kind of overrun it, so it has to switch to the player behind who doesn't have the same momentum running onto it to take maybe a first-time shot or do a first-time pass inwards, and it unfortunately gets snuffed out. But we're going into half-time 2-1 up, and I'd say deservedly so to Ethan.
Yeah, what a first half that was. You can see the stats there, and you say deservedly so to Ethan, and you can't disagree with that looking at those statistics. Just the 1 shot for Nicholas Razek, but he made it count. And the only thing that maybe is going through Ethan's head at the moment, obviously he's going to be very happy with that first half, but could he have made more of it? It's one of those things, it's, you know, the grass is always greener, but when you're going up against an opponent like Nicholas Razek, like you say, you have to take those chances when they come.
Exactly, and it's so easy to say from spectating the game that he should have done this pass, he should have maybe shot at a different angle or dribbled a bit more, then shot or cut it back or whatever. It's so easy to say that, but as you say, being in that situation where the tensions are high, the emotions, the adrenaline, sometimes you do make the wrong decision, or even sometimes you make the right decision and it just doesn't come off. And we've seen that he's been utilizing the passes down the line, and it's been to success. He's been getting a lot of opportunities behind the defense to create those passes inwards.
Once again, Mbappe doing great work here, and Alexander-Arnold had to stretch to cut that one out because Ruud Gullit was arriving at pace. He's already got 1 goal to his name, the Dutchman, and I'm sure that Ethan would love to see him on the score sheet again. But again, Ethan having success down these wings, and now going to be Nicholas Razek's turn to try and attack the fullback, unfortunately for him. Possession is turned back over to Ethan.
Sorry, I think that's the key in FIFA 20. We saw Diogo mention it earlier on, how they generate attacks. A lot of the play, especially in the 4-2-3-1, which both these players are using, they generate the attacking sequence through the right back, perhaps the right attacking mid and the right CDM. They create little triangles, maybe try and drag a fullback out of place just to put the through ball in behind, and then try and transition it into the middle of the park where they can create that goal scoring opportunity. If there's R9 Ronaldo at the edge of the box, it's almost a guaranteed goal if you get the right power and you get the right angles. So it's just about freeing up as much space as possible in the middle of the park.
Both players trying to do exactly that, exploit those fullbacks, like you say. Both in an attacking capacity and, of course, defensively as well. You have to be so quick on that player switching to follow those runs if they are triggered. Well, here's Kevin De Bruyne then. Twisting and turning. Obviously got that 5-star weak foot to make life a little bit more difficult for the defenders. And here's another man who has that 5-star weak foot. Gets back on the ball into Eusebio now. Goes for the drag back. Has to twist and turn. Can't find any space here. Ethan holding on, defending extremely well. And just at the last second gets that tackle in.
That was great attacking play from Razek, in my opinion. I think you could say, as I say, it's easier said than done, but you could have taken a shot a little bit earlier, but he done well with the left stick dribbling just to open up a bit of space and to try and trigger the runs to give you more options to pass to, or to maybe use it as a decoy to get a shot off.
But now we're going to see the pause being cued. We're going to see a few changes in personnel here. You can see 99 rated Pele moved onto that right-hand side. 96 rated Cruyff potentially going to be introduced, but no, Ethan decides against that. But how do you feel about how easily Ethan seems to be getting in behind these fullbacks of Nicolas Razek?
He's utilising it well, and it's something I've noticed from the top players today so far, is that the wing play is pivotal in generating an attack. FIFA 20, as we know, crossing isn't as prevalent as it was on FIFA 19, but even still, the wingers or the wide attacking, the wide players are very important in just, as I say, generating enough space to give you the option to pass inwards, make sure that there are less players that you have to get past in order to get a shot off. And just trying to trigger runs on the wing and drag players out of position is the best way to do that.
The game has calmed down a little bit since that electric start that we had in the first half. Ethan now on the attack once more. De Bruyne again twisting and turn. You can see Nicolas Razek maybe trying to up the pressure a little bit, and he's going to win the ball back pretty high up the pitch. So now send it out wide to Neymar.
Approaching the final stages of the game, for me personally, it's a weird situation to be in. You're 2-1 up. You've been creating a lot of chances. You could think, should I go for the third goal to try and just give me that extra breathing space, or should I try and shut up shop going in and just try and go into the next game with a guaranteed 1-goal lead at least? So it's interesting to see if Ethan's going to just try and change something, maybe be a bit more defensive and a bit more structured to try and limit Razek's chances of going forward and getting a goal to equalise.
You can see him being very careful with his possession here, making sure, taking no risks. Goes back to the goalkeeper, utilising the man between the sticks just to create a little bit more space and buy a little bit more time, as Hullet will now play the ball across to Kevin De Bruyne. And you can see first thoughts here from Ethan. Look after that football, look after the possession, and don't do anything silly. And it will be possession turned back, as Nicolas Razek had queued that pause up to make some changes himself. But you can see the game plan here from Ethan Wright, trying to be safe here, trying to play it very sensible towards the closing moments of this game.
For sure, and you see that there's been a lot less space than in the first half. I presume these players haven't played each other before because they compete on different consoles, but they've probably seen how each other plays through maybe previous events or watching their broadcasts when they do stream Weekend League or something or the other. But they just got, for me anyway, you use the first half of a two-legged game just to get a gist of the game, how your opponent plays, the tendencies that they do going forward, and how they move around their defenders. And you notice how both players are, as you see just there from Ethan, moving out their fullback to try and predict to intercept the passes down the wing.
Well, here comes Nicolas Razek then. Around 15 minutes left in this game, just under. And he will pick up a free kick here as, Messi, one of the smallest men on the pitch, managed to drop one of the biggest in Ruud Hullet. A chance for Razek to step forward here. Here's Ruud Hullet, but again, snaps into the tackle here, Ethan, and you have to say, defensively, hasn't made too many mistakes so far.
Not at all. I think he's been very solid defensively, but that goes without saying. I know how strong Ethan is and how much of a tough opponent he is to break down in qualifiers. And we saw it in the Club World Cup as well. He's very defensively astute. He was hard to create chances against. So when you do get those chances for Razek, he has to make sure he scores it, especially now being 2-1 down. But the issue is you don't want to start pulling players out too early, because once you do that, you've seen already, Ethan can do those through balls down the wing just to create space, and you don't want to give him that space unnecessarily. You want to make him work for it. You don't want to give it to him on a silver platter.
Yeah, you almost see him try it again there, just trying to slide that ball down the line, but Mendy did well in that battle against Kylian Mbappe. Now we're in the final moments of this game. You can see Ethan trying to squeeze his defensive line up a little bit as well, utilising that offside trap just to push that back line up. But there's a bit of space here for Cristiano Ronaldo. Here comes Nicolas Razek again, and in the last moments of this game, Nicolas Razek finds an equaliser, and it's Kylian Mbappe who will make it 2-2. And that's why you can't write this man off. Such a solid performer all of FIFA 20 and throughout his FIFA career. And it's comebacks like this in the first leg, which are exactly why.
Exactly. Ethan will be ruining those chances. Defensively there, I don't think he could have done too much to stop that chance. Razek done really well to open up space to make sure that he gets the ball to his striker, to his Mbappe, who I believe he might be using the foot birthday card, or whether it's the Team of the Year card. Whichever one is quite reliable on the weak foot. So it's hard to predict which way he's going to turn. And once he does turn and you predict that wrong side, giving him a free shot at goal, it's almost a guaranteed goal.
It was the foot birthdays Mbappe, so he had that 5-star weak foot, like you say, and made that chance a little bit more simpler. But into stoppage time here, the ball will be played out of play, and nothing to separate these two players. But at the end of it, this first leg, you have to say, surely Nicolas Razek's going to be slightly happier.
Yep, of course. 2 shots on goal led to both of the goals for Razek, so he should be happy.
Well, if you're watching right now, it's time to link your EA and Twitch accounts if you haven't already done so. As we can see here, Kylian Mbappe is available in the Twitch drops, 98 rated team of the season so far. The items will be displayed for certain Twitch viewers with the linked EA and Twitch account during today's live stream. You can link your account, of course, over at www.ea.com/Twitch linking. That is a fantastic item to have available, Ryan.
Yeah, definitely. That Team of the Year Mbappe is... I remember when he came out in January, it was just lights out down the wing. He was pretty much unstoppable. But I guess now, obviously, you've got the fullbacks with the attributes, the 99 pace, the like Theo Hernandez that could try and stop him. You've got defenders that are incredible as well to try and limit the opportunities that Mbappe can get. But nonetheless, it's a top card.
Top player, as you say, and one that caused Nicolas Razek some problems in that first half, you have to say. But the comeback, he always finds a way. That's the thing about Nicolas Razek, right? Even though he looked completely at sea in that first 20 minutes or so, where Ethan really did take charge of the game and grabbed it by the scruff of the neck, you just can't write off the German. He always finds a way to come back in these games.
Exactly, and that's the thing. When you're playing someone who is renowned as one of the best players in the scene, you need to take the chances as they come. You've gone 2-0 up, which is fantastic, but you can't rest on your laurels. You have to keep going to try and get the third, trying to get the fourth. And he did have an opportunity to, which unfortunately didn't work out. And as a result of that breakdown in attack, it led to a counter-attack by Razek to lower the deficit to 2-1. And then from there on, it was a bit edgy. There weren't as many attacks, but Razek created the golden opportunity to equalize.
And we talk about efficiency, right? 2 shots on target for Nicolas Razek, 2 goals to go alongside that. It doesn't get any better than that, does it? But for Ethan, do you think he's going to be a little bit disappointed to come out of this first leg? Or do you think he's got, that ability inside him? He has that mental reset and kind of looks at it more of, okay, it's 0-0 here. I didn't throw away a lead that I should be holding on to here. I played well to keep Nicolas Razek at 2-2.
Definitely. I think Ethan there's many positives to take from it. He went 2-0 up against a fantastic player. And the goals that he did give up weren't necessarily mistakes. They were just good attacks generated by Razek. So to I guess, in my opinion anyway, create more goal-scoring opportunities and be in the driving ascendancy, being in the ascendancy from Ethan himself, he should take many positives from it. And the key going into the next leg is he should be confident. If I'm him anyway, I've gone 2-0 up against him. Why can't I do it again? Yes, I've conceded 2 goals from Razek, but I can use that as a learning experience to stop him creating those chances again and perhaps giving me more confidence going forward. So I think he should be confident.
I think it's a great point that you make. And you look at it another way, like we were mentioning, it could have easily been 3-0 in that particular circumstance. Unfortunately, it's one of those things that didn't go his way and he conceded on the counter-attack. But not many players can say that they create that many chances against a player of the caliber of Nicolas Razek, right? That push him all the way, that make him work so hard to come back in that first leg. The question is now that Nicolas Razek has had the experience of playing Ethan, has got that game under his belt, does he come out with a little bit more confidence in the second half, knowing that, he's played against him, he knows his tendencies, and he can adapt to play against Ethan?
Exactly, as you said, he's probably realized the tendencies, what Ethan does, how he likes to generate the attacks down the wing. So once you get to grips with that and start to understand how I can lock him out from creating chances. Especially someone like Razek, he's one of the top players this year and for the previous years. Players like him, players like MSSR, players like Tex, the first leg, they kind of use it as just a tester, trying to get the gist of it. But then in the second leg, that's where they usually come out firing.
Well, the second leg is about to get underway. You can see it here. Both players on the right-hand side of your screen as well. Nicholas Razek with some funky lighting going on in his setup. Ethan with the more traditional lighting, which, I'm all for. Keep it bright, keep it looking simple. But, I mean, the second leg is set up perfectly, much like our first game that we commentated. Nothing to separate the two players. And like Ethan said, right, before this game got underway, first goal, absolutely vital once again now. And you feel like if it goes to Razek, does that doubt creep into the mind of Ethan?
From personal experience, I say definitely. I'll be lying if I said that if you were 2-0 up and you gave the lead away and then you end up conceding first, you probably start thinking about, damn, I had that chance where I could have gone 3 goals up. I should have done something different. But it's key to not focus on that. It's key to focus on the things you can change. That's already happened now. You need to put that behind him. It's done and dusted. He needs to focus on what he can change in this current predicament. And the only thing he can change is what's upcoming in this game.
He almost had the first opportunity to find a killer ball there. Unfortunately for him, it was cut out by the defender. But again, a positive start here to the second leg from Ethan. And now for Nicholas Razek, it wouldn't surprise me to see him play a little bit of possession here. Just get comfortable into this game and kind of avoid what happened essentially in that first leg. But it looks like after that possession, he's going to immediately release Neymar on this left-hand side. Goes back to the fullback now, Mendy. That's a beautiful ball back inside. And now Razek looking dangerous as Cristiano Ronaldo will go back to Ruud Gullit here. Look for that quick ball in, but good player switching there from Ethan. Managed to find that interception well.
Razek's doing literally what he said he would do. Just create a chance down the wing and just try and get it across to the opposite side or to the middle. And it's so hard to stop. You might know that he's going to do it, but just to stop or trying to intercept that pass or trying to read where he's going to turn is another story. So Ethan needs to make sure that he just stays in this game. And in all honesty, the later it goes into the game, in my opinion, I'd probably favor myself if I was Ethan. I'm on my home console. I'm more confident. I proved that I can score goals. It's just about taking the chances as they come.
Well, here's Cristiano Ronaldo again trying to get in behind. Ferland Mendy will make that interception and win the foot race, however. Now Ethan's turn to go forward and looks for that long ball over the top again, something we've seen a lot of pros try and use and utilize the strength and the pace and the power of Kylian Mbappe, but there's only one man in FIFA 20 who really should be synonymous with the word power, and that is Virgil van Dijk, who comes across to clean up the mess once more.
Yeah, when you've got Van Dijk square on in a situation like that, where if you move too far to the right, you're going to walk it out of play for a goal kick. If you move to the left, he's pretty much going to predict you're going to do that. So it's like you basically lost the ball already in that situation. So it's a difficult one to try and attack through because, as we know, Van Dijk is just speechless. The guy is
He's the guy. He's the guy.
Yeah, I don't even know the word to describe him. You just can't get past him.
He is Van Dijk. That's all we have to say. And I think everyone will know who's come up against him in weekend league or rivals will completely understand where we're coming from with that description. But now for Nicholas Razek, his first real chance to get into this final third with any real purpose in this second leg. You can see the offside trap trying to be applied by Ethan to put that pressure on. And again, maybe just forced Nicholas Razek to take his eye off the ball a little bit there. And he passes the ball away pretty sloppily as Ethan will pick up possession once more. And immediately, look at this, trying to utilize those wings once more.
Yeah, you noticed that on the left side of the pitch before Ethan switched it, that he had the run on through Mendy, but Razek, through experience, through the last game, knows that he's going to try and attempt to play that pass. So he just marks the run manually, runs back to move the right back into position to stop any chance of a through ball. And as I say, it's something that you notice from players where in the first leg they kind of used it just to get a feel of how the opponent plays. And now he's got, well, you understand the little tendencies Ethan will do. It's going to be a lot harder for Ethan to score, but it's just about creating the chance that matters.
Well, Ethan was moving the ball beautifully there with some quick passing combinations and got the ball into the feet of R9, who just couldn't quite control it, I think, in the way that he would have wanted. And now Nicholas Razek is giving Ethan a little bit of his own medicine here as Neymar goes in a foot race against Alexander-Arnold. Nicholas Razek going to be forced to recycle the ball here. Again, that offside trap being utilised, and you have to be So careful with that, because if you make one mistake, it can look a little bit foolish, but such a good way of squeezing the defence. And you can see, again, Ethan here, using it to pressurise these central midfielders and those strikers should the ball be played through.
Ethan's press is very, very good here. As you said, he's using the offside trap pretty well in order just to squeeze the pitch up, making sure Razek has as few options as possible to go forward and create an attack. And it's something that is utilised by a lot of players. It's good just to set the tempo of the game. You notice how Gorilla, a lot of top players use it. When you play against someone like Gorilla or someone who utilises the offside trap and high press, it feels like there's nowhere to go. So that's just the key anyway, just to try and set the tempo, try to make your opponent feel like he doesn't know what he can do to get a chance.
Mbappe across to Neymar, and it was a fantastic ball into Kylian Mbappe, who returned the favour with a ball of his own into Neymar. Now that's a great goal in from Ethan, a breakaway goal once again from him. I think that's going to be huge for the context of this match. Ethan, once again, he'll have that belief back that he can beat Nicolas Razek here, that he can put him on the back foot. Well, the same sentence, though, you have to say, Razek's been here before, right? He's already done it once, but can he do it again? And how many times can you go to that well before you start getting a little bit frustrated and second-guessing yourself?
Exactly, and Ethan, well, I don't know exactly what he's thinking, but for me personally, if I was in this situation, you will be a bit wary of giving away possession, especially late on in this half, just because you don't want to be in that same position where you've taken the lead, you're in the ascendancy, and then you give away the ball where it's not necessarily a mistake, but you give away the ball where Razek can create an attack, and Razek is lethal. You don't want to give him the ball, because if he doesn't have the ball, he can't score. So if I'm Ethan right now, I'm just going to keep the ball, just die down the clock a little bit. Maybe I'll generate an attack on the 45th minute for last attack, but it's just key just to not give the ball away.
Oh, he has given the ball away here, and it has given Nicolas Razek the chance to maybe go forward himself and find an equaliser in the last moments of this first half of the second leg. Into stoppage time now as the ball will be switched across to Ferland Mendy. And can the Frenchman, the man who plays one of those balls down the line, or forces the fullback to make a mistake? You can see him making that run, but Neymar's going to be caught offside again. The offside trap there from Ethan, executed perfectly.
No, it's fantastic defending, and he does well to ensure that he goes into the break with the 1-goal lead. And it's been a tight game. Compared to last game, there was, 5 or 6 shots from Ethan at halftime. Now it's just one apiece for both of them. And as I said, for Ethan to give it, I just can't see, unless there's a mistake or a moment of brilliance from Razek, he's going to end up having to push players forward. And that means fullbacks are going to become a bit higher up the pitch. So then those through balls from Ethan, which he was using and executing fantastically in the first leg, are going to be coming into play a lot more as Razek pushes forward for the equaliser.
I think for Ethan to keep an eye on as well is the fact, and keep in the back of his mind, is that I can remember so many late goals that Nicolas Razek has scored in competitive FIFA that have kept him in tournaments, that have put him through to the next round. So you can't take your foot off the gas as Eusebio has the striker cross goal. Maybe not a clear-cut opportunity, or the best opportunity that Nicolas Razek will create in this game so far, but testing the goalkeeper early on, and that's going to put the pressure back onto Ethan a little bit here. But look at that ball over the top. Ronaldo's chasing this one down. Goalkeeper has to retreat back to his line. And Ethan now, unfortunately for him, just tallying on the ball ever so slightly and let Razek win that one back.
I thought that was fantastic defending from Razek there, because the ball was incredible to get in behind and give Ronaldo that space to run into. But there wasn't an option on the inside, and there wasn't an option to go backwards. The only option was the upcoming left defensive midfielder. And by the time he got there, Razek already cut that lane off. So the only option Ethan really had to do was just run down line. But Razek done well to squeeze him in and block off both options.
Fantastic defending from Razek. And now he's going to have to do some more of it as Ethan has picked up possession himself. You can see a pause cued here by Nicolas Razek as well. So he's going to be looking to make some changes. And 4-4-2 is something that we have seen Nicolas Razek go to in previous competitions, Ryan, where he's been chasing the game. And he just seems to have that switch where he can find that attacking flair when he needs to. He's going to have to be careful here. The ball's actually been given away to Neymar here. He picks up the pieces, but Razek in with that strong tackle once more.
Exactly, and as you mentioned, the 4-4-2 with Razek. For me personally, the way if I'm to play Razek, I always envision him using 2 strikers or just flooding the attacking third, because of how great he is going forward at the edge of the box or even inside the box. He is so unpredictable. It's really hard to see. Is he going to pass the ball? Is he going to turn on his left, turn on the right? He's even going to shoot when he does that. He's going to cut back again. So it's really hard to defend against someone like Razek. So Ethan's doing pretty well again to narrow him down to a few chances per game.
It's all about concentration here in defence for Ethan. Can't afford to make a mistake to let the German back into this game inside the last half hour now. As Razek is twisting and turning and looking to surgically open the defence here of Ethan. But again, defensively, the concentration levels that go into defending at this high level cannot be talked enough about.
Yeah, and it's something that people need to be more aware of. The psychological aspect of being in a game, making sure that your concentration levels are at the maximum. One little lapse in concentration, you can see the goal. Once you can see the goal from it, it's detrimental. Like, you start questioning things, you start thinking, why couldn't I have been at my peak level of concentration at that moment, when it's so important to maintain it. And as I say, once you give away a goal where you think, damn, I could have done something better rather than my opponent doing something phenomenal, it starts to eat away at you a bit, and you start to I guess, lose a little bit of self-belief and start getting a bit frustrated. But it's key to stay calm and composed in these situations.
Well, here's Razek again. On the top of the 18-yard box, twisted and turning this time with Cristiano Ronaldo. Is he going to look for a little incisive pass? He is, and he gets through on goal. Oh, what a save that is from Alisson. You almost expected the net to be bulging there, but unfortunately for Nicolas Razek, the goalkeeper comes up with a huge save. And sometimes, Ryan, for everything you do, you just have to rely on the goalkeeper to make a big save. And then straight up the other end, Kylian Mbappe now in behind for Ethan. Plays the ball over the top from defence into attack, and this time Ethan goes across goal and makes it 2-0. And from one end to the other, like we saw in the first leg, this time it's Ethan who extends his lead.
Yeah, we've witnessed two fantastic counterattacks from both players in both of the legs. But I have to feel a bit for Razek there. He done everything right there. He done in terms of going forward. He created the chance with Eusebio. He opened up the space. He chose the right pass. In my opinion, he chose the right shot as well. Just a fantastic save from Alisson, which is, there's not much you can do about it. But it's just unfortunate that he ends up conceding for it. But on the other hand, Ethan, ecstatic. He's 2-0 up now. He's in a situation where Razek has to go for it. 20 minutes left on the clock. 2 goals deficit for Razek. As you said, Ethan just needs to stay composed, stay compact defensively, just to limit the chances that Razek does get. And he should be going through.
Fantastic stuff from Ethan. I think Nicolas Razek, like you said, he probably felt he did everything right in that situation just a few moments before conceding that goal. But sometimes that is FIFA and that is how things work. But what a finish that was from Neymar as well. On that left foot, the 5-star weak foot. Never a problem for the little Brazilian as he finds that beautiful strike across goal. And for Ethan, 2 goals to the good with just around 15 minutes plus stoppage time left in the game. He's got to think he's probably got, what, 2, maybe 3 attacks to try and defend here from Razek?
Yeah, and after scoring a fantastic counter-attack like that, you're of course ecstatic, but it's key just to focus up the... Oh, my God. Oh, my God. There's just nothing working for Razek right there. Again, really unfortunate. Alisson's foot's planted. He knows it's at least going to trouble him, and it's just unfortunate that it's hit the post there, and it's just one of those days for Razek, unfortunately.
And now straight down the other end, Ethan maybe with a chance to really put this game to bed. Plays the ball over the top. Pele's going to try and get there before the goalkeeper. He does. It's an open goal, but Sergio Ramos, heroic stuff from the Spaniard to keep Nicolas Razek at least in this game. Cruyff now, beautiful passing once again from Ethan. And now Razek tries to go forward, turning defence into attack, but Ethan again holding off, and it's just end-to-end stuff at the end of this game.
As I said before, it's so easy right now just to say he should have done this, he should have done that. But it's just that little bit of composure from Ethan that he lacked in that moment. And when he shot straight away, he could have done another pass and it was an open goal. But he's doing well anyway in the final third to create those opportunities. And he's picking apart Razek, who has to go for it. So it's kind of like, it's a bad situation for Razek to be in.
Yeah, Razek, you can see desperately trying to move into attack as quickly as possible, and has to do so, of course. He's got to create 2 attacks inside around 7 minutes in game and take both of those, and Eusebio's going to try and beat Patrick Vieira to the ball. Patrick Vieira, though, wins that ball, and that is a huge tackle, like you say, in the context of this game. Not only is that winning the ball back, but surely a tackle like that is going to finish this game. And speaking of finish the game,
he's tried.
For the rainbow flick. You love to see it, though, right? You love to see it.
No, I love that bit of flair that he's tried to implement there. Didn't work out. Could have been a highlight reel goal, but it's unfortunate. But there's 2 minutes to go. Unless something major happens, I just can't see Razek getting 2 goals in time to grab himself the equalising goal. But it looks as if Ethan's going to be progressing to the next round, and you could say deservedly so. He's had a fantastic counter-attacking goal, but Razek was unfortunate.
Oh, that's a penalty. That's all I'm going to say about that one. A clear-cut penalty, a chance to really finish things off, and that is an awful penalty to finish things off. Ethan knows it. Little smile on his face as well, but the job has been done here. Nicholas Razek will be out of the tournament, and Ethan will be progressing. What a performance it was from him.
Fantastic. He should be proud of himself. As I said, both of these players coming into it, you'd probably have to say Razek was the most favoured of the two, but Ethan advances.
4-2 aggregate score. You can see it there. The top left-hand side of your screen, that young man in front of you has a big FIFA career ahead of him as well. Ethan, from 11s, of course, Gareth Bale's esports team comes up with the win. And I think he's going to be one of those players. Like, the thing is, every year at the moment, right, we're like, there's this new young guy, he's coming along and he's playing. But everyone seems to be that young player at the moment who is performing at a high level. Everyone's 17, 18, 19, right? And Ethan's just another one of those players who seems to be coming through with phenomenal talent.
Yeah, exactly. It's making me feel old, and I'm only 22. Like, every year there's a new guy, and it's fantastic to see. Obviously, it helps the scene grow, and it's good to see Ethan doing well.
I was going to say, you think you're feeling old? Jeez, come over to this side of the camera. I tell you, mate, it's getting bad over here. But I mean, what were some of the takeaways from that game for you, and why Ethan was so successful?
I'd say he made the most of the chances he got down the wing, especially with the through balls, and he was getting a lot of success from it, especially in the first half of the first leg. Razek seemed to suss him out a little bit more, so there were less opportunities for him to exploit the success he was getting in the first leg. But I think he done well to generate attacks. He did get fortunate, of course. As I mentioned, you need that element of luck where Razek could have scored twice, perhaps, and he hits the post with one, and it's just a bit unfortunate, which led to Ethan scoring at the other end. But as I say, credit due to Ethan, he created a lot of opportunities to score and win the game.
There was a few of those moments in that game, wasn't there, where you thought surely Razek scored here, and then almost immediately, straight up the other end, someone would score. So it's one of those back and forth moments, and you got to feel for Razek a little bit, because those goals can completely change the context of the game, right? If he puts one of those chances away, then Ethan all of a sudden's on the back foot, and it just takes one chance, and he might get two chances to go forward and attack instead of that two chances where he needs to score two goals and it's all over. But for Razek there, I mean, that didn't seem like a classic Razek performance from me. He didn't seem in control of the game. He usually likes to control the possession. He likes to control the pace of the game. Why do you think that was? Do you think it was maybe Razek having a bit of an off day, or do you think that was just a phenomenal performance all around from Ethan?
I'd say it's a combination of both. Obviously, we've seen Razek at the highest level, especially in LAN events. And he mentioned before that he doesn't perform as well as he does online, but when it comes to LAN events, he's the man. He knows what he needs to do. He's locked in. He's focused. He knows when he needs to clutch up, and he's good at doing so. Hence the fantastic accolades he does have. But I'd say Ethan performed fantastically well. But the key for me is that he set the tempo of the game. You noticed it in the game prior to this as well. Gorilla versus Umut. Gorilla set the tempo from the get-go. And when you're not used to playing that type of football, that's quick transitioning, or for example, with Gorilla's game, or in this sense where Ethan is secure defensively and he's creating a lot of chances down the wing, you can get hit for 6 or for 2 when Ethan sensibly went 2 goals up. And again, it could have been 3, but Razek done fantastic to come back into it.
Yeah, I think there's something we should give credit to Razek, like you mentioned, is the fact that he was down in the game for a lot of it and kept managing to pull himself back, kept managing to give himself a chance. But unfortunately, it was just a little bit too much at the end. And maybe the scoreline could have been a little bit more if that penalty had been a little bit more successful. But you have to give, I kind of love the fact that Ethan, we talk about confidence, right? Going for the rainbow flick when he's got a few moments left, that's confidence.
Yeah, exactly.
And going for the little Panica penalty as well at the end, that's confidence, right? That's got to bode well for him moving forward.
No, of course, it's using confidence. It shows, because throughout the performance and the way he conducted himself in the interview, he was calm, he was composed, he was relaxed. He knew what the task ahead was. I know he's been practicing a lot just to get ready for this game, because Razek is no easy feat. Playing Razek, regardless if it's on PlayStation or not, we know what Razek possesses going forward and how strong he is defensively. So he done well to nullify the chances that Razek had.
Okay, well, I do believe we have an interview with the man who's just managed to pick up that huge win. Ethan, hopefully you are on the line. Can you hear me? Are you there?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's wonderful stuff. We're better than Dan Gaskin. We managed to get you on straight away. Dan messed it up. Don't worry. It was all Dan's fault. Congratulations on the big win. Taking down a player like Nicholas Razek's got to feel pretty good, right?
Yeah, it feels good. To be fair, though, during the game, I think you see, based on my facial expressions, I think I rigged him once or twice. He had 2 clear cuts. He hit the post twice. But off both them chances, I went and scored down the other end. And it's pretty unlucky to him, but I thought I took my chances pretty well.
So obviously, you know, beating players like Nicholas Razak is huge for your confidence moving forward. And we've been a lot of talk about this being your breakout year and how, you know, you've been away, you've been grinding, you've been looking to better yourself. What are your targets for next year? Because obviously, you know, we've got the Summer Cup series that you're still a part of now, but looking ahead to FIFA 21, this being your breakout year, what would you want to achieve moving forward in FIFA esports?
Everyone's aim in FIFA esports obviously to be the best, but obviously there wasn't a grand final this year. The corona is unfortunate, but I definitely want to make grand finals next year. I feel like I can do so.
And Ryan, you got anything to add to Ethan while he's here?
Yeah, I have a question for Ethan. So I'd say I'm going to focus it on the matchup that we just played. What would you say gave you the edge against Razak, especially in the first leg? I'd say you dominated pretty much from the get-go. You were the one that set the tempo. You set up the chances straight away to take the lead. What would you say was the key to that?
Having the 2-goal lead allowed me to almost change my game style. Like, I think if everyone could see what I was trying, I'd try to exploit the winger. Like everyone, but he then is just gonna consistently think, oh, he's gonna wing, he's gonna wing, he's gonna wing. Then hopefully I can just keep changing up, and it allowed me to dictate the play instead of him.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, Ethan. Thank you so much for joining us, mate. Congratulations on the win, and good luck in the rest of the tournament. But for now, Ryan, and from myself, we're going to send it back over to Jimmy and the guys, as they've got some more analysis for us.
Thank you, Mark and Ryan, and congratulations to Ethan for the big win. He said he wanted to score that first goal, fellas. He got the first goal, then it went 1-1, then he got the second goal, and then it went 2-2, and I was a little nervous for him. It was 2-2 after leg one. When did he pull it out? But he did the business. And I actually think, I don't know if you guys saw this or not in the bracket, but he's had a few elimination games already. This was Enrasik's first elimination game where his back was against the wall, and he just didn't make the plays that needed to be made, Spencer.
No, and that's where it can come down to ultimately, right? I mean, with Ethan, obviously he's been on good form, albeit those other games being a few weeks prior. He's kept that momentum now, and the loser bracket can sometimes work that way. The earlier you lose, the harder it is to get back in. You got to win more games, but you allow yourself some momentum. Some people that have a pretty good tournament, but then lose one game, it knocks them off, and maybe that's what happened to Enrasic. But super impressed with Ethan there. Very intuitive in attack. I know he was quite humble with saying he got a little bit of the rub of the green on certain occasions, but some of the balls he was playing, particularly the lofted crosses and the counter-attacking stuff, definitely showed his worth there, and look forward to seeing what he can do the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, definitely looked very dangerous. Now, Mike, walk us through these highlights. We have some analysis presented by PS4, my man.
Absolutely. We got to give a lot of credit to Ethan. I think most of us, including myself, thought that Enrasic would get the job done. And then we made the comeback. You were saying, okay, surely momentum's with him. But Ethan never gave up, found the passes, found the goals, and really made it happen. He stayed pretty calm throughout. And you could even add that he could have had one or two more opportunities. He missed a penalty kick, went with a Paninka, had a rainbow flick. You see the drag back, opens up space, Brew to hold it, bread and butter, top of the box position. And we were all sitting back saying, wait a minute. He's up 2-0, and then we saw counter-attacking 101 from Enrasic. The pass before that actually allowed him to have this really easy angle, switches the pitch, Neymar taps it home, opens up his body, finesse shot, something that we're very accustomed to seeing in the FIFA scene, especially in the competitive end. And at that point, you're saying, oh, maybe there's a chance, and then Enrasic's able to complete that comeback just before the first leg comes to a close. And that was massive. He gives you a bit of a 1-2 movement with Neymar, a little shimmy, a little shake, and 5-star weak foot, no problem. But here you go with Ethan again. Low driven, Neymar taps it home. And my favorite goal from Ethan's catalog was actually the goal that put him ahead by a 2. And I think we're going to actually revisit that in just a moment. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but I liked what he was able to produce in terms of the counter. Maybe I was getting ahead of myself. I don't know.
Okay, so we've seen 6 players play so far, 3 matches. Who's been the most impressive for you out of the 6, Spencer?
Well, I mean, it's easy to say Gorilla, right? Because of the margin of the victory, and especially in that first leg. But it's all relative to who you're playing. You know, you've seen a really tight matchup with Diogo, obviously, in Lyrics go the distance. And it's taken a lot of character for Diogo to dig that one out and get the win and then hold on to it. I'd probably say in terms of the players' reputations going into the game, Ethan's really impressed me there. Not just with the scoreline and the win, but the nature of the win. Even watching his mannerisms as he was attacking and things weren't going his way, he was just sort of brushing off his shoulder. Very confident player. He's really grown into that role, I think. And listen, we don't know how far he can go. He's had to battle his way back after losing the first game and getting into loser bracket. But if you can beat Enrasic, technically you can beat anyone.
All right, Mike, I should have gone to you first. I think it was your turn to
Yeah,
go
I was
first.
raising my hand. You're just letting Spencer get all the good stuff out there right now. Come to me. I'll set the tempo. I'll lay out what's the saying? The lay of the land. You present the land. You talk about the land. You take over the land. I don't know, something to do with land. I'm not sure what the correct analogy is.
Another metaphor that isn't working.
You understand what I'm going for.
Anybody.
All right,
yeah, of course. Okay, so who's your?
I agree.
Yeah, let me see. Most impressed.
I agree with Spencer. And even though it's easy to say, wow, Gorilla, vintage, back and forth goals are going to be scored, and I can't wait for him to play Diogo because that's going to be a more offensive matchup than Diogo versus Lyrics. But did anybody predict that Ethan was going to upset Enrasic? No, we always talk about Enrasic going to the semis, going to the finals. That's not happening in this tournament. That's not happening today, tomorrow, or the following day. No championship Sunday.
Well, in what has been a fun showcase of some very talented players today, we have one match left. Principe. Yes, the man is having a renaissance. Didn't do much in FIFA 19, but he's making a comeback in FIFA 20. And he's taking on the youngest ever winner of a FUT Champions Cup, Dolan Mike. So this should be a cracking affair between two very, very good players. So don't go anywhere.
Going to be FIFA 20 tournaments every single week. Up in the air, into the back of the net, with an absolute laser beam to that top left corner. The next PlayStation FIFA superstar, Neymar is in. What a finish from Neymar. Bosniano is writing himself into the history books. It's the story of dreams.
PlayStation.
If someone asks you what you're made of, don't just tell them, show them. Show them that you're made of proving the doubters wrong. All the doubters, every single one of them. Show them, whatever happens, you don't have to raise your fists to beat your enemies. Show them you're stronger when you stand together. And you never leave anyone out on their own. Show them that where you're from is as important as where you end up.
Raheem Sterling has called for players and fans to unite against discrimination and abuse that's overshadowing football, demanding action.
And show them, whatever our rivalries, whatever our differences, we stand shoulder to shoulder against all forms of prejudice. So it's got no place to grow. Because when we show our best side, we don't just play the game, we change it.
The FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series Europe is presented by PS4 and brought to you in part by Turtle Beach. The FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series Europe is brought to you in part by Turtle Beach. So make sure you follow them at Turtle Beach on Twitter and tweet using the hashtag headset for your chance to win an Elite Pro 2 headset. And now let's take a look at the winners bracket. Spencer, this seems like something you're good at, being a winner. Take it away.
Thanks, Jimmy. Well, obviously on the far right, you've got Tom and Ololito, who've already booked themselves a spot in the Championship Sunday, if you like, in a few days' time. So we're not going to see them play until then. And really, this tournament is about who else is going to join them there. So you can see, if you lose a game in round 1, you drop down to losers bracket. If you win, you go to round 2. If you lose the game in round 2, you drop down to losers bracket. If you win, you go to the quarterfinals, and so on and so on. And that's who we're starting to see come through now in our tournament. And yeah, there's a lot of big names here dropping big games against other players. So the best way that indicates is that Tom and Lolita are in great form. And here's the losers bracket.
Yeah, this is the Mike bracket, as I like to call it. Go ahead, take it away, Mike.
Did I tell you I love you today, Jimmy? I don't think I told you that. But in the losers bracket, we just saw Enrasa go against Ethan, and most would say that Ethan came through with an upset, and he deserved the win. I mean, a little bit unlucky for Enrasa at some moments, but I felt like both players had their chances. It's all about being able to convert. And now in our final matchup today, and a big matchup that was on my radar, Principe versus Dolan Mike. Are we going to have an Italian advancing? Is it going to be another German? What's going to happen here? And it's kind of like a mix of a more of a veteran player with Principe, and then still one of those young up-and-comers with Dolan Mike. Even though he has so much success to stand behind, you still got to remember these guys are teenagers.
Yeah, let's dive into this match a little bit, because with regard to Principe in particular, he has had a resurgence. He really has. He didn't qualify for any events in FIFA 19, but he's found himself back in the mix for FIFA 20. He beat Mino and Crazy Fat Gamer along the way before losing to the red-hot Ololito to find himself in the loser bracket. But as you can see, he's accomplished. He's done some things. He won in Madrid. He got top 3 in the FIFA 18 E-Club World Cup, and then showed himself finally at a Champions Cup top 4. So I don't know. I really like his game. Is there something, Mike, that really stands out for you with regard to Principe?
Well, I look at Principe being the most influential Italian professional FIFA player. He's kind of the original. He's really built up that community. It's funny that we talk about somebody having a long career or being this super influential person that's from their country when you're only 23, 24 years old, but it's true. And we're looking at his squad here as well. He's always been good defensively, very good with the structured side. I remember back in FIFA 17, he kind of brought to life the 4-3-3. A lot of people didn't think it was playable. And you're seeing a rare sighting here of David Luiz, the Summer Heat iteration, starting center back. I think that is a risky move to go with Lehman in goal, holding it down, Ben Yedder up top. His entire team is a little bit different than some of the competitors that we've seen up to this point. And I love an Atal sighting. One of the best team of the season drops from New Foot Items, hands down, not debatable, premium quality.
Yeah. All right. Thanks for that insight on that, Mike. Now let's talk about Dolan Mike, who lost his first match in this tournament on penalties to Dilo, but then he had to face Tex. I mean, imagine that. You get knocked, you lose the first one, you're like, oh, okay, who do I got? I got Tex. But he beats him 7-3, and then he put 9 goals past Stokes to get into this spot to face Principe. A very, very special player. As I said before the break, the youngest ever FUT Champions Cup winner. He's got a ton of talent. Let's take a look at a little feature on him now.
My playstyle stands out from others because I'm really clinical in front of goal, so if you give me the space around the box, I'm most likely gonna score.
Stop off! Creates just enough space!
My name is Dylan Neuhausen, I'm 18 years old, and I play for VfL Wolfsburg, and I go as Dolan Mike.
One more goal would finish this!
My favorite ways to attack are either just playing a few passes around the box and waiting to find a gap in the defense, or just do a few counter attacks and playing wide with my wingers and just cutting inside on the edge of the box and going for a shot.
He's 8 for 9th chance in the game.
My favorite skill move this year is definitely the step overs. For me, it's one of the most effective skill moves because you get a small speed boost and also you can push your body in front of the defenders and get an easy goal. The most memorable goal I've ever scored was in the semi-final of the third FUT Champions Cup in FIFA 19, when I scored a finesse shot with the in from Nakajima.
Go on, son! At the start of this tournament, no one would have put money on him scoring.
The reactions I got from the goal were a lot of likes on Twitter, especially because the esports FIFA account tweeted about it. I think the best FIFA 20 player for me is Diogo from Sporting. Whenever I played him at an event, he was leading very comfortably against me. He's an insane attacker. He finds ways through my defense, which I've never seen before.
Non-stop! Once again it goes in!
Winning the FUT Champions Cup 3 in Bucharest meant a lot to me. It was my third event I've ever competed in. When I won the first round and it just kept on going, I was in my flow and playing FIFA. It kind of showed like everyone who was doubting me that I can perform on the world's best level and even win tournaments.
He bundles his way through!
I feel extremely honored to have my own tifo in the game, to kind of made it into FIFA 20 whenever I play against it. Obviously I feel really honored because the opponent knows me and he probably will try his best to play against me.
It is! And Dolan Mike might have one foot in the semi-finals.
I'm hoping I can qualify again for the Euro Cup in FIFA 21 and perform well in the FUT Champions Cups, which I qualify for, and maybe become the German champion.
I mean, it is very clear that Dolomite is a tremendous player. Spencer, as I said before, in case anybody wasn't listening, he beat Tex 7-3 and then put 9 goals past Stokes. I can't get over that. He is playing as well as maybe he ever has. Do you like him in this matchup?
I mean, it's so hard, you know. If we learned anything from the first few games, it's like this is like a project restart of itself. You know, these guys have had a little bit of a break since they've been playing competitive FIFA. So we're lucky we've got all this context to go off and all these other tournaments we can base our predictions off. But in reality, it's kind of like a refresh for them all. So if you are, what I'm looking forward to from today is seeing how everyone is and then looking ahead to the tournament based off today's performances, because we're kind of coming in from a fresh slate. But of course, Dullin Mike on his day is a very, very good player, not someone that's just happy with getting a little bit into the tournament. He wants to go the distance. He wants to win things. And I expect that mentality to continue.
Mike, I don't know what you picked up from there, but all I heard was I'm sitting on the fence. Is that Spencer doing his thing again? Just kidding.
That's why I'm shaking my head. No, we're not kidding. We're not kidding. That's why we're shaking our head. Spencer uses all these different words, a master of descriptive words. He can gravitate towards something at a later stage and be like, look, I told you, I predicted that this was going to happen because, you know, I said like this could happen and maybe it would happen. And on their day, is this the new saying? On their day. I'm going to start adding this into my arsenal, Spencer. All right, so both players.
You guys just want me to make predictions for the sake of it. Listen, we can make predictions, but it's like this is a restart. These guys, you're talking about tournaments that happened 6 months ago. You know, like of course on their day, but these FIFA can change in a week. You know, so I could sit there and go, I think this guy's going to win, and if they win, I go, I got it right. The truth is, I don't know how they're going to handle it after the break. We'll find out. That's the truth. It's not sitting on the fence. It's me saying I don't know.
Okay, we've seen a winter refresh.
He's smarter than us, Mike.
Suggesting a summer refresh. I'm not sitting on the fence. 2 different play styles. Principe, more of your possession structured type of player. Dolan Mike's going to be a little more rambunctious. He's going to put a lot of bodies forward. He likes to be aggressive. He wants to score goals. So a low scoring affair, I think, favors Principe. High scoring, I think it's going to be for Dolan Mike. Something tells me Principe is going to get the job done. But I hear you, Spence. We don't know. We haven't seen these guys play the last few months. I get where you're coming from.
Oh, now you're backtracking. Okay.
Yeah.
Join me on the
There we go. All right, let's
I'm distracted by your yellow
casters.
shirt. Man. I'm distracted by.
Let's get over to our casters, Dan Gaskin and Aga Rosemeyer. Guys, take it away. It seems a little undecided.
Thanks, Jimmy. Yeah, definitely a difference of opinion. But I mean, Spencer brings up a good point. There has been a break. A lot of players kind of stopped playing when there wasn't a global series to focus on. From what you know of these two, how do you see this one playing out?
I think it's going to be very, very tight. I mean, both players are champions. I mean, they won a FUT championship, Principe in FIFA 17 and Dolan Mike in FIFA 19. So, I mean, they both tried to go all the way throughout the tournament. They're amazing on both consoles as well, both of them. So I'm really curious to see this. And Principe is a bit more experienced. He's been on the scene for a longer time, while Dolan Mike had his breakthrough last year and introduced himself with a blast. So yeah, super excited to watch this one.
This certainly is going to be an explosive matchup, and I have the pleasure to introduce Dull and Mike as well, who's going to be joining us for a pre-match interview. Mike, is always a pleasure to speak to you, and you are one of the kind of happiest FIFA community members that I speak to. What are your thoughts on this matchup? Because this is a great opportunity for you to make a lower bracket run now.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an interesting game, I think, especially because I've never played Principe. I obviously have a lot of respect. As you have just mentioned, he won in FIFA 17 against Gorilla, if I remember correctly. And on PlayStation, back then you had no legends, and he was still using his PS4 side without any legends and still won. So obviously I have a lot of respect for him, but I'm obviously going to try my best to win, and hopefully it's going to work out.
And I have another question for you. It's not as serious a question as Dan just asked about, but will we see Nakajima again this time, this cup perhaps?
Yeah, unfortunately, this year Nakajima is not kind of the meta player. I know it might sound like it because he's really small and agile on the ball, but I used his 84 League SBC card when it came out in the qualifier as a super sub, and I don't know, I just didn't like him at all compared to last year where he had the finisher trade and obviously was really overpowered. So unfortunately, maybe if he's going to get a Summer Heat card, then I'm going to play with him, but for now the SBC card is not enough.
That memory will always live long. I remember commentating that game when Nakajima scored. Finally from me, I mean, your run here, you beat Tech 7-3 and then Stokes 9-3. They were the playoff finalists last year and we know what they're capable of. How much confidence does that give you coming into this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, it was my first game against Tex this year, and as well as Stokes, he just switched console. But of course, if you win against Tex, you obviously gain a lot of confidence. He is, for me personally, still the best FIFA player ever. I mean, last year he was unbeatable for me. I played against him 4 times at a LAN event, and I got destroyed 3 times and narrowly lost once. So obviously this tournament I won against him for the first time in like 2 years. So and afterwards I had a game against Stokes, so I was pretty confident going into this one. And now I'm obviously really confident to go into my next game, as I've just beaten 2 really good players.
All right, thank you so much, Dolomite, for joining us, and best of luck in your game.
Thanks.
So there we have it, the youngest ever FUT Champions Cup winner. Of course, he took that title off of Tex when he was able to win that time back in Bucharest. I mean, Aga, we heard from him there. He's confident. He's taken down Tex. He's taken down Stokes. Not only did he beat them, but he beat them by quite a significant margin. Do you see him having the ability to do the same here against Principe?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it is going to be a different matchup. I think it's also, every day is a new day in FIFA. But obviously, the mental aspect gives you so much. And by beating 2 so good players to come into this match, it means a lot mentally, and it makes you feel invincible, basically.
And Principe, of course, he was at his height maybe in FIFA 17 when he was able to win that championship in Madrid. We've seen a lot better performances from him now in FIFA 20, and we can get a glimpse of Dolomite's squad here as well. What do you think Principe has to offer as a player? I mean, you would have maybe not played against both of these players, but you've certainly been able to watch them develop. What is Principe's chances coming into this game?
Well, Principe definitely has a good chance as well. As I mentioned, it's a pretty tight match. I think it's going to be not too high goal scoring as we saw in some of the previous matches today. It's going to be more a tactical affair. And Principe was actually a sparring partner of mine back in FIFA 17 when he was very dominant and was one of the best players in the world. So I'm very happy to see him back on this stage, because he's a great guy, very good sportsmanship, and he's an excellent FIFA player.
Well, we've seen a lot of 4-2-3-1s in terms of formation, and we are seeing both players just double-checking to ensure they've got everything correct before they get this one going. I mean, certainly it has the potential to be a very closely contested game, as you say, but with the goals we've seen from both players so far this tournament, we always have that chance of an absolute goal fest. We will get the final game underway here in the Summer Series, and I'm really excited to see what Dull and Mike has to offer. Of course, he is going to be in that Wolfsburg kit. He's going to be attacking from left to right, whereas Principe is going to be in the light blue attacking from right to left. And a really big chance for either of these players to make a lower bracket run. Of course, they will go up against Ethan in their next game. That is going to be the prize if they win here.
And interesting to see Principe's choice of players. I mean, a lot of players you wouldn't expect to be in a spot like this, such as like David Luiz, Arturo Vidal as well. It's interesting because back in FIFA 17, when Principe won this cup in Madrid against Gorilla, actually in the final, he had the opportunity to play with icons when they had to play on the Xbox side, but he decided to just play with his own team, the team he knows, the team he's been practicing with, and he ended up beating Gorilla pretty comfortable as far as I can remember. So, I mean, I have a lot of respect for Principe. He's following his very own path, and he knows what it takes to get success.
Certainly success to be found in various different areas and avenues with FIFA, whether it be streaming, competing. Certainly both of these players have been focusing on the competitive side of FIFA, and FIFA 20 has been good to them both. Dolomite had a very successful FIFA 19 season, and it did carry on through to FIFA 20. And I think he's shown us now with the results that he's found so far this tournament, as we are going to see Hullet on the ball here. Playing it over to Vieira, finding R9 on the edge, and he does strike one. And I am going to correct myself from earlier. It is going to be Dull and Mike in the light blue, excuse me. And it is going to be Principe in the darker kit. As somehow, hold on a second, that's a penalty, just as I was correcting myself. And out of nowhere, there's potential for a lead, and it's going to be off the post. And it is going to be a lead for Dull and Mike. Eusebio just slotting that one away.
Yeah, I think Principe perhaps mistimed the tackle. It can happen, a bit unfortunate. Dull and Mike, we know that this year it's very hard to be accurate on these PKs. Very hard to score on them. Dull and Mike, super clinical. And he's a guy that are always up to the meta. Always know what he has to do in certain situations, certain angles. Let's follow this from Principe. Big chance.
Very big chance indeed. And you are completely right when you say about Dull and Mike. He's kind of got that young energy where he will just absorb any information that's provided to him. So whether it is someone showing him how to play in a certain way or him learning how to play in a certain way, he always adapts to the meta, and his mechanical skill is very impressive as he is pushing forward, trying to find a through ball to Neymar, but this time is going to be cut out by Virgil van Dijk. And Principe, I think, will be feeling a little bit hard done by with that penalty, but you've always got to be very careful when you are lunging in defensively, otherwise you might find yourself in that position. And now he has to just try and rescue this game from being a goal down.
Definitely. It's still early stage, has a lot of time, Principe, and one of Principe's main strengths is that he is a very patient guy and he's super calm. I've seen him play many times, perhaps back at the playoffs, Global Series in FIFA 2018, he had this history match against Boras Legend, where Boras scored in, I think, 120 minutes. And he was still so calm, Principe, and that's really an attribute. We talk a lot about it all the time. What separates the best players from the second best players? It is the ability to stay calm, choose the right decision based on any given moment in the game.
For sure, and I mean, I can agree with you from a different point of view as well. I remember interviewing Principe at the Club World Cup, and there will be players I interview time and time again that are nervous when they get in front of a camera or they have to have an interview. Principe, cool as you like, he just breezed through every question and he was more than comfortable, and he just wanted to get into his next set of games. As Dull and Mike is going to get into his next set of goals, it's going to be 2-0 now, and it's a smile on the face of the young man because he is just being able to slice through Principe's defense so easily.
And what a play, what a passing display. I mean, look at those first touch passes and exiting with a shooting feint on the first touch. It's an amazing goal, really. There's something to analyze there from Mike, because that's one of the best goals I've seen today. Amazing from Dull and Mike.
And I almost thought you were going to break into song there as well. That was very impressive, Agger, as maybe a chance here for Principe, but again, just being cut out by Neymar. And I'm really impressed with how Dull and Mike is pushing up and getting aggressive in ensuring that he steals the ball away, as Principe is going to queue up a pause. Maybe he's not quite happy with something, but perhaps a chance here as Pele rescues the ball on the right-hand side, and will recycle play now back to the defenders, back to the David Luiz that you were speaking of, and how it being a little bit of an off-meta pick. For Principe, with only a few minutes remaining in this first half, he's desperately trying to get something working on the edge of the box. Eusebio on the left tries to find R9. Eusebio rescues it, but Vieira just muscles him off.
Yeah, he's trying, Principe, and I want to talk a little bit more about Dolan Mike, because one of the hardest things in FIFA 20 is to work your way in to the box when you're in the central area of the pitch, because there are a lot of defenders you have to play through, and that requires really, really much creativity. And Dolan Mike here just really show how many tools he actually have. The more tools you have, the more plays you can take out of your book and execute them. And I remember him in Bucharest, the Foot Cup 1. I believe it was his first ever global tournament in FIFA 19. I was sitting next to him. He was just this silent warrior, just crushing all the players he was playing against. Unfortunately for him, he met Tex at the knockout stage. But the rest is history.
The rest is history. After that tournament, he then went on to his next tournament, where he then took that title off Tex of being the youngest ever FCC winner. And after 45 minutes, he finds himself with a 2-0 advantage here. Principe just, even though he's been trying to slowly and surely work his way into Dolan Mike's box, Dolan Mike has been very passive with his defense, just standing off Principe ever so slightly and waiting for him to make a move. But none of those moves have been made. And for Dolan, it's just going to be a case of more of the same going into the second 45, wouldn't you think, Aga?
Definitely. I mean, he is sitting with the feeling that he's in control. He found ways to break into the central area of the pitch to find his striker, R9 or Eusebio, who can shoot equally good with both feet. So, I mean, he's very confident right now, and you can see that. Principe, on the other hand, we saw him making slight, small adjustment in his custom tactics, which can play a big part. I mean, Principe is a very detailed player and knows exactly what he's doing. So I think loads of virtual minutes to play, but a very, very convincing start from Dolan Mike.
Convincing indeed, and we can see now why he was able to get those 7 goals against Tex and the 9 against Stokes. I mean, the fact he's in the lower bracket was just because he lost out on penalties to Dilo in his opening winners bracket game, and he's had to fight through the lower bracket. For Principe, he had more of a successful winners bracket run, beating Mane and then beating Clash Crazy. Unfortunately, that run came to an end with a 4-0 loss to Oli Lito, and maybe that's why he's lacking a little bit of confidence in this game, but maybe Pele can do something for him as he finds R9 just on the edge, but Pullet will actually rescue that one for Dolan Mike. And look how quickly he transitions from defense to attack here. He really wants to be able to try and catch Principe on the counter-attack, as there is the lofted through ball onto the left-hand side, but it's going to go out of touch.
But again, we see Principe getting some chances, I'll say, opportunities inside the box. But Dolan Mike is so quick at moving his players over and crowd the box very fast. So Principe runs out of passing options, shooting options. Very quick player switching from Dolan Mike. Takes control, manually control over the game. Super impressive.
Has been impressive. As still a little bit of time left in this first leg for Principe to get back into things. Of course, it is a 2-legged affair. And if the two players are drawn on an aggregate after those 2 legs, we would then go to extra time and penalties. We've already seen one extra time today in which Diogo overcame Lyrics in the opening match of the day. And we have had quite some matches too. We saw Gorilla also dominate in an earlier game, but Eusebio just fires wide. Vieira maybe did enough there just to tip it wide, which means it is going to be a corner to Principe, but he's certainly looking a little bit better going forward now. Maybe more confidence and more trust in his ability to try and break through this defense of Dolan Mike, who has kind of sat back, 11 men behind the ball in those light blue jerseys. As Eusebio twists on the edge, needs some support though. We'll find Vidal, who also can't get past Lala, and there again, Dolan Mike just patiently waiting and diving in at the right time.
Yeah, it's just a long streak of correct decisions defensively from Dolan Mike. Runs up and pressuring with the right players, so don't leave any dangerous gaps for Principe. It's really impressive to see, and I often compare FIFA at the highest level with Lightning chess, because you need to make the right decisions all the time under pressure. It's very, very hard to do, and right now Dolan Mike is really showing what he's capable of. It's not always the offensive part I'm looking at, it's just as much the defensive action the player decides to do.
I mean, I've just come up with the best idea of making all of you pros play chess against each other with only like a 10-second timer and seeing what happens, and maybe that will be a development of players and see how their decision making is. But at the moment, for Dolan Mike, you are completely correct. I mean, every decision has been correct thus far, and it just takes one mistake though, and then suddenly Principe is back into this tie as he's only 2 goals down. And even though in FIFA 20 a 2-goal lead is a somewhat comfortable one, with it being very difficult to break through the defence, we do know that if Principe can get that one, then suddenly he'll have that confidence. But I can't see it happening with how Dolan Mike has been defending at the moment. As Hullet strides forward, we'll play it back and recycle play, and again we're just seeing very smart decisions from Dolan Mike.
Definitely. Sometimes you wonder how old he actually is, because, and actually for how long he competed on the highest level, because he's playing like a very, very mature, experienced player. And this just is real, like, second year of competing. So, I mean, it's impressive. On the other hand, I feel like Principe is getting closer. He's not getting particular more dangerous, but he's getting into areas of the pitch where he can do something dangerous. So I feel like second half has been better for him.
It has indeed. And I mean, you're right, Dolan Mike, one of our younger competitors. Principe, I guess one of our olders. I mean, he's only 24, but in terms of competitive FIFA, that seems quite old nowadays, with how these young players seem to be coming through and winning tournaments, and at least having those breakthrough tournaments at the ages of 17 and 18. As here comes Dolan Mike yet again trying to break through, but this time Principe a little bit better at defending it, and he's starting to get his fair share of possession now, which is a slightly worrying thing if you are a fan of Dolan Mike, because Principe desperately just wanting to get this first goal for himself so he can give himself a better chance in leg number 2. I mean, is there anything that Principe really needs to change here that you've seen, Aga?
I think for now what he can change, I believe his defense has been all right. I mean, the first one was a bit unfortunate. The first goal conceded. The second goal was just pure masterclass from Dolan. Otherwise than that, I feel like he's been solid. Attacking-wise, I feel like he has to come with the element of surprise a bit more. I don't think we see enough skill moves from Principe taking him on in the 1v1 situations. And perhaps you have to play in a higher tempo as well, to try to ask more questions to Dolan Mike's defense.
So maybe a little bit predictable from Principe. He just hasn't been able to get out those skill moves and maybe make Dolan Mike second guess himself. But now he's coming forward once again. Hullet this time will find Neymar. Neymar, though, just being bullied off the ball by the opposition Hullet, and now Dolan Mike can look for one of these counterattacks again. But as the clock ticks into the 87th minute, he'll have a little glance up and say, all right, well, I could probably have the last attack of this game and keep this 2-0 lead and maybe make it a third with a final attack, as we see so many pros do. I mean, I know Ryan was talking about it earlier, Aga, but do you sometimes feel bad for keeping the ball and taking the last attack of the game?
No, to be really honest, I mean, it's, as Ryan also said, it's probably not the most enjoyable to watch, but this is sport, this is competition at the highest level, and you need to be super clinical and professional in everything you do. So you have to try to take all the margins you can, because that's what in the end the most of the time makes the difference.
Can separate good from the great, as maybe a last-ditch chance here for Principe on the edge. Just can't get through. Allison will go down and smother the ball and kick it away, and it's going to be a 2-0 lead then for Dolan Mike here after the first leg. And it was an impressive performance. 2 pretty early goals, but then it was just how he dominated the game. And of course, it is time to link your EA and Twitch accounts if you haven't already done so, and we can of course, reveal which the viewership rewards are for today. It's a rare players pack and a Kylian Mbappe 98 rated team of the season so far. I've had the joy of using this item and it's amazing. These items will be dropped to certain Twitch viewers who do have a linked EA and Twitch account during today's live stream. So make sure you link your account at ea.com/Twitch linking. And I mean, Agat, you've been able to use a lot of these players and these items as well. That Mbappe would fit into so many squads, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and definitely in mine as well. I mean, I had a break from competitive FIFA this season, so my team is no nearby the best. But I mean, I have a slightly worse version of Mbappe's card, and I'm very happy with that card as well. So I mean, like the chance to get him, wow, would be amazing. One of the best players in the game.
There you go, and you've heard that from an actual previous FIFA World Champion, so that's something to take if you are in Twitch chat and you want to have the chance to get one yourself. All right, well, after that first leg, we did see Dolomite kind of dominate the early stages, but there was potential, wasn't there, from Principe? He certainly showed that he is still in this game.
Definitely. I mean, what I've seen like in the majority of these games is that some of the players perhaps aren't ready from the first whistle, and then they have a lot of work to do. But Principe is managing it pretty cool, I think. I think he's doing something. It's small bits, but he's getting there. I just feel like, again, as we spoke a bit about, like the element of surprise. We need more than just a ball roll and then cut it back and try to do something magical with the passing play. You have to put out some skill moves to ask more questions to Dolomite's defense, because he's defending very well now. But I also sit with the feeling that maybe a La Croqueta or some more shooting feints or some of the scoop turns, just an element of surprise skill move. Because if you keep doing the same things, automatically your opponent will start to feel more and more comfortable, and it will become too easy to read.
So skill moves is what we want to see, something a little bit more unpredictable from Principe as we get into the second leg here of the final matchup of the day. So many impressive matches and so much incredible FIFA so far, but in this particular matchup, Dolomite still with the 2-0 advantage and will still be in that light blue kit, attacking from left to right. Principe, however, moved over and will be in the red strip as Eusebio just ball rolling across away from the defender. A couple of fakes here or there to try and suss out where else he can play this ball and see if any of his other attackers have found space. And he does find a little bit of space. Cristiano Ronaldo on the right-hand side. Croqueta to beat the man. Strength to push off the defender, but nothing comes of it this time.
And again, we see Dolomite comes out like making a statement, kind of, I'm not done attacking. This is not going to be a match where I just sit back and defend this home. I'm trying to close out this game now by scoring more goals, which I think is the right mentality. We saw Gorilla have success with this attacking mentality despite he was beating. Oh my god, that was close as well, and not a great skill move from Dolomite.
Neymar just blasting that one wide, but you've got to respect Dolomite for the aggressive way he's stepping up with his defenders, especially utilising those fullbacks as Robertson is bullied off the ball by Cristiano Ronaldo, and possession once again at the feet of Dolomite's men. Neymar will ball roll across to find Cristiano Ronaldo, and he'll ball roll away to just generate a bit more space. Does have R9 through the middle if he wants to play it, but Vieira will actually find Neymar, dragged back onto the right foot, but just goes under the feet of David Luiz, and it's comfortable in the end for Van der Sar, but certainly Dolomite showing that he really wants to get a third here.
Yeah, and we start to see Principe perhaps becoming a bit too eager to get the ball here. He drags his centre-back a lot out of position, which gives a lot of space to Dolomite to work it into the box. And when you first get a 1v1 situation in the box, it's almost GG, because you have R9 there who can finish with both feet. It's nearly impossible to cover.
Well, Dolomite tempting fate there, just playing the ball around defenders to goalkeeper, but he was able to control possession, but the over-the-top through ball to the right-hand side doesn't stay with Cristiano Ronaldo. Instead, it goes onto the side of Principe now with a Ronaldo of his own. This time it's R9 to Cristiano, and he's still onside there as R9, but can't find his way past Virgil van Dijk as Yet again, Dolomite showing us why he's so impressive defensively. For all we talk about how good he is going forward, it's really been his defense that has shone for me, Aga.
Definitely. I mean, we usually always put more focus to the offensive part, but when you deliver such a solid performance defensive-wise as well, it's hard not to comment on. I mean, it's also we usually speak about Dolomite as well as we spoke about Gorilla in terms of he's such a good attacking player. But both of them seem to have really put a lot of focus on making their defense super tight, super solid, and they're dominating their matches.
Well, certainly so many goals in FIFA 20 come from mistakes, so you can understand why they would focus on improving their defense instead, as Ronaldo can't quite get past Robertson here, but Dolomite yet again showing that he's trying to be at least positive with his possession rather than recycling play and rather than going back, and he's not wasting any time. Definitely wants to make this a third as Hullet wrestles the ball back yet again. And really, Principe can't catch a break at the moment. Every time he gets a little bit of possession, suddenly there's another player in a light blue shirt right up his backside and stealing the ball away from him. And it just means that Principe can't get any sort of steam going here. Very much momentum on Dolomite's side, and with a 2-0 lead in the second leg, that is not good news for Principe, as this right-hand side has been dominated by Dolomite as well. He's really focusing on the strength of Cristiano Ronaldo to try and break him through, as R9 will play one to Neymar, but David Luiz takes it off him.
And I think if I were Principe, I would start thinking about changing. And as I say it, we see a passing request. Because when he gets the ball back from Dolomite, it seems like he doesn't have enough players going forward. And then he has to slow down the game pace, take his time, and then Dolomite just have time to get back and stay compact once again. And then it's really, really hard.
It's just how effectively Dolomite is just jockeying with his defenders and stepping off Principe and saying, hey, do something. I want to see you try and pull out any of the skill moves. But as you were mentioning earlier, just nothing really in the arsenal for Principe at the moment. It's just very basic passing play, which is being too easily read by Dolomite, as he will march forward yet again as Mendy on this left-hand side plays it back to Varane, and it's just going to be a switch of play for Dolomite. He is more than happy to wait for something rather than force something, but Ronaldo now on the right-hand side will find R9, and Ronaldo making a run through the middle, but he is just going to go back to the fullback to Lala. Look at the triangles that he's playing at the moment. So much space being created, so much possibility to get through on goal, even if there are floods of red shirts. But here is that kind of situation you were talking about. Principe winning the ball back, but not necessarily having the players to go forward with.
Definitely, but we could have a chance here. Let's just follow this. Eusebio
on the left foot, and I mean, just as we say, or just as I say, not as many players going forward. Eusebio had snuck through on that right-hand side and brings Principe right back into things. And I think that's going to be a little bit frustrating for Dolomite, don't you?
Definitely. I mean, a bit fortunate to get the ball up to Pele, I believe it was. But the execution after from Principe was superior. I mean, calm as you like it. Making Dolomite commit with his defender, and then he's taking a touch more and basically have all the time he needs to shoot it in near post. And I mean, we speak a lot about we're coming to like the last period of this season, and one of the hardest things and most challenging things being a professional FIFA player is that you have to reinvent yourself all the time. You have to research, find out which things can I use now and how can I use it even more efficiently. And I think we see a lot of the players pulling out new things all the time. Very good play from Principe here.
Well, there was Dolomite lifting that FCC trophy as a TIFO in game. That was one of the rewards for being the youngest ever champion. But will he be able to hold on to this game? Principe now right back into it, has got his foot in the door and certainly wants to burst through it and see if he can get an equaliser. It was all Dolomite in that first half, but surprisingly, Principe just catching him off guard as we got to the conclusion of that first half. Otherwise, we might have been able to see a third from Dolomite, but Principe doing very well to stay in this game, and I'm sure now he'll have the belief that he could potentially go on and get an equaliser and maybe even a winner here.
Definitely, and this one goal can change the entire match, because suddenly it's only one goal, and Dollenmike will start thinking a bit more, even if he won't admit it. It is just something that crosses your mind. So you can see here, Principe is knocking on the door once again.
You are right. As soon as that seed has been planted, you start to play a little bit differently and maybe worry a little bit more, and that might make you make those mistakes, the mistakes that we haven't really seen from Dollenmike. Or perhaps this will just give Dollenmike more reason to find that third goal. He certainly is a player who doesn't really crack under pressure, or certainly from what I've seen as a player anyway. As Eusebio on the left-hand side here will stop up in the ball through the middle, just not finding the man running onto it. That would have been so close to the third goal. Quite unfortunate, really, when you look at it, but just not close enough.
I really like this stop shooting feint Dollenmike makes. It's really, really efficient when it comes out on the wing. You go first to the left, then you go to the right, and it buys you time to make a pass, a decisive pass, or you can combine it with a skill move. This time Dollenmike tries to make a pass, which was very good. Just gave it perhaps a bit too much power. Would have been a great goal once again. And we see again, Dollenmike keeps reinventing himself. He never do the same play 2 times in a row. That makes him so unpredictable.
And that's the flip side to what you were saying. Maybe Principe hasn't been as unpredictable, whereas Dollenmike has been. Certainly more difficult to defend against. Almost the heel-to-heel there for Principe, with Neymar was able to give him enough room to get a shot away, but Dollenmike stepping in at the right time as we go into the pause screen, and maybe just a couple of substitutions and fresh legs. I mean, you look at what you have to offer in terms of these players now at the end of the game and at the end of FIFA 20's lifespan here, Aga. There's just so much to choose from, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, it's basically heaven. You have so many different options, and in the end, I think it's just a matter of taste. Like, you always have different relations to a specific player. You probably have some good history with some of the players. I reckon that's why Principe is playing with Atal, for instance. That he played a lot with him and he knows what he stands for, and therefore he thinks he's a pretty reliable player to use in a cup like this.
Certainly does come down to it. It can come down to just personal preference when there's so much to choose from at this point, and I do like to see a little bit of variety here or there. We, of course, will see the usual R9 and Cristiano Ronaldo, Cruyff, etc. bursting through, but when someone has their personal preference, that's certainly what you want to see. But on the right-hand side, R9 drives it across, and Mbappe puts it away, and that's going to be a third for Dollenmike, and maybe, just maybe, puts him out of reach of Principe now. You saw on the webcam what it meant to him as he gets closer and closer to that next round.
Definitely, and we see here, I believe it's a driven pass he makes. Super well timed once again for Dollenmike, and I think the overall conclusion is as well that the meta right now is break through the wings and try to find this passing lane into a player who runs in, just follow this chance here, to a player who gets into the box. Very hard to stop.
Well, Principe with 2 corners in a row. And you are right, it's certainly seen a lot of that today in today's action. People trying to penetrate the wing and then playing it through to the middle as Ronaldo turning on the edge, finds Eusebio, but Eusebio can't find his left foot, but he's got a second bite of the cherry here. Can he turn onto his right? No, he can't. Virgil van Dijk stands strong, which is something that we see so often in competitive FIFA ever since he was given that 99 rated foot item. Has been a staple in everyone's teams, but maybe a chance now for Dollenmike to put this game to bed. Plenty of room on the left-hand side for Eusebio, but was being caught up by Wan-Bissaka, and Wan-Bissaka has done a job at right back. That's certainly to be said.
Definitely, and I feel like just follow this. That's a nice
could
goal.
Be a chance. It's so unfortunate. Dollenmike just not able to get in the way of it, and just when we think maybe Dolomite on his way to a victory here. Principe answers back and gets himself in touching distance of this game. A great counter-attack from him.
And I really like this small ball roll Principe does to get past Dolomite, who perhaps, again, commits a little bit too much with his defender trying to slide tackle. Principe knows exactly what he's going to do before the play is even made. A very, very nice goal from Principe, and a little lifeline once again. Looked like the way Dolomite was playing it out of Principe's pressure, that the game was pretty much to be sealed. But now we have a totally open match once again.
15 minutes on the clock, and a lifeline for Principe is that will certainly make Dolomite maybe second guess how he wants to approach these final stages of the game. Still does have the lead though, and still I'm sure will be very calm in his approach for these later stages. But David Luiz gets up in the face of Cruyff and wins the ball back for Principe, and now every attack is going to be a scary one. The one player just gets bundled over, and the referee will pull it back for a free kick here. A small chance to reset for both players, but at least it's not a dangerous area in this free kick. Virgil van Dijk will have the ball played to him, and plenty of men back for Dolomite at this point. But what can we see from Principe? Can he bring out the big guns here and do anything special? Nope, Vieira will stop him in his tracks.
And that was a good chance. Felt like there was space enough for Principe to work it in to his central striker, and we have a situation again like this now. Could be it.
Oh, on the right foot, and Principe is right back into it now with the equaliser. And Dolomite can't quite believe it after dominating the entirety of this game. Principe, time and time again now, has just been able to rescue something and catch Dolomite off guard. You said you wanted unpredictable. You said you wanted Principe to pull something out. Well, it looks like in this second half, he's found a different gear, Aga.
Exactly, and he also changed to this 4-4-2, which is in many ways a better attacking formation than 4-2-3-1, because you have two strikers to pass it into centrally, and you'll get these situations much more often, as we just saw Principe score on. I mean, that's what makes 4-4-2 such a great attacking formation, while 4-2-3-1 is a bit more solid, structured, better to keep the ball, and most importantly, your players are better in the defense as well, say.
Well, only 5 minutes left, and just like that, we are potentially heading to extra time now. And I am a little bit surprised, if I'm honest. I thought Dolomite had so much control in this game, and after he took the 3-1 lead, I thought he would just be able to put it to bed, but he hasn't had the same opportunities as Hullet in the middle of the park. Wants to try and find anyone to help him out and maybe get an attack and maybe get a final chance here, but he tries to play it through, and Vidal is there, which now means the ball and the last chance of the game potentially goes to Principe here. He tries to find a ball down to the left-hand side, but it's not going to work out, and with just 2 minutes left, it looks like we're going to be heading to extra time as Principe stepping up and not allowing an easy way out for Dolomite here. And that through ball isn't going to work out. Wan-Bissaka regains possession, and surely here comes the final whistle. It is going to go to extra time then between Dolomite and Principe. Can't separate them after 180 minutes of FIFA. Does this surprise you a little bit, Aga? Because I think I'm taken back. I really didn't expect this second half performance from Principe.
Well, I mean, Principe just showing once again the mentality he has. He's so calm. We never really seen him, at least on the player cam, feel like that the game was over, that he couldn't get back. He's so calm, and it's not the first time he's making these comebacks. So, I mean, of course, a little bit surprised, because what a player Dolomite is. But on the other hand, Principe, what a mentality.
When we speak about how much FIFA is a mental game, how will Dolomite respond then after having that 2-goal advantage and now having to play another 30 minutes in game before potential penalties? And he has already lost a penalty shootout this tournament, losing to Dilo in the winners bracket. And that game was 3-3 on aggregate as well, so I'm sure he'll be wanting to hope that history doesn't repeat itself, but Atal with possession on the right-hand side will play it forward to the overlapping Wan-Bissaka, and again back to Atal. Plenty of red shirts in the middle here. Hullet to Neymar. Back to Hullet, and again on the right-hand side, there's a little bit of space for Vidal, who will just turn to Eusebio, but nothing comes of that attack. But definitely scary, scary moments for Dull and Mike.
He's getting closer, Principe, and I feel like it's going to be more and more an cagey affair. The players don't want to risk too much now. Want to take their time in the build-ups, trying to make the other player a bit nervous. Something could happen here. Eusebio should be there.
Oh, he cuts it across, and you saw the reaction as well from Principe. From the death, has been able to revive himself, and now he takes a goal lead. And you were talking about kind of being a little bit nervous, playing it a little bit slow. I don't think that suits Dull and Mike's playstyle. Dull and Mike likes to play fast and attacking FIFA, and he's been punished here by Principe. And now we're going to have to see something different from Dull and Mike, because he's going to have to come from behind.
Yeah, what a turnaround. And once again, we see this shooting feint where you get an acceleration on, and a similar goal to what Dull and Mike scored on. Get free, not on the wing, but at least you create space for you to make this passing into the box. It's a goal. 4-1.
What a second leg performance this has been from Principe. After really struggling in the opening leg, Dull and Mike was able to come away with a quite emphatic victory, really. Just looked very one-sided, but Dull and Mike not being able to break through, and we'll go to half-time in extra time. Dull and Mike with his head in his hands, probably asking himself, how have I let this slip away? And for Principe, now it's a very simple last 15 minutes. It's just keep the ball and restrict the chances for Dull and Mike.
Yeah, and as we could see, some of the match stats, Dull and Mike had a lot of possession this game, but it also matters what you do with your possession when you're having the lead, because you still need to make your opponent feel like that you're threatening them. Perhaps it became a small sleeping pillow for Dull and Mike.
Certainly still chances, though, for Principe, as that lofted through ball won't quite get where Dull and Mike intended it for it to go. And well, I think that every time Dull and Mike gets possession now, we're going to see quite a quick attempt at trying to get that ball to the other side of the pitch, whereas for Principe it's more about holding on to the ball. But actually maybe a chance here to put this game to bed. Neymar on his... oh, I can't quite find it. The right foot and the right boot just doesn't get past Alisson, but he does still have a corner. That could have been the game there and then. Maybe Atal can do something on the edge. No, and now here's a counter-attacking chance for Dull and Mike. Can he do anything with it? Can he make and take advantage of this? No, David Luiz has done so well for Principe, time and time again.
Yeah, what a powerful player, David Luiz. And nice to see some variation once again. That was a huge chance for Principe. Perhaps should have stayed a bit more calm. You could see on the player cam as well that he knew this was the chance to finish the game. Small ball roll perhaps, or a heel-to-heel to get past the goalkeeper. Let's just follow this now. It's very much back and in. Back-to-back, sorry.
Very much a chance. You're completely right. It's every time that Dull and Mike has that ball on the edge, you feel like that chance is going to come through and the equaliser could be there, but maybe this could be the game for Principe as Atal is through, but he has to turn back on himself. Quite a smart and educated decision from him. Very experienced, but as I say, that gives the ball away, but Dull and Mike just slightly rushing it. Maybe a little bit agitated now. He is behind as we tick over into added on time in extra time. Just 2 minutes now for Dull and Mike to try and rescue this, otherwise he will be out of the competition. Principe coming back from being quite far behind, being 2 goals down. Finds himself ahead as with just 10 seconds left. Dull and Mike needs to go forward. Mbappe can't get past David Luiz though, and Principe will march on after a 4-1 victory in the second leg. And such a shame for Dull and Mike. He unfortunately just couldn't hold on to it, and I think he's going to be pretty frustrated with that Awanaga because he had the game very much in his hands.
Definitely, and perhaps we can see here how much experience matters. I mean, even though Dolomite already gained a lot of experience throughout the past 2 seasons, past 1 season and the current season, we see perhaps like this clinical thing to just shut down a game and not letting your opponent come back was missing this time, but big applaud to Principe as well, really showing what he's made of. Felt he was the better player when we got to the extra time, handled the pressure better.
But I think you hit the nail on the head when I asked you after the first game between the two, and you said that Dolomite was maybe just a little bit quicker out of the blocks, and potentially Principe wasn't ready and didn't really have anything special, didn't have the skill moves. But certainly in the second leg, he was more controlled with his approach, and he had a better idea of how he wanted to break through Dolomite's defense. And I mean, the scoreline shows that in itself. Now going forward, it means that we're going to have a matchup, Ethan against Principe. From what we've seen today, how do you see that matchup playing out?
I think it's a very interesting matchup, and every matchup is a different one. It's so hard to predict because these players are the best, and it really depends on if you can keep up the form that you have, you can keep the mentality, and of course, one of the most important things as well, the margins. So really tight match as well. Looking forward to it.
Some very tight matches, and a pleasure to commentate alongside you, Aga. Thank you so much. But for now, we're going to go back over to Jimmy, Spencer, and Mike to break down that game.
All right. Thank you, Dan and Aga. And Principe comes back from the dead, I think, in a lot of different ways to win this one. Very exciting to see him get the job done. I really don't know what to think of this. There's part of me on one side that wants to say Forza Principe, like he did it, he came from behind. But there's another part of me that goes, Dolan Mike, you choked, man. I don't know how else to say it. You choked. You had the lead, you were in control, and you dropped it. Just to spurn Mike, I want to go to you first, Spencer.
Well, I mean, what a game. We've obviously seen another game go to extra time in 4 matches, but that was a comeback. That was a proper comeback from the Italian in Principe. From Mike's perspective, yeah, Jim, you've got to be disappointed, to have a 2-goal lead. We thought it was over at that point. And fair play to Principe. Did not give up. He kept working it. We talk about the experience he's had. He would have been in these situations before. It's definitely going to go down as a lesson for Mike to realise that it's never done until that whistle goes. And Principe goes through and moves on to the next day.
Yeah, what is that going to do, let's say, momentum-wise, Mike, for Principe? Because he beat, I think, I had Dolan Mike, I thought this one was locked in. No problem. Dolan Mike took down Stokes, scored 9 goals on him, took down Tex 7-3. Principe was like inching along, lost 4-0 to Ololito to get dropped down into the loser's bracket. This on Mike, but now this confidence that Principe must get is going to be a lot. Do you think it's enough for him to push on and get past Ethan?
Well, to be fair to Principe, no one has beat Ololito, so that scoreline doesn't really matter. And this has to push on. Confidence-wise, has to be through the roof. Principe already strikes me as someone who is very self-assured. And if you heard August talk about him and the respect that he has for him as a player, that he's got great sportsmanship and that he's always has different game plans and tactics that are available, we kind of saw that on display because he was outplayed for the first matchup and even the majority of the second game, the first half. He didn't really have much going on for him, and then he started to inch his way back in. Comeback, you see the momentum, you see the game swing, you see different formation adjustments. He's going more aggressive. We're playing through the wings, we're wiggling, we're working, giving you a little bit of something. And Dolomite looked a little more uncomfortable, and it just shows you that experience still plays a major factor when you're looking at competitive FIFA.
Okay, so Spencer, say you're Dolan Mike's coach. How do you break this down? What do you want him to focus on in particular? Because it seemed like everything was going right in leg 1, but then leg 2, it didn't seem like he adapted to the changes that Principe was making in real time and even to start the match.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I would rather get beat 2 or 3-0 than have a lead like that and throw it away. It would just be so frustrating to know that it was yours to secure and you didn't do it. There's definitely some lessons to be learned there. As you mentioned, Principe has adapted for that second game. He's got a plan B. We've talked so much in all competitive sports, but particularly in FIFA and esports, having that plan B, having that ability to change it up when it's not working. And you have to ask, from Mike's perspective, when Principe started to come back in it, did he have the ability to change things up? Did he have the ability to go, okay, well, maybe Principe's figured me out here. I'm going to try this. He left it a little bit too late, and Principe had an answer to it. So ultimately, that comes with experience, and Mike's got to chalk this one off as a lesson.
Yeah, a valuable one. Hopefully he learns it in the right way. Sometimes players of all ages just chalk it off like, oh, whatever, I wasn't feeling it that day, when there's a lot of things to learn from mistakes and failures. All right, Mike, this is my one of my favorite parts of the show. It's the Gillette Precision Play of the Day, and I'm giving you the honors. You gave me a hard time, but I want you to take this.
Oh, thank you so much, Jimmy. And of course, we have to revisit that game and what Principe was able to accomplish here. Classic 1-2 to Eusebio. And then you see the running fake shot, opens up the lane of space and makes that easy, simple pass across. And that's all about composure, experience, making sure you go for a sure thing. You see this in the replay. He's got a manual opportunity. That's why he goes for the 1-2. Thankfully, Eusebio breaks through that same situation, running fake shot, and everything opens up. And from there, nobody's going to miss. I can even convert that in real life, maybe, on most days. And you see what it means to Principe. And he really earned the result. He fired back, and I always talk about how important it is to be able to dictate the tempo and the rhythm in FIFA, and that's exactly the type of adjustment that Principe made in that matchup. Is he was out of the game for a lot of it, but he made the correct changes. He was pressure-based when he needed to be. He was compact when he needed to be. He played with more width when he needed to be. Deep lobs when that was the most efficient option or the safest option on display. So you got to give him a lot of credit for the comeback.
Yeah, Coach Jimmy wants a word with Dolan Mike's back four, by the way. Let's take a look at the brackets and see where we stand after 4 very exciting matches in day 1 of the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series, excuse me. Any big surprises for you, Spencer?
I'd say if you talk about surprises, the biggest one would probably be the Ethan win over Enrastic, just because of no disrespect to Ethan, because we know the level of player that Enrastic is. But of course, one thing I would definitely say is worth stressing is, with the utmost respect to all these competitors, we've seen them today because they've actually had not the best tournament so far. We haven't seen the best players yet. You know, they're going to be coming in over the next few days. So as much as we've seen some standout performances, it's going to be up against it for any of these guys to actually go the distance. It will be a complete turnaround, meaning they've survived from the early stages of the loser bracket.
Now, Mike, do you think that gives the players that are playing in day 1 an advantage going into day 2 while these other players wait for them?
That's difficult to say, because if you're Maestro or Olibali, you're sitting here, you don't have to play, you don't have to go through the stress, and you get more gameplay that you could study. And you can see the adjustments that players made, you can see what really worked well and where they struggled. So in theory, if I was in this situation, I'd rather be waiting in a later round. I get to review the gameplay, and then I can cater my gameplay or my plan of attack to them, because I got time now to work with it.
All right, now let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule so you guys know what's upcoming on day 2 of the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series, Europe. We saw some good ones today. Here's what it looked like tomorrow. Diogo versus Gorilla, Ethan versus Principe, Maestro versus the winner of that first matchup, and Oli Boli waiting in the wings for Ethan and the Principe winner. Now, guys, of the two up the top, which one do you like the most? Which one are you most excited about with these matchups?
Pick me,
Spencer?
Jimmy.
No, I'm going Spencer. I'm sorry. I'm sick. I'm staying strong.
He's going with me. For me, I like Diogo Gorilla. I think that's going to be a great game. I think today was a great day for the UK scene in general. Obviously, Diogo sort of Portuguese, British, but in general, yeah, out of Europe, 3 UK players come through from 4 matches. Looking forward to seeing that game, and then whoever plays Maestro will be a great match to watch.
And you, Mike?
Coach Jimmy, Professor Jimmy has favoritism. That's what we learned today. Just went to Spencer first every single time today. I feel neglected. You need to give me more attention. But I'm looking forward to both games. I love the narrative of coming from the losers bracket and then getting yourself back into the main stage. And that's a real story here. Somebody's got to do it. I mean, granted, we're going to have a loser between Tom and Ololito, whoever else is going to join them to play in the final of the loser bracket. But I just can't wait. I think that we have a nice mix of really household names and a couple guys that maybe you didn't expect to be there. I feel like somebody like Ali Bali, who's also waiting right now to play one of the competitors, doesn't necessarily get some of the credit that he deserves in the competitive scene. He's really came into FIFA 20 and performed well at the events that he's qualified for, and he's carrying that form online.
Well, that is it, everyone. That is the end of day 1 of the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series. We will see you tomorrow. So on behalf of Spencer, Mike, and all of our awesome casters, I want to say thank you for watching. Thank you to all the people behind the scenes who are making us look better than we deserve to be. And a huge congrats to all the players who advanced today. Also, we will be back at it again tomorrow in the same place and at the same time. The festivities begin at 12 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. UK time, and 6 p.m. in Central Europe. So until then, be safe, be smart, and we'll see you then.